Hello and welcome to the LCK. We are back here on a Friday and we're bringing you Gen G up against the Guangdong Freaks. And on paper, if you haven't been paying attention, this might seem like, hey, Gen G's going to blow these guys out. And that might still happen, but the Guangdong Freaks, they've called up Bull, they're looking better than ever, and maybe they can be the first team to actually challenge Gen G tonight.
They're on a bit of a winning streak, and if that streak can continue tonight, I mean, this team will definitely change in the minds of everyone. People were saying, okay, is it a fluke? How long can Bull keep the trend going? How long can he actually continue to be stable here with this roster? But then we also got to see Cuz and Bulldog play extremely well, so I feel right now pretty positive on this roster. I'm not saying I'm ready to say they're going to get the upset tonight against Gen G, but I am saying that it's possible. And I do think that this team has really turned things around quite quickly, because in our first week of play, it seemed pretty doomed. It seemed pretty hopeless. Looked like, okay, we're going to have to wait and see until like maybe round 2 this team can start to turn it around. But now this team has the potential to go to playoffs.
They definitely do. I mean, if you look at the standings right now, you might say, hey, maybe they had like a weak schedule. No, they defeated D+, they defeated KT. Guangdong Freaks are going up against strong teams and beating them. Can they beat the best of the best? This is definitely going to be their hardest challenge yet. And all of us still have our money on Gen G, even after the recent results from the side of Guangdong Freaks. But you never know. I mean, we've had big upsets in the LCK regular seasons in the past many, many times. And will Guangdong Freaks, climbing up like a bulldozer, successfully intimidate Gen G as well?
We will have to wait and see. Gen G, the only team on a perfect record so far in terms of match score. And then Rookie of the Year for Pays going up against Bull, who might be able to take that title for this year for himself. I think it's a bit early to be drawing such conclusions, especially with players like Lucid here. But maybe he'll be able to pull it off. Definitely an impressive start here. And also, going up against a bottom lane that I think hasn't been as strong in their last few matches as you would expect. Pays on the Hen still having a little bit of synergy to work on. Pays getting caught a few times, some sloppy play from him. Still good enough to be 4-0 here in the LCK, don't get me wrong. But maybe an angle of attack here for the Guangdong Freaks.
Yeah, got to talk about the jungle as well. Canyon has been stuck on tank duty. Cuz has been sometimes single-handedly carrying this roster and definitely leading the roster in a big way. He is on a 7-game win streak against Canyon. This is, of course, Cuz was on KT, a very winning roster up against Canyon, who was on at the time, not struggling, but kind of middle-of-the-pack DK. So, of course, Cuz was getting a lot of wins. But we've seen now that Cuz moves on to a new roster, a weaker roster, and is still having a big success story. So, definitely Cuz might have the upper hand in this one, which is crazy to say.
Yeah, certainly could be. You know, I think the synergy between Chovy and Canyon is definitely there, but I think Bulldog showcased in that last match for the Freaks that they absolutely have worked on it a lot over the last few weeks of time, right? And we saw the Talia-Poppy duo be super strong. I think that's going to be targeted in draft. But let's go ahead and walk out. Gen G here, the only team undefeated so far this season. 3 back-to-back titles, 3 trophies in the opening, 3 trophies to open the season against T1, a team that has ruled the LCK against longtime rivals T1. And they're looking to do it again here this season. This matchup, before we came into this week, before D+ lost to Guangdong Freaks, seemed like an easier one, but arguably was always going to be Gen G's tougher match of the week, and I think they're definitely prepared well for it.
Yes, absolutely. As take a look at, there are tons of fans out here to support Gen G. I think a lot of people have hope that Gen G will continue to be kind of the thorn in T1 side, especially with their new super roster that they have built. They already had pretty much a super roster, but now they've gotten even stronger, if that makes any sense. They are going up against the big-time challengers in the Guangdong Freaks. We talked a lot about this roster already, but everybody's just very high morale. They didn't quite expect to win with Bull coming in, but it was a rousing success, and I think everybody's kind of getting on board the train right now.
I mean, Bulldog looking better this week. Obviously, Andil looking like maybe he's a top 4 support in the LCK. With Bull on the roster, he is playing super well. And what's so incredible to me about Bull coming in is, okay, he played the Kalista game, he dominated, then he played Seraphine. We've seen him play. Every single champion he's played has been a different one. He has not repeated a single champion yet this season. He's 5-1, And everyone was like, wow, we got to target the Kalista. Well, we got to target something. No, he'll play anything, and he's actually finding great success. The only champ he's lost on is the Aphelios. So we zoom back into the mid lane here. The laning stats here for Bulldog haven't been great. You know, CS difference at 14, -8. Gold difference at 14, almost sub 400 there. But you can see he's still doing a ton of damage. Now, a lot of this stat is affected by that really long Corki game we did have, where he was able to do over 50,000 damage. But you got to say, despite early deficits, he does get it done when his team can buy space for him on those scaling champions. But I think more recently, we're seeing him get it done in the mid game with picks like the Taliyah.
Yeah, I do think this is going to be the roughest matchup for the side of Kwangdong Freaks. You were talking about it a lot yesterday, Wolf, how the mid lane just feels like it's, you know, one guy is really beating down on the other guy. There always seems to be a mid gap. It might be the rift changes or the champion pool, what have you, but it definitely comes down to, can Bulldog actually match Chovy, who at the moment seems like the best laner in the mid lane? It's not going to be an easy task, and hopefully Cuz can get him through it, because they're going to need Bulldog if they're going to beat this team.
Absolutely. And I think red side versus blue side, and that counter pick for top is going to be really important in this series as well. It's one of the matchups we haven't really talked about all too much, but you know, Keen versus Dudu should be an interesting one. Keen has a massive champion pool. We know what he is capable of, and it's hard to, you know, if you have Genji on red side, deal with that. So I think picking something that's safe in the top side for Dudu, if it's available, is going to be your best bet, as you do not want that part to get out of control. We've seen it a few times here with Genji already this season. Len's giving us the stare down, as this mid matchup we've been talking about a lot can also affect the bottom lane, where you see roams come over. If you have that level of control, we've been seeing Chovy do that a ton.
Yeah, it has been pretty essential for their success. CD Max, a guy who is generally, you know, a big strategist. He tries to do some kind of out-of-the-box stuff with his team and with the drafts and stuff, but nowadays he says, hey, winning feels great. I'm really happy. You know, we're actually winning. You know, things are going well for us. So CD Max is happy. It seems like the entire team kind of follows through that, as Kwangdong Freaks are going to be starting on the blue side with the selection from Genji being red.
Yeah, that, you know, is not surprising to me, considering Chovy also has shown us some really cool counter picks this season, and that Keen versus Dudu matchup is going to be so pivotal. Corki will be taken away first off. Not surprised to see that. Very wise choice here by the side of Kwangdong Freaks. And let's see what the rest of these bans are going to look like. Targeting now the Rumble pick, I think, is also a wise choice. And be a strong lane bully. They do not want to deal with any of these Senna lanes that are so popular right now. We've seen Bull and Ando play two different variants of that already. See what this final ban will be. I think something, you know, like a very strong mid pick like the Orianna could be the game plan here.
Yeah, I do agree. You can't entirely ban on Chovy, but if you do want to try to give yourself the best chance, you could go for that. Varus is another one of those where can sometimes take over games if they have a nice little laning phase. So not going to allow the Varus, which does open up some more picks in the bottom lane. I
wouldn't be shocked if Genji decide to ban the Poppy or prioritize it very highly themselves here, just because of how well Cuz played it in that series against D+. And it's something that, you know, while not first pickable really in this meta is so strong, it'll be a, you know, different target towards Cuz here on the Vi. And surprisingly, not looking for the Orianna here, just looking for Lucian. Milio's still available here, so I think we are very likely heading into a bit of a handshake situation here, especially with the Vi ban, where you see the Lucian come through, and then it's just Milio Aphelios to go over on the other side. You can grab Milio now, and then grab a jungle pick for Canyon here with it. You could also grab the Orianna if you'd like to take that now here for Chovy as well.
Yeah, you could always go, you know, Milio, Orianna if you would like, but they're just going to go for the bottom lane first. They're going to wait, and like you were mentioning before, they might just want to save counter pick for the mid lane and just wait and see what Bulldog is going to play first. So, Aphelios, Milio up against Lucian Nami. This is very common nowadays.
Now, if you don't lock in a mid here as Bulldog at this moment in time, you're going to get counterpicked no matter what, but you're going to get thinned out quite significantly if you actually go for a jungle pick here. So I like picking Orianna here, because if you thought you were going to get away with Poppy Taliyah in second phase, Gen G did the research. They're not going to let you have that. You're not going to play that again. You're not going to have this extremely strong mid-game with Poppy, Taliyah, Lucian. They're simply not going to allow it. And I like grabbing the Orianna because it's one of the safest picks here now. We'll see what Chovy wants to grab in response. Looks like Tristana going to be locked in here early. This can, of course, be changed. And it looks like they will do so, locking the Rel instead.
Yeah, it does feel like Rel, out of all the tank jungles that we see nowadays, is having the most success. I think Maokai is another one. Obviously, Sejuani is like number 3. So they go for that instead. They're going to hold onto that mid counter for now, which does give a chance for Quantum Freaks to take some of those picks away. If they do want to deny double AD carry, they could take away the Tristana, especially after the hover. Maybe Chovy didn't even want to play that, but that's like some of the mind games that they're going for here. So pretty interesting stuff.
I like that mind game aspect of it as well. It would make me want to ban Maokai. I'd be like, I don't want to deal with that. But, of course, now the Rel's locked in. So is going to be pretty face up what they're doing here in terms of the jungle. And the Tristana, a little bit less appealing here, but they'll still ban it. They don't want to deal with it. Yone is still a possibility here as well. But, again, no Maokai locked. As Sejuani will be taken off the board. They're leaving the Poppy open. See, not the same level of follow-up with Orianna as you have with Taliyah for that. As even the Azir will actually hit the ban list here. I don't know if Chovy was planning on playing that one into the Orianna, but they just don't want to deal with it.
Orianna is pretty good against Azir in the laning phase. The Azir's range could be good later on against, like Illusion, and if they do go for lower range composition. But with the Orianna already faced up, I don't think he was going to play that. And the Nico is going to be selected. And that should be going into the mid lane.
There's a lot of really interesting options here for Keen in the top lane now. See what he is going to be facing. K'Sante is still available. Aatrox, one of the more blindable champions we've seen a ton, but if Keen just plays Yone here and they already have great engage with the Rel and the Nico, I'm a little bit concerned about that, as it will be a Jarvan pickup here for Cuz. Just want to be able to lock down the Aphelios as well as possible, and it will be that Aatrox blind here that I was talking about. Will Keen be bold enough to just go, all right, we're going all in on the engage. I want to play Yone on top of Rel, Nico, and we have the great follow-up damage there with the Aphelios. Or is he just going to play K'Sante and help those Aphelios front to back? It'll be the second option.
Yeah, I mean, K'Sante right now is incredibly strong. Could have gone for the more aggressive option, as you were saying, try to dominate the lane, but the Aatrox nowadays, it can be pretty safe unless you're playing against Zeus, and then it does really well with the Profane Hydra in later game team fights, mid-game team fights, so they want something to match that and potentially pull the Aatrox or someone else out of the fight, and I think the K'Sante is a safer pick for sure. Not going to, go too far out of the box here for game 1.
It really empowers Aphelios a lot because you have a very tanky Rel, you have a tanky K'Sante in this draft. If you played the Yone, the Yone, if it doesn't get far ahead, can just be so squishy into that lethality Aatrox, and you won't have a front line. Instead, going for the K'Sante allows you a lot more flexibility for how Pays can position for team fights, because there's no real great Liandry's itemization option here on the side of Guangdong Freaks. They ended up opting into the Orianna, so you don't have a Rumble in this comp, you don't have an Azir, you don't have a Taliyah that can burn through that health bar, so killing the K'Sante is going to be so difficult. And K'Sante himself actually follows up on all of that engage extremely well with his Qs. So I do like the draft here a lot for Gen G. I think Cuz really going to have to hit the mark with this Jarvan pick to lock down Pays, otherwise it's going to be a tough game to play out.
Yeah, their team fights are going to have to be really crisp against this team of Gen G. It looks like we're ready to hop onto the rift for game number 1. Let's do it. Feels like the fan chants have gotten shorter. Feels like more crisp.
Yeah, we're really optimizing it.
It's a change. It's one of the changes here this year at the LCK.
Yeah, I mean, when you have the pre-recorded ones, it does kind of get rid of the ambiguity of making sure that the fan leader says it and all that, and some of the drama that's always surrounded that across since back to the Brood War days. So it does feel like a welcome change, I think, for a lot of people in that regard, and it's cool to get different people involved in those fan chants. Cuz is on a ward. And so, you know, not really going to be any secret about what he's doing here.
They should know that he is starting blue at this point. I mean, the fact that he moves off of that ward, also that he was just throwing flags down, like that could have been seen as well. So kind of giving away a starting path first. Cuz is definitely a jungler that is like full clear first, and then I'll think about everything else. We actually highlighted that one time on the space. Where he's basically just like, okay, I'm going to be really efficient with my pathing. If I have an objective that's in my way after I do a full clear, or mostly a full clear, then I'll go for it and get ahead. But otherwise, you know, just not going to be looking for any risky ganks or flipping or anything like that. This bottom lane, early on, Bull and Andal actually getting the better of FaZe, chunking him down to half health already.
Yeah, really hitting him hard here at level 1. Despite the campfire coming through from Lehens, just provide a little bit more sustain, just getting into range and propping that damage, hitting level 2 now. Looking for a little bit more.
I mean, this is Lucian Nami. They're going to get the heal out of Lehens already. You can see that FaZe now moving ahead with Lehens, still trying to take aggressive trades. This one does go in favor of Lehens and FaZe, but heal and ghost used by the side of Gen G's bot lane.
Yeah, that's a lot of extra mobility gone in this bottom lane for a potential Jarvan gank to come through, as he did path bottom side here, starting from top, as you mentioned. And once he gets down here, they're going to have to play very respectfully, or at least pull Canyon over, but he's just not going to have the same clear speed. So very scary here with those summoners down here. For FaZe and Lehens, need to be very cautious in these upcoming moments here. And Bull and Andal are just going to try to get any more health damage done that they can to make that a more viable option here. But so far, good respect here from FaZe and Lehens. Not going for any more aggressive trades. Just using Calibrum to last hit safely here. And I would not expect there to actually be a scuffle here on the bottom side, but we're really zoomed in on this lane right now.
Yeah.
So I feel like the observing team thinks there might be, and as you can see, Cuz is leaving.
It's really on a nice edge. Both bottom lanes were hitting level 2, level 3 at exactly the same time. Like both duos contesting for presence in the lane and looking for aggressive trades and not willing to back down. Kind of like Bull and Andal's position for now, but obviously as the game comes along, we are going to have to see what that Aphelios with the help of Emilio can do.
Good ward.
Really strong front line.
Yeah, good ward here. Going to spot Cuz taking the scuttle top side. They know exactly where he is. And so that's a ton of information. Instant ping went down onto him as soon as he went up there, just to confirm. And obviously Canyon was able to identify he wasn't on bottom side scuttle there. Puts his own ward down in the river there as well, near the tri-brush. And it's a pretty calm early game here. No disasters, which is a breath of fresh air from some of our series we've had this week where something has gone horribly wrong when we hit the 4-minute mark. Speaking of horribly wrong, Andal definitely not getting the better end of that one.
Yeah, the wave is coming in. Looks like they just positioned a little bit too far forward. FaZe kind of landed everything in this combo, and that is going to be an issue. A lot of trading up here on the top side. Dudu is no slouch. You know, we haven't really talked about him too much, but he's definitely like top 3, top 4 top laners right now in the LCK. He did lose a little bit of his edge, I think, at the end of summer last year, but now that the team is doing really well, the top side of the map is doing extremely well, and I may have just cursed him as here comes Canyon looking for a gank, but Dudu is going to be able to avoid it.
Keen doesn't commit the ghost either, so nothing really going to come of this on either side, but just a little bit further pressure there onto Dudu. This control ward will spot out Cuz. He's just going to go ahead and start up these grubs. And obviously Canyon is seen on this ward, so he knows he has the time to get at least the first one, and that is the new trend, as Ox talked about, grabbing that experience from the first large monster is the one that you really want, and then you can kind of just leave. It's not important to get all 3. If you can, it's obviously nice, but he knows Canyon's in the city, not going to be risking anything there.
Yeah. Better to spend your time on this Infernal Drake, to be honest.
Yep.
If they can get presence down on the bottom side, he already got that first grub, so technically ahead of Canyon, who's probably just going to go in there and get the 1. Could pick up 2. Shockwave, and now Lehens has to flash, not respecting Bulldog, who immediately puts him in his place.
Hits by that bubble, it doesn't flash, and he is dead. But, I mean, either way, it's a great play leading into this Drake take here for Guangdong Freaks. You mentioned he just takes the 1, goes down here, And they want more because they know Lehens isn't here. I think this is a bit greedy, to be honest, though, from Kwangdong Freaks to leash the dragon. And Bull doesn't come over to help. So, bit of a disjointed moment there. Got, I think, a bit eyes bigger than the stomach. And will actually end up not getting the dragon, nor will they put any real pressure onto Pays. Would have been a fight they would have to commit to get the dragon itself. It wasn't a freebie, but they could have at least had that positional advantage there for the contest.
Yeah. I thought with the pick on the Lehens and getting his flash and the chunk out would have been good enough, but they err on the side of caution for now.
Yeah,
which can be dangerous because these good teams, they will just naturally get ahead by how clean they are in the lanes.
Exactly, and Chovy has ult advantage because of that as well, so you have to respect it, and that skirmish could be a big problem.
Well, looks like now Kwangdong Freaks want a challenge here. Bulldogs still no shockwave, and the damage is being put into this one cuz very adept at looking for steals, but will he actually go for this one? The answer is no, not against a Rel. I think that's a good call.
Yeah, tough against the Rel. Red-white here for Pays as well. Really difficult to commit to this fight any further. As Chovy, again, has that ult advantage. Bulldogs ult coming up very soon here. We'll try to grab a plate, at least as a consolation prize, and Cuz is going to go over here and start on this second wave of grubs for him to get his second of the game, the final remaining one. It looks like Kevin is just the grub nobody cares about anymore.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
The last Kevin of the Kevins. A lot of bursts here in a Pays. That bouncing wave getting on him. Still red-white available, and 6, as you mentioned, is huge. The bubble goes on Lehens. Remember, he doesn't have flash, but Canyon is here, and Bull doesn't care. First blood, but Bull is in a lot of trouble, and he should be going down as it is traded, as Pays will take down Bull.
I mean, it was a really nice mechanical set of plays there from Bull, but Pays knew all along he's red-white, and he knows that Canyon is closer to his lane, and this isn't really going to be a win for Kwangdong Freaks because, yes, you pick up a kill on the Lucian, but it's a kill that goes over to Pays, and he's still sitting here in the lane. That's going to be CS that Bull isn't getting as this wave crashes through. Ando will pick up at least some of this gold. He's going to try to hold some of it, but unfortunately, that's going to be some lost minions there on top of it all. So nice try, let's say, and a great mechanical play, but Gen.G just having the better read on the Rift.
Yeah, definitely a good call from Gen.G. The first blood golds, might help to even it out, but you can see that Gen.G do have that natural 500 gold lead. For now, they have that Infernal Drake first, and both sides got some grubs. So still advantage to Gen.G as we take another look at this trade.
Yeah, so Bull comes in here. He knows he's just a minion off of 6 here as he pushes forward and pops the ultimate. Lehens blocks it here, does get caught by the bubble, and then Bull realizes, okay, I have to commit to this play further because if I just walk out here and Lehens doesn't die, then I'm dead no matter what. As soon as they see the Rel coming down, Canyon is here. They're like, well, at least luckily we did enough damage there with my culling to where I can kill Lehens. He doesn't have flash from the earlier play in mid, and they're able to secure that one. So turning what could have been a disaster into at least an okay situation.
Yeah, it's an all right situation. Pays sitting on his flash, and they might be able to use that if he's got Gravitum here to try to set up this kill. He does not, but they'll rely on Canyon, and the lack of flashes from their side. Ondel had his, and the delay comes in for the tidal wave, but it doesn't matter, as from long range, the turret that is this, I almost said Achilleos, Aphelios. Shout out to Achilleos, great caster. Yeah, but that's a kill. Gen.G gonna pick up another one down here, and that's 2 for Pays.
Yeah, Bull just going to clear this wave as soon as possible here, and that's going to be the end of that. And as it often is with Bulldog, he's not able to come and do anything, didn't have the teleport. I feel like a lot of Bulldog games, something happens bottom side, and then we look over, and Chovy was there to help out the play if he needed to be, and Bulldog is almost getting a plate. This happens so often, as he often just opts into better safe than sorry here, as Bull is just going to survive here due to Andel's sacrifice. Flash coming through, pretty self-explanatory gank there, and at least he's able to catch that wave right afterwards.
There's Rel here again, and it's EP, but this one is spotted, so it doesn't really amount to too much. I mean, Chovy probably could have just TP'd into mid, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, gets a nice little amount of poke on the Cuz as well. No Drake for now, waiting on that mountain, a minute and 20 away.
Yeah, it's still just 2 minutes, or a minute 20, as you say, sorry, away from that one on 120 seconds, just a minute and 20. don't ever try to do math in your brain on stream, or even like think you can, or even
no
think
math
you could,
on cast.
You can even casually just try to convert seconds to minutes. Don't ever do it.
Not even simple addition.
No,
not even once.
Not ever. We draw the line at counting. Okay, we can count, but that's it.
Sometimes.
The teleport is back up for Bulldog. He does have his ultimate for this upcoming fight, and I think this is a really big one for the Kwangdong Freaks because Pays is already so massively ahead here. 2 kills, double support item for him too, so it's not like he's just going to be behind the Lucian because he opted out of that. He's going to have that extra gold himself. And if you end up losing this Dragon, it's a 2 Drake lead, and the Aphelios is ahead of the Lucian, this composition is really going to struggle to work here for Kwangdong Freaks. They're opting into trying to rush down these grubs first, and I think Gen G just don't care about it, even slightly.
And I don't think they should. I mean, if Kwangdong Freaks can get these and then move towards the Drake, then okay, nice. But he also did just smite that, and they're backing.
And also Chovy has Prio mid, and you've got Canyon on the Dragon already. You have bottom side Prio as well. So, I mean, Kwangdong Freaks, sure, you took the safest option here in committing to those, but it's going to cost you the Dragon, and I think the second Dragon is way more valuable, especially because you're an lethality Aatrox, and otherwise you're not going to have a whole lot of side lane control this game anyways. How many turrets are you really going to get to hit? It's just going to be a super low value grub take here with this comp on top of everything else. And it's Ocean Soul, which, you know, could have been Hex Tech, which would have been disastrous, but it's still not great.
Speaking of the Hex Flash coming in, and Ondil's in trouble once again, but the tidal wave is pretty good, and now we got TP coming in. Ondil will bite the dust, and that TP is canceled. Oh boy. Well, they've got a mid-jungle duo looking for something as a dive is coming in onto Bull. This is maybe too far, but Cannon and Pays, they want it. Flash forward, and they're both dead as Bulldog will take them out. And it was way too far forward from the side of Gen G.
Meanwhile, Cuz is trying to take out Lehens here, gets both of his summoners. Pays now down both summoners as well. And yeah, Lehens gets out, but at a heavy cost. Pays goes down with the jungler, the Rel here as well. And that's 2 kills for Bulldog. He's suddenly online in this game. And you can just see from the outset here, it looks like, okay, this play maybe is salvageable. Tidal wave into the bubble here on the Pays. He takes a ton of damage. Without that combo, I don't think Bulldog necessarily ends up getting those 2 kills because Pays goes super low. The Bull decides, okay, I'm just going to retreat here. Canyon takes the turret aggro, so he gets low as well. The Bulldog comes in. Gets the kill here with the Bull. The shield comes out. Not even necessary, honestly, to keep him alive.
Oh.
Yeah.
That was close.
A tense situation, to be sure.
I love that reaction as Bull saves Bulldog, or no, Bulldog saves Bull. And the 2 Bulls are working together here on the side of Kwangdong Freaks, and now they have the gold lead. Now, again, they don't have any of the dragons, but Canyon just kind of sitting here getting pummeled. TP coming in now as they're looking to get on top of Cuz. This game is getting pretty messy. Cuz not going to mess around with that one and just flashes away.
Bulldog, no TP, no plates to grab, but it's just going to continue to push this bottom side. No one to answer at the moment. They're going to take Herald here, it looks like, instead. And I don't know if Kwangdong Freak should commit to a contest here, just simply because they have no control whatsoever. But if Bulldog gets the whole turret and they're denying minions topside here, I feel like Kwangdong Freaks are pretty okay with this scenario. I don't think Bulldog's going to necessarily get the whole turret, but I mean, it's going down pretty quick because no one's answering.
Yeah, I mean, nobody's going down there. Ando might be, okay, he's just going to have to flash. But yeah, it's looking pretty likely that he gets the vast majority of that turret's health.
Guess I take it back.
Away.
Guess I take back what I said about the grubs earlier, you know, Valdez.
There's so many minions down here that are dying for free as well. They just, I mean, this isn't 2021 anymore, Gen G. Like, you don't need 5 people to take the Rift Herald and lose everything else.
Yeah,
like,
they lost minions top as well. Like, Dudu is suddenly 20 CS up. And, you know, Bulldog doesn't pick up a massive amount of gold or anything like that, doesn't actually get the turret, but it's very vulnerable. That's just kind of standing gold they can take shortly here. Pays also, you know, going to get most of these minions in mid, but man, Kwangdong Freak said, you got the Herald, but we got everything else, and denied a lot of CS with it.
Yeah.
And that's how you kind of want to play around having grubs. I mean, I still think Dragon was more valuable, but at least they're getting something out of this. 2 of these outers very low now.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, you can say, okay, well, they really wanted the Rift Herald because they want to put it down right before this Drake, but it's a third Drake Ocean Soul. It's not huge value. Like, yes, it is going to be nice to continue stacking those because he's looking for an angle. But yeah, at the end of the day, you're probably not going to be doing too much damage to a turret, and maybe you do get a third Drake, but that's not going to win you the game. And you're giving an angle for Quantum Freaks to catch up in a big way.
Bulldog will have teleport here shortly. He's kind of hiding off in the side lane right now. Could threaten that turret and then join the fight if he wants to here to defend against this Herald. And this turret is so healthy. Oh, Chovy!
Oh, they had no idea! Oh, they just both got demolished there in the mid lane! As, yeah, Chovy was just hanging around, and maybe they thought it was a fake, but he immediately just ulted on top of them.
I feel like if they did not get engaged on like that, I think everything was set up super well for Kwangdong there to turn on a teleport engage from Bulldog after he gets turret, but they just did not react to Chovy there, and he gets the double. That's 2 kills, and of course a guarantee on the turret because the turret was so healthy. I thought, okay, Quantum Freaks have enough time here to make something happen where macro-wise Bulldog gets turret, he comes in with an Orianna ult. It's very difficult to get anything but the charge there, but Chovy just too proactive, and that's a big win for Gen.G, putting themselves back in the lead in terms of gold here now. Very close game, but that also means, by the way, that while they get the turret and the reset, Quantum Freaks get prio for Drake.
Yeah, they do, and no Nico ult for this Drake that is about to spawn. Again, like I was saying before, just like for Gen.G, I mean, a singular Ocean Drake isn't going to be huge for Quantum Freaks. So Gen.G, if they don't feel comfortable, they don't absolutely have to go for this, especially because the very big wombo combo with the Orianna Jarvan, obviously you don't want to run straight into that. But Canyon is coming in, and he's getting chunked big time right now. Yeah. Doesn't have any MR at all at this moment in time, as here's a TP. Looking for the angle. They want to get on top of Cuz, who does not have Flag and Dragon. He is just dead. That's just the end of him, as Shockwave will be flashed. And now Gen.G can very comfortably take this Dragon.
Yeah, you just cannot fight into this anymore. Doo-doo.
Yeah, he's got a flash as well. And yes, Bulldog is chunking them, but the team fighting just much cleaner from the side of Gen.G.
And they have an Aphelios. That's pretty big at this point. You can't really mess around with that. The Shockwave gets flashed, and that's it. You got to walk away. You don't have the damage to compete with this Aphelios anymore after that, even with the weak Rel that doesn't have any MR that's taking a ton of damage from every single Orianna QW. Doesn't necessarily matter here, as Canyon and crew will secure the Dragon. So now Soul Point in their hands. And this is, of course, after this play from Chovy here.
He pretends it's fake.
That was actually really well played by him. They just do not read it well enough, and that's a guarantee on the turret. See Bull's reaction.
Yeah, so we got to fight live, and Paze is dead!
Dead, what?
That's a shutdown. We don't know how this happened, but yeah, he's just gone. He didn't have flash, so remember he flashed the Shockwave at the Dragon, so just kind of in the wrong place at the wrong time. We'll have to wait and see how this one goes.
Yeah, it just looks like he just got cataclysmed there by Cuz and died instantly because he couldn't flash out of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. If you don't have flash against Orianna Jarvan as Aphelios, good luck.
Bulldog didn't even commit the ult there. You know, he's going to grab that topside turret too. And, you know, we'll get the replay very likely here to show you guys exactly how it all went down, but perhaps just a greedy positioning there based on where he died when we had the camera up. Don't know entirely sure why he was over there. Let's take another look.
Just coming in as a team.
Yeah, just greeting here for topside control and control over a Scuttle Crab they don't ultimately take, and he just gets caught there with Lehen's. Lehen's down both summoners now as well.
It's just, you know, a slight overextension, and it's Cuz alone at first, but he reads that he's going to have more people there, and he's tanky enough to eat the brunt of the damage, and he knows that Paze doesn't have any flash. So it's just a really heads-up play from Cuz to just say, I'm just gonna press R on this guy. He's out of position. He's too far forward. We can collapse. And Gen.G, slight overextension, and Cuz a great play. So once again, it's just back and forth, tit for tat between these two teams.
A lot of errors here from the side of Gen.G, I think, when they're in good positions here, but still, Chovy making proactive plays to bring it back. I mean, this is anyone's game to take right now. Obviously, the Aphelios is big, is a problem here, but Bulldog is getting quite large himself. He's actually very close to finishing his death cap here, and that's a ton of burst damage. Canyon is slowly working towards getting that MR, but still, I mean, he is just going to put Paze into the ground if he catches him ever, and he has no flash. There's an easy ball delivery here with Cuz, as we've talked so much about with his Jarvan here. So it doesn't matter necessarily how many kills FaZe has or that he has an IE second item here at 20 minutes, because if he instantly dies, none of that will actually matter. So his positioning has to be really good. We talked about how it was really critical for Cuz to have a great performance against this Aphelios, and so far he is.
Got a little fight in the bottom side here due to feeling the effects of armor against lethality. Can sometimes not matter in the case of Aatrox, but it certainly does at this point in the game.
Yeah, even one single Mountain Drake will make a difference there too.
He's sitting on 218 armor is what I just saw.
Yeah, big. And it's only the Hydra. Now he does, of course, have Edge of Night on top of that, but not doing a whole lot of damaging to the Cassante. And there's not a whole lot of champions who can long-term. I mean, look at the damage that Lucian is going to do here. He has RFC now as second item, and obviously the Bloodsong will help amplify his damage slightly against the Cassante, but taking Keen out in team fights is going to be really hard. You have to just circumvent him and kill FaZe, or re-engage after a failed engage from Chovy and Canyon, but they don't fail those too often. So I still like Gen.G's position here way more than I like Kwangdong Freaks', despite the game being so close, despite the kills being so close here. Gold also only really 1,000 the advantage here for Gen.G. It's, you know, they live or die by FaZe's damage, and they have such a great frontline for him in Engage and this tanky Cassante.
Yeah, and if need be, he can always, you know, he doesn't have to get into the thick of things against this kind of comp. He could just look to play Calibrum style and just try to ult from afar and just follow up on big ults and engages like that, and then transition as the fight, you know, gets a little bit messier. And after those engage tools are used on the side of Kwangdong Freaks, so as you mentioned, there's going to be a lot relying on him and his positioning.
His flash is basically back up now, too, for this fight. So much easier for him to escape any of those engages Cuz is looking for. And he's just saying way far back. He's like, I'm on mid-turret. I'm not anywhere near this choke point right now.
Yeah.
And Keen has to be the front line here, obviously, as this Cassante for that Orianna damage.
They have double buff as a team, Kwangdong Freaks. Look at the timing of this. They have done a great job. So Bull's got double buff. He's got the blue, importantly. It looks like he just lost it, unfortunately, but really important for just the consistent zoning and harass. Now he's got to back away as they move into mid. Here comes Chovy's clone, and they had to respect that, especially after that last play.
Cuz looking for an angle on FaZe here. Lehens has ult, he has flash, and he's just not going to find it, unfortunately. Dudu trying to sweep around too. If they can sandwich FaZe, that's how you win this fight as Kwangdong Freaks. Everyone's grouped up too, as an Orianna ball could be massive.
Could be massive. King getting pretty far ahead of his team. Canyon looking for the ult. Look at that! The concave, they hit absolutely nothing, and now there is the combo. And Chovy not able to hit much, but they do get Anvil. Is that enough? I don't think so. Dudu is wreaking havoc in that backline. Keen is Cassante, so maybe he can just 1v5, but FaZe was never able to get into that fight.
Yeah, I mean, he's sitting on 1,400 damage that fight. He has to stay so far away from everybody, and that is exactly what I was talking about when I said the best chance you're going to get is either a kill on FaZe or a re-engage. And the concave, you mentioned, it was so perfect. Candy just goes in, and they walk away, and then the re-engage comes through from Cuz, and that is all you need as Kwangdong Freaks to secure the fight. Even if you don't kill FaZe, he can't get anywhere near anybody because Dudu's positioning also so great.
Ooh, gotta be careful with that Gravitum. They've been struggling with that all day long, but doesn't amount to too much. But yeah, that was an excellent fight from the side of Kwangdong Freaks. They deny the soul.
So watch Cuz in this moment here as the re-engage comes through, because Canyon sees, okay, they're kind of grouped up here. They really only hit Bulldog, and then Cuz is like, everybody's in a choke. I'm getting on top of FaZe. Ball comes in, and then there's just no damage here anymore. Bull, look at him free hitting here, and even though Keen tries to get in and actually tank a ton of that damage, he just gets burned down here. They can't break through. Cuz zone, or rather, FaZe zoned away there by the Aatrox, and he can't get into range to actually follow up on any damage. So Keen's like, I'm not dying, but eventually,
yeah,
he's got to get out of there.
If the entire fight nobody's grouped up and your Aphelios is just zoned away, you just don't have the damage. Now, FaZe has done the most damage on his team, but I feel like if Kwangdong Freaks can make fights look like that more often, he's not going to be doing all too much more. Now, that was a lot of summoners burned, by the way, on both sides. A lot of flashes away from Canyon's engages, Magnus Storm, and then, of course, a lot of flashes away from the Orianna Jarvan combo. So pretty much nobody's got flash right now. Actually, literally nobody does.
And I think this favors Quantum Freaks quite massively because you have a Jarvan, you have an Orianna, and their Nico doesn't have flash for the engage. Their Rel doesn't have flash for the engage.
Yeah.
And you're just sitting pretty saying, all right, I can control every aspect of this Rift right now. And if your AD carry gets into engage range, that's it. We take Baron, period. And you can see here some of the damage in this game. Bulldog doing way more. He's hitting a ton of these combos just by the aspect of his ability to put that ball where it needs to be. Plus, he's just constantly looking for harass, looking for chip damage wherever he can get it. And despite all the MR being stacked up here, you know, he's halfway to some Magic Pen himself. And Quantum Freaks, they've got enough control, they think, to just start this one up.
Yeah, I mean, you can't sweep out these larger pits as well nowadays, especially with the positioning of that one control ward, which is pretty poor, to be honest.
Yeah, not great.
Yeah, should be in front of the Baron. They're just going to engage. Nobody has flash, and they're all running away. Gen G are not grouped up, and Canyon, he gets pulled back over the wall by the chains from the Aatrox, and that is the end of the Gen G jungler.
No jungle anymore. They could use some of this honey fruit to heal back up here, and without Canyon's ult, how do you actually get on top of this Baron here? Quantum Freaks say round 2, let's start it up. Teleport.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to force Gen G to move into this. And based on what we've seen from their positioning in team fights, it is not going to be easy.
Look at the flank
to hit an ult, but he is getting a nice angle here.
Dudu on the flank.
Yeah, we got a couple of flankers, but look at Toby on the top side. He's zoning them away as Cuz is going to go down, and so does Ondil. The angle from Toby was too good, and now Bulldog is isolated, and that might just do it. Dudu does get knocked up, and Gen G, they find a very nice 4v5 team fight.
Oh, so close to greatness, but so far. Quantum Freaks on the cusp of an upset over Gen G, and then it all goes awry. The Toby flank, also Keen's ult there onto Bulldog to pull him away. They just could not hold on to enough control for the turn there, and Dudu's flank was a little bit too late. And it was a greedy call. I think the first call was absolutely the right one, and then they got the pick onto Canyon. They decided to go for it a second time, but don't back away fast enough because they think, okay, we should be able to have the control we need, as this is the initial pick, of course, onto Canyon here that starts this all off. Tidal Wave is used, though, and Tidal Wave is your best tool to control this Baron zone right now. Toby gets the wraparound here as well, and Bulldog is just, I mean, Keen's so sticky. Can he get off of him? Not really. And then he just goes unstoppable, pulls Cuz away, Cuz gets burned down, and then Bulldog's the next one to get caught by Q3, then he's pulled over the wall into Pays. Easy double there, and then Dudu, unfortunately, alone cannot do anything. Started off great, but without Tidal Wave there, and without the choke point controlled, you've got to respect Gen G in this moment. They still do have that Chovy engaged. They still have a tanky Cassante.
Yeah, I mean, I think Cuz engaging onto a Cassante with everything up was a bit of a mistake. He immediately got burned down. Also, Chovy's ult, even though it didn't kill anyone, it zones the damage away from the rest of the team fight. So, yeah, just a very broken up fight that Gen G handled much more cleanly. And you can just see that experience coming through from that roster. It's working out for them. Now they're working towards this Ocean Soul. They'd like to pick it up here if possible. They still have 2 minutes on the Baron. The game is not over yet, but certainly Gen G have taken the reins pretty big time in this game.
I don't know what's going on with Guangdong, man, but this is a different team than what we've been seeing from them all season and honestly through most of summer. Be indecisive, even if it's not the right call. At least I'll champion that, you know. As now trying to push in here onto Keen.
Bulldog is flanking them, and so is Dudu. He's trying to wrap around on them right now. Very interesting position, but Keen's going to get the engage once again, and there's Toby, and down goes Bull immediately. And that is the end of that. They have a huge combo. They take out Toby, and Dudu is unchecked in the back line, but Pays, can he get the 1v1? He's trying desperately. He gets some help from his team, but look at Bulldog in the backside. He's going to take out Pays. This is insanity. How are Guangdong Freaks win? Never mind, there's a Cassante. Oh, Dudu comes back. He's trying to help out. Can he take down Keen? I'm curious about this 1v1 now. Who is the better top laner in this position? It looks like Keen as he's over the wall. Dudu trying to hit the Qs, and it's not gonna matter as Cassante stands on top.
Get your copy pastas out for that one. He's gonna go do 8k damage in the fight, and most of it there onto Dudu. But man, the positioning of Pays, I mean, there is so much to talk about with this fight. You know, you press spacebar to put your champion directly, perfectly in the middle of the screen. FaZe is positioning against that flanking K'Sante, the Bulldog wrapping around. Could not have been better. He still ends up going down, and it's still a great play from Dudu, and he does lock him down and kill him as Bulldog pushes through the top side. But at the start of this fight, look at FaZe. He is dead center. There is no way to get on top of the Aphelios, which is just insane. This player who's so young and so talented to get so many engaged threats, perfectly positioned, but eventually the Jarvan splits this team fight up, and Dudu, with all this lethality, will help burn him down, with Bulldog's help here, of course, as well. And then K'Sante happens. Let's just sit on it.
Yeah, I mean, everybody was focusing on to the squishy backline that, of course, Keen is just here. He's so tanky. He is K'Sante.
Okay.
And
가볼만 할 것 같은데?
I think I got him. He says,
까비요. 솔박을 들어가자.
It was really funny about this when you said, like, let's see who wins this actually, because for me, and I think for you as well, there was never any doubt.
Oh my god!
yeah, there was never any doubt.
There was never any doubt. Lehens is loving it. We knew that K'Sante was never, ever, with all that army he's got stacked up, and obviously with his ult rolling against the Aatrox, there was no way. Unless Keen messed it up, but it's Keen, man.
Yeah.
I trusted him the whole way through.
Imagine if he picked Yone in this game.
Oh, yeah.
Don't think it would have been nearly as effective. You know, maybe Dudu doesn't get this big. I don't know. You know, it's the butterfly effect. But, yeah, I would say that this K'Sante is doing pretty well for the team right now, as Dudu's in a lot of trouble. He's being collapsed on here. He's got Canyon. And, a little play from Cuz. Trying to get on top of Chovy here, but the Pop Blossom going to help out quite a lot. Doesn't seem to matter, though. And now Quantum Freaks are turning this around. This team will not go down quietly into this night. Can they kill K'Sante, though, is the real question. I don't know if they can.
I don't know.
I actually think they can't. I think they cannot kill K'Sante. I think it's impossible.
He has anathemas. Like, he just will not die. He will not go below 1/3 health. It will not happen. Bulldog is dead as well.
Yeah. FaZe eventually catches up to him, and that's the end of that. FaZe finally gets a team fight where he's like, hey, I could just fight front to back. As they did expend a lot to try to get on top of the Nico especially. As Dudu, he's going to give it the old college try. He's not going to give up. He might be able to take out Canyon, you know, if he stays alive for long enough, but yeah, there's a K'Sante there. And that's Legendary is Keen in this game.
He's got armor, he's got MR, he's got percentage-based damage reduction, he's K'Sante, and he will not lose this game.
Oh, bull. Yeah. Just, you know, trying to put up a little defense, but nobody can defend against K'Sante. This game is over. Quantum Freaks, very nice try. Gotta hand it to them. But in the end, Gen G were the stronger team, and they will take them down in 34 minutes and 7 seconds.
What a great game, though, of League of Legends that we just watched. And I gotta say, there were some angles to vote for Chovy. FaZe got some early kills. His positioning was phenomenal. But with how that last fight went and with how much K'Sante, the game became so much about Keen that I would be shocked if he doesn't pick up a 12er on this one. But Kwangdong Freaks, very proactive at looking for opportunities there. Double flank set up there between Dudu and Bulldog, constantly there with Cuz on a cross, looking for FaZe, and FaZe's position was so good, but they still found him, they still took him out. And I think if it was any other top laner, I think that this game might have been theirs. If Keen was not as fed as he was, I think this game might have been theirs. So close, so extremely on a knife's edge, and really until that big fight there around the Baron, the gold lead was tiny. It was back and forth, and Kwangdong Freaks suddenly became a strong team, Valdez. This team is good.
Yeah.
There is no denying it.
Team is actually really, really good. I think Gen G played quite a strong game, and yet still Kwangdong Freaks almost beat them. K'Sante with 1 Sheen item and only tank items, most damage in the game, 30k in 34 minutes. What does it mean? Let's nerf K'Sante, that's what it means. Guys, we're gonna take a break and we'll be back after the space.
끝났다
끝났네 신인데?
그러니까 세산테 신이야.
아니 야 이거?
나 이거 탱 되고.
아니 뭐 아펠이 주인공이니 뭐니 해놓고 쉬워요.
내가 주인공이다.
자기가 주인공이잖아.
아 잘하는 사람이 주인공이지.
아 이럴 거면 크산데 진작에 키웠지.
뭐야?
와 기인이 T1전에 버스 여기서 갔구나.
아 또 시작이네.
안 나와줘요.
못 잡아 이거?
뭐 안 나왔는데?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to The Space. What an incredible game between Kwangdong Freaks and Gen G. I personally was not expecting it to be as close as it was, and it turned into an absolute banger. Didn't know who was going to win, and it all started in the draft. I'm joined by Orcs and Hooney to help me with that. And gentlemen, what did you make of the champions picked here?
Yeah, so I actually think Gen G did this strategy, which, we have seen occasionally. Really smart move, game-winning strategy where they locked in Cassante, and we saw how effective that ended up being.
No, that was incredible.
Yeah, really smart move to do that and just pick that champ. But outside of that, I think we kind of saw the trade-off of the Lucian army into the Aphelios Milio. We saw like the pressure early from the Lucian army was pretty solid, but wasn't too significant over the course of the game. But I think like the Orianna ended up being really valuable. I feel like this pick, we had a lot of priority on Azir. Corky's obviously started getting banned, and I feel like Orianna's in that sweet spot where she gets through the ban phase a lot, but is really powerful still.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the R5 on Cassante, even though he kind of carried along this game, like, I was like, I didn't kind of like it because, like, there was, like, Jax up, there was, like, even, like, other champion that you can actually counter even harder, but, like, I guess I'm noob, I'm not. I'm just bad. Kane's just better than me, so, I mean, he saw the future, and the counter actually worked really well, and he played actually better than Dudu, and that actually happened in the game, and he became huge.
He was absolutely gigantic, and we had a lot of different highlights that we wanted to play for you guys, but we had to decide on just a couple because we want to get into game number 2 as much as you do. Let's jump into our first one, though, and this was some really clever tech from Chovy.
Yeah, so what often happens is you have Nikos who will send their clone out and then emote, because that extends the duration of the clone. So you see Chovy here is emoting, and you actually see on the top of the screen, the real one there is emoting as well. So the clone there is emoting as well, and this is the real one. This is what confused Kwangdong Freaks. They thought it was the clone who was standing right in front of them. It turned out it's the real one, and it allows them to get so close that you can just follow up with the engage.
Yeah, I mean, Dan even got confused while he actually...
While I'm explaining it, right?
Yeah, we can see both perspectives.
So, I mean, it's crazy. Like, how can you can't tell. I mean, also the screen, it's like, it's barely you can see actually the clone one. So he probably thought that that's actually clone, like no matter what.
Yeah, and the thing that's interesting is you watch how Bull plays for the rest of this game. Anytime the clone comes near him, it's treated with maximum suspicion.
Yep. And he actually said immediately afterwards, I was completely deceived by the clone. So we're still pulling out new Nico tech. She's been a meta champion for what feels like forever these days, and now still finding new ways to bamboozle people. Absolutely fantastic stuff. But that wasn't the end of the game. We actually kind of felt like this could be the big turning point. Gen G should be able to just snowball. But Kwangdong Freaks, man, they always got... And this was after a pick against Canyon. Once again, so close to turning the game.
Yeah, I mean, they actually caught the enemy jungler, which is like the Canyons he's off of the bat right now. It's a completely 4v5. I think the Kwangdong Freaks, the decision making on actually playing on the Baron when they actually burned the flash, because previously they won the Drake team fight. But the thing is, like, Dudu just went for way too far away that they can't actually engage it from the 4 people. They have to. Dudu was the actually most fat member, and it's like he has to be at the part of the participated, the engaging with the J for ulti, but was not ready.
Yeah, and they just needed to pull the trigger sooner, have the coordination. Like, no one had summoners. If you get Pays into the Cataclysm and you Orianna Shockwave on top, that's just another person down. Then it's a 5v3, and you can easily clean up. But yeah, I think Dudu was going for too long of a flank, and also just the coordination was a little bit off. I do think that we saw Keen and Chovy do a great job of like disrupting that.
No, I agree. And I actually think that there are some positives to take from this as well. Like, you can very easily give the feedback of like, Dudu, you don't need to worry about flanking if it's 4v5. We walk at them, we win, we've got the mobility, we can take them down, especially without their rel, and we have the cooldown. So I think CVMAX has a relatively easy job trying to mitigate that. And honestly, if they had have won that fight, got the Baron, then we could be talking about a Kwangdong Freaks victory here, which is absolutely crazy against our #1 team here in the LCK. But we now have to give Cassante a POG once again. I don't like it. I don't like doing it, but there was only one option this game.
Yeah, I think the game-winning play was locking Cassante in, but if we really want to talk about the impact he had, able just to disrupt the Java and get in his face and manhandle him basically in the fight in here as well, taking the Orianna. But I think this is kind of second to the big play, which I'm sure we're going to see next, around that dragon, where it looked honestly doomed for Gen G, and then Kwangdong Freaks just got Cassante diffed.
Yeah, I mean, you hit the AD carry is already down, and it's like actually only the Casantes live. Like I was like confused as well, like why these champions actually still been playing on the Summer's Rift, and then he's still making these kind of type of the play. Like it is crazy. I mean, you can't really stop it. Like he's so fat, as I said it. I think his lane phase was good. Ability uses was good. Fair enough.
Yeah, honestly, I think he should have got probably like 13 or 14 out of 12.
Yeah, I think 12 probably isn't enough votes here. We have to add as well that in the, like, as they were winning the game, Lahen's actually said, okay, Keen, thank you so much. This makes up for the amount of carrying we had to do in the T1 series. So really, really cute stuff from Gen G. Lahen's always a hoot, and we'll see whether there's more from him as we get towards game number 2. Take it away, Valdez and Wolf.
Thank you, Atlas, Ox, and Hooney, for that wonderful breakdown of Cassante, who did pick up the POG. Keen, excellent job on that pick, just getting tanky, doing the most damage in the game. And I have no doubt that it will be banned here for game number 2. I am curious about which side Quantum Freaks are going to select after this first one.
I would expect red side, just based on Gen G's proclivity to pick it already here in this series and how powerful counterpicking can be. And you also have the opportunity to get a strong duo on that first rotation as well, depending on what is locked in first. And yeah, no shock it was a 12er there on the Cassante. Just ended up kind of being the only thing that mattered, actually.
Yeah,
they picked blue, though.
They did pick blue. I mean, things went pretty well, all things considered. You can just do the same thing and then ban Cassante instead. If they do leave it up, that would be pretty interesting. It was, of course, R5. So maybe they say, okay, we don't have to ban it in the first round, although all of us watching are probably going to say that's very dangerous. Quantum Freaks and CV Max oftentimes will have different ideas about, you know, what the reason was for why they lost, or, you know, we could have dealt with the Cassante if we had played this better.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
let's see.
I think that it's probably going to get banned in the second phase if we run the draft back. But, well, the respect of the Orianna, which I think is very warranted, is just going to mean that they can't run this draft back. And now we get to have the conversation about, like, Poppy Talia again, that we were discussing in the first draft that they found so much success with into D+. And you can't lock that one in straight away, but you certainly can keep it in your wheelhouse. See if they want to allow Pays to play Aphelios in this one as well. We'll ban the Varus again. And if we just see another Lucian first pick, I think we will once again see that trade with Emilio coming through. There's the Ashe ban we saw last game as well.
Vi is available.
Vi is up.
Because they banned Orianna instead.
But this means now, if you're Gen G, if you lock the Lucian here, they might just go Emilio Vi and then pick Aphelios anyways, and Vi is quite powerful here regardless. Looks like they just want to lock this duo every time, though, and wait for more information from Kwangdong Freaks. That's the game plan here. But now you can get Vi as Kwangdong if you want. One of the strongest jungle champions into Aphelios in particular because he is so immobile.
Yeah, I mean, you can go Vi and you can go for some kind of aggressive or some kind of aggressive mid lane alongside of it and try to own the 2v2 and have a lot of backline threat if you do want to deal with the Aphelios. Let's see, though. I mean, the Nami seems obvious.
Yeah, I think they're just using the hover for some additional time to think about whether they want to take the Vi here or if they want to lock in a prio pick for Bulldog. Right now, remember Bulldog, one of the OG Tristana players, that's another option he could lock in here with this draft. Go double 80 carry. You can get that range later on. I think the Vi is just too easy. I mean, it's one of Cuz's best picks as well, and I just think this one kind of plays out itself. And now the response here is going to be really interesting to me. They just go for the Rel again, or if they want to play something a little bit more defensive here into this Vi. I think the Rel is quite nice, and we might see some of those bans on the Cassante, maybe on the Nico coming through here for Quantum Freaks to kind of change how this game gets played out.
Yeah, I think if you're Quantum Freaks this time around in the second phase, they're going to play Sejuani.
Okay, this is more of what I expected, but
Vi has a good 1v1 into the Sejuani, but the Sejuani does offer a little bit more single target potential catch. The Rel a little bit more catch-all, you know, team fight focused.
Well, I think also what the Sejuani is going to offer you here too is a wider versatility of champions for Keen to play that are going to be very viable into something like blind Aatrox, for example. The Jax that Huni mentioned earlier, so much stronger with the Sejuani in the draft as well. So now it gets really tricky. Are you still going to ban the Cassante? Do you want to think about something else?
Yes.
Do you want to ban the Jax instead? They take away the Tristana again, so now you only have one ban left. And I feel like Gen.G have really quite masterfully, just with the Sejuani pick, changed the way that Guangdong Freaks have to respond here. And Guangdong Freaks are not actually changing the way they respond.
Yeah.
That's problematic.
I mean, no mid laner selected yet this time. Last time around, there was the Orianna picked by Bulldog in that third spot. So a lot more focus onto this mid lane, which is going to leave Aatrox Cassante available. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see it again if it gets left up.
I think if they ban Cassante here, it's going to be a Jax game unless it's taken away. And, I mean, the LeBlanc ban screams Chovy's playing Nico again. And he just wants to engage, and he wants to have that follow-up with the Jax, for example, or, once again, Cassante. It's not quite the same with the Rel layering, as they will take the Cassante away. So I think it's a Jax call. Pretty easy. I mean, look, I'm not a big fan of Jax right now in this meta. I think it's very weak. But it is Keen. It is Sejuani. And you have counter pick for Chovy. So you could just go Yone, but it's blind. I think we might see, if we're not going to get Jax here, you'll probably see a Chovy pick, and then it's counter pick for Keen. Or they just go Yone.
Yeah, pick Yone, and it has that potential flex as well. Like, if there is an Aatrox that gets selected, you can throw it in the top side and then counter pick for Chovy. Or you just leave it for Chovy and then counter pick whatever gets picked in the top lane.
It's
afterwards.
so flexible. It's so flexible.
And they can both play it, no doubt.
Yeah, absolutely.
Chovy a bit more known for it, but Akali going to be the choice here for Bulldog.
It is going to be a lot of burst damage onto the Aphelios later on, and once again, they're just going to go for that lethality. Aatrox saying Paze is going to be the #1 target. We're just going to make this work, and this time they don't have a tank to basically protect him at all costs. This will help mitigate some of that with the Udyr. And the Udyr doesn't feel like a strong power pick in this situation necessarily because his win rate's dropped a little bit. He's been a little bit less popular here in Week 3. But I feel like he's so fantastic at blocking and guarding flanks because he could just walk towards an Aatrox and spot him out and just eventually push him away. Depending on the build he goes, which if he goes super tanky, it becomes very difficult for the Aatrox to win out in that flank. You can do the same thing to an Akali. If you find her there, you stun her, and then suddenly Sejuani's on top of the Akali is dead. So bodyguard duty here for King. He's already picked up a POG on this Udyr by doing just that for Paze earlier on this season. So, yeah, it wasn't an exciting top lane pick for Keen. It's just going to be the boring Udyr, but sometimes boring is the best option, and I think it's a really great way to round out this draft here for Gen.G.
Yeah. It's no Cassante, but I am looking forward to seeing what he can do on it anyway, as that is a very nice Bulldog picture there. He's got the paws as well. It's probably saying bite it somewhere on that. Here's the Guangdong Freaks composition. Extremely low range. Very much all in. Like, if they get a fight, everybody's just pressing all their buttons and they're going forward. We'll see how that works out for them.
Very concerned if they do not kill Paze, like we talked about in Game 1.
Kill Paze at all costs, but maybe Chovy begins to run rampant after that. Either way, guys, we have game number 2 starting now.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Poor Canyon, man. He just plays tank jungles every single game, except that one brand game.
Yeah, we don't talk about that one brand game.
30초 남았습니다.
It's only tank jungles and boring. And branded graves, that happened that one time. Oh, no, let's not talk about it. It makes some of us sad, namely myself and Atlas, that game, but we pretend like it didn't happen. We could talk instead about some of the potential itemization that we'll see from Chovy this game. As Canyon going to show.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
And
yeah, they're going to invade.
They've got some strong permafrost potential here.
Yeah. It's a ward I don't... Oh, Cuz should have seen the very end of that.
I think he did. He must have.
But
I didn't see a +5 though, so if he didn't
Yeah.
ping it, then maybe not
I
actually.
don't think it was pinged.
He definitely would have pinged it if he saw it, right? Like,
Yeah.
that. So maybe he didn't actually, in fact, see it.
You may have not noticed it, even if it was visible right at the end. But that's going to be some good information. Chovy, obviously, his Yone is insane.
Yes.
We remember that one game that he played against, I think it was Gen.G at the time with BDD, right? And it was a massacre in favor of Chovy's Yone. And it became legend after that. We're doing this again, level 1 trades in the bottom lane.
Yeah. It was more interesting the first time, but we'll watch it the second time, yeah. And
Nami getting in there.
Bull's getting on top of Pace. He wants this.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually a pretty good angle for them. Flash on top, Ignite on a Pace, and he is just totally lost. First blood goes to Bull.
I mean, when you go for a when you go Campfire at level 1, as Lehens has, like, it's on such a long cooldown.
You have to respect it.
Yeah, so you
have
just
to
gotta
back
back away. Yeah. I can tell you Lehens is probably not happy with the scenario. And it's not Lehens who dies, it's Paze who's zoned away from his support, and that means it's going to be zoned out of a lot of additional farm here that's super significant. Bull will be hitting level 3 as Paze is hitting 2, and it's a really big problem. Just going to back here, not going to try to put any additional pressure on, but this is so awkward now for the bottom side of Gen.G. Canyon going to try to make a play up here.
Yeah, Cuz is directly on a ward. Canyon is right there. And he'll probably just look for the smite. Cuz will never expect this. There's the smite, goes over the wall. And Canyon is right here. Not going to get a kill because, I mean, he's Sejuani. But he does steal away the blue. And he is very annoying.
Cuz the victim of these early wards.
Yeah.
In a big way here. And he drops one of his own. Canyon will actually clear that. And that is just the end of your jungle control, I'm afraid.
Yeah. I mean, Vi is decently fast at clearing the jungle. She wants to hit level 6 for those really extremely effective ganks. She can be effective before that as well, but now sitting in a brush, she's trying to threaten Canyon, trying to take over the bottom side of the map potentially. At least get this going.
Oh, double!
Oh, I can't even speak after that one. That was insane. Now Pace has to flash, and Bull is totally fine.
Yeah.
Double bubble trouble.
Take him to in and out after that one. It's not ideal. A ton of damage coming down. Canyon is here, so they are going to be completely fine.
Oh, Bull's going in there. He is looking for death. He is down. Canyon was right there. That was very over-aggressive. He nearly does take out Pace, but again, it's one of those situations where even if you do get the kill, it's immediately traded back.
Yeah, it's just like game 1. You got to just be happy with what you got.
It's a bigger wave that he's missing, too.
Yeah, this is huge.
It's a cannon wave, though, so maybe he gets some.
The cannon will help mitigate some of the losses, but it's still going to be significant loss here. And that saves the lane in a lot of ways here. Paze picks up a kill, and it was looking very rough. And Canyon comes over, and that's all you need to bring yourself back into this. Is we're going to watch this. Cuz nearby.
There's a ward, so Keen will get that information. Keen was also winning the trade. It is Aatrox, so you could potentially see him get it back.
Ooh.
Chains do come in, but again, he's Udyr, so unless they're going to kill him right now, he will be untouchable.
I always just get fooled by Udyr every time. No matter what, I'm like, wait? Oh, no, he runs away. Like, oh, is he
Hold
dead?
on!
Oh, no, he's fine.
Yeah. What, this time? No.
No.
All right, that's the one Void Bub. The junglers don't even look at each other. Oh, they're kind of like side-eyeing each other now. Cuz getting in there, smiting away. One is Canyon, and he'll get over the wall.
2 better than 1, Valdez.
2 is greater than 1, yes.
But not significantly better, just slightly better that he gets there. The second one. Pushing him away. I don't know which replay we get first. Okay, so the level 1.
앞으로 가자요.
Let's push forward.
갈게요. 앞으로.
And then Paze runs down with his Ghost here, and Lehens is like, I don't have cooldowns. I'm not a champion.
I am autoing Nami.
Yeah, I am
can't do anything else.
I am a Milio that auto attacks. That is all I can do. And then here, Bull gets Paze down to like 15 health, but doesn't have one more auto. Great play there from Canyon coming to save it.
Yeah. I mean, Andal spotted him, and then Bull was like, you know what? I'm gonna send it. And he did.
Yeah.
It wasn't good.
last time he sent it despite death and got a kill. This time he didn't. And it now finds himself down just a little bit of farm. You know, we mentioned the cannon wave earlier, so it wasn't the disaster it could have been.
I do admire the whole vibe of the lane.
The gusto.
Yeah, like actually, because as Lucian Nami, you really do want to dominate the early lane state against this Aphelios Melio and get some very aggressive trades in. And here's another bubble. Nice sidestep from Pays. Very slick, especially with the Vi in the area. It's not going to amount to too much, and they clear out the vision, but yeah, if he gets hit by that bubble, potential danger, especially without his flash.
I feel like the ways in which Gen.G have dealt with what was a pretty rough situation have been really nice. Like Canyon constantly putting the pressure onto Cuz, tracking where he is at every moment, trying to clear vision out, doing stuff like this, and just constantly tracking him and preventing him from getting to level 6 as quickly as Vi wants to have an impact. Uh-oh.
Ghost coming in and double gravid him onto these guys, slowed down the lane. Very good trade here for Pays and Lahens. And Pryo, Canyon gonna steal away the red buff. He's got Chovy in there as well. Both the mid and bot lanes going so well for Gen.G that Canyon just gets to do whatever he wants.
Yeah, I mean, Canyon is just running this rift because, well, like the lanes are going well, so he can do whatever he wants, but he's also doing whatever he wants, and the lanes are then knowing they can push as far as they can because he's just constantly tracking Cuz. Like, he's allowing these lanes to get the full value, and it's just a symbiotic relationship between Canyon and mid and bot, and no smite and steal here.
They do go in afterwards, but now Cuz is just dead? Yeah, that's going to be the end of him. Potentially here for Bulldog. He does pick up one. Over the wall he goes, and ult is dodged, but here comes Yone, and you can't get away from this guy as Chovy hits the Q3 and picks up the kill.
Bit of a disaster here in this second one for the Freaks. I mean, they started off with such a great kill there on the bottom lane, but everything has just fallen apart, and I mean, this is the problem with running Akali, Lucian, Lethality, Aatrox. You feel like, we can't give this dragon. We can't just let them walk away. We have to do something. But you're in no position to do anything. You tried anyways. And look at how low Lahens goes. But it's at now the cost of your flash. Chovy gets a kill. The Yone is ahead. The Aphelios is ahead. You didn't get dragon. And I mean, I'm not saying the game is over, but your win conditions here are fading fast.
Yeah.
So that's another way of saying it might be.
Yeah, definitely a bit of an issue here as flashing away is Dudu. He's got Vi in the river, but Canyon flashes over the Q and it just laughs at him as Dudu is going to go down. Ult comes in from Cuz, but I just don't think he's got enough damage to take out ear-to-ear, buddy. Nice try. Oh, nearly does it.
I wasn't going to be fooled this time, Valdez.
I got fooled a little bit there at the end, but Udyr gets away without a scratch, without a death, and that is 2 kills for Gen.G. And I have a sad feeling that this game 2 isn't going to look much like game 1 at this point. As another dodge on a bubble, and, you know, one misstep, one misplay, you give that to Pays, Lahens, and they will force your flash. As Bull is getting in there, he nearly just lost his life. As if that Q hit, I have to imagine he would be going down.
Bull, or rather, Undil doesn't have heal. I think he does die if he gets hit by that. He's now chugging through his refillable and trying to get what he can out of this wave.
All right, we do have the ults coming out here from the side of Bull and Undil. They will force Pays' flash. Nice response.
There were some awkward decisions made by Undil in game 1 in terms of how he wanted to use his tidal waves and how aggressively use them, but you can't deny this guy will press R and then Q exactly where he needs to enforce a flash. Like, he is so good at Nami so far this season.
Oh, we got some plays down on the bottom side as Cuz is here. No flash out of Pays. That's a kill. Bull will pick that one up. Gives them a tiny hope.
Yeah, I mean, these are the plays you have to try to hard force if you want any chance of being relevant in this game. If you're Bull, you need this money. You need these kills, as you're not getting advantages against Udyr. That's just not going to happen. Chovy is so ahead that he's now taking a 20 CS lead.
Yeah, and mid lane is so over right now.
Look at Canyon's flash over this Q. And it's also like a pivoted Q there as well, coming out from Cuz where he turns it, but he just reacts so quickly. Wasn't the like razor thin margin it often is, but it was still impressive to watch.
형. 아,
Yeah.
좋은데?
오, 나이스. 아, 좋잖아.
Well, that's good, they both say. And then over here, Cuz is able to force this one to have a successful kill. I was scared on the live feed.
Yeah, I think Chovy is going to be okay. I imagine Unbound Soul does come in, and there is a Vi nearby trying to burst him down. The flash comes in. The ult hits on a Sejuani. Don't think that was the target, as in goes Bulldog, but now Chovy just going to ult away, and that's the end of Bulldog here. He doesn't quite have the damage to go through 2 of these tanks, and Udyr, again, just gets to do whatever he wants. And this game is falling apart. Gen G are absolutely shrekking him now. They're going to take down 2 of these plates in the mid lane turret as well.
Mondil's coming over with Tidal Wave to try to catch them, but I don't think they do. Pays has Calibrum on the plate. Yeah. Ghost comes out. Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah, now they're chasing him, and now Dudu's in trouble. Chovy's still here. Q3 hits. That's the end of you.
It's done now, Valdez. It's over.
What happened? Oh, game 1 was so good.
I know. Oh, Bull. It's a good try.
Good effort, Bull.
Good hustle, but
Yeah.
we're not in the same spot we were last game. And with that first topside play, Chovy has flash and ult, and they want to turn that around. You mentioned the hit going on to Sejuani was also not the target you wanted, but in this moment here, if you want to make a play on Chovy, you have to have Bulldog here way faster than he was. I think the actual correct call here is to try to push down as Dudu, save him if you can, and maybe you get out with everybody. But committing in here further, when Chovy has flash, he has ultimate that he doesn't need to use here, kind of just disastrous. And then Bulldog goes down, then they get Dudu on a follow-up kill here as he returns to the turret with no idea that Canyon is nearby, and Sejuani Yone thinks he's not going to have a good time, not even close, and that's a ton of money lost. That's why he was trying to go back. He's like, I need this farm. He's not going to get it.
Yep, not this time. And it's no Ocean Soul in this game, as that was the first Drake taken. So we are going to have something else. And even Chemtech, you think about like the Udyr, are you ever going to kill him? No. That's the answer, especially with that. If that does come to pass, here is Canyon. He's over the wall. Threatening, but Bulldog is going to respect it. And at this point, it's kind of rough. You mentioned the compositional issues from Kwangdong Freaks. It's like, well, if you get behind by this much with Akali, Lucian, Vi, Aatrox, you know, what's going to happen in this game? Not much.
Well, you know, I like that we put the jungle diff up here because you know, a lot of last year was Canyon POG or no win for D+. Like, there was very few in-between games, right? Canyon was, you know, he was the POG player of the split, and this is a Canyon POG. This is the Canyon POG game. Speaking of,
here he is again. Very nice angle. No cleanse for Bull. He took Ignite, so just has to flash it after the fact. Here comes Vi, as Cuz is getting on in there, trying to kill Keen once again. That's not the target, as he's just going to heal up. He's got Emilio nearby with heal, the summoner spell. And yeah, this is just a bit of desperation. Bull trying to beat them in, and Canyon is taking a bit of damage, but it's not going to matter at the end of it all.
yeah, Pays misses ult, and they're like, wait a second? Oh no, it's still Keen, it's still Udyr.
Yeah, he's going to use Ghost, and Dudu's like, maybe I'll auto. It's not healing all too much. Flash on in, and that's just assassination as Bull, yeah. You can see his reaction there on the cam.
Too many small things went wrong in this game for Kwangdong Freaks, but they all stack up so hard when your comp needs to actually be winning by large margins. And it's things like this where you don't know where Canyon is, he slides in with the ultimate, and then Pays misses, and you're like, gotta go in. Because at this point, like, what else do? You're just gonna walk away and be like, oh, thank God we got out of this one. No, you have to try to make something happen, but it's Udyr. He's too tanky. You're just too far behind. You can't do anything. Even at your best, it's checkmate. You know, the pieces can only move a certain way for this composition anymore, and
I mean, you can't step up to an Aphelios there.
And Pays is the queen, and you're the pawn at this point, unfortunately. Bull did not promote this game.
Bull was trying to sacrifice himself for some reason, but there was no gain on the board. Yeah, I was like, what, did Pays Gale Force on him? And then I remembered, there's no Gale Force in the game anymore. Yeah, now they're trying to get on top of Lahens here. Didn't work out the last time, but Bulldog will get the better of him this time. Chovy ulting in, he's alone. And he's trying to do some damage to Bull, but he's going to go down. Nearly takes out Bull. That was a little scary.
I'm going to need context for this one. I'm gonna need a little bit of context for this one, Valdez. Uh-oh.
There's 3 people over the wall. They're gonna take out the Nami. It's 3v5. They don't even take out the Nami, as Cuz will get in there and give himself up. And Keen once again is just untouchable, this time on a different champion.
Yeah, he will dodge the bubble.
Oh, this is... All right, Andil's fine.
Yeah, the turret, you know, can pose one of the known enemies of Udyr. Udyr has often outsmarted turrets in the past, you know, but this one, he's not going to be able to push his way through. You know, Udyrs have evolved to learn how to proxy.
Turrets are a known Udyr anti.
Yeah. We're just way too far up here as Genji. Inner turret's still up. Wraparound is good here. Chovy, even with his ultimate, is just not going to be able to get out of this. There's just no follow-up because Canyon and Keen are towards the top side there, so no ability to peel whatsoever. So a bit of a whoopsie here, but then they turn it into a very dangerous situation here on the side of Strong No Freaks. As Andil takes a ton of damage from one Pays Q and then has to flash away. He is able to escape ultimately there in the end thanks to the turret, but yeah, it's baby steps. A little dent in the gold there.
Yeah.
Small dent.
It's like maybe a couple thousand gold, maybe 1,500.
And
better than nothing.
When Wolf says the game is over, you know, we do have to read the legal fine print. Okay, there are ways. Hold on. Maybe not. Actually, maybe not.
Yeah, no fine print in this one. I think it's pretty obvious.
The fine print was going to be that if Pays is just thinking this game is so done, he can walk up to enemy inner and gets, you know, caught in the ruler spot or the Pays spot, as, you know, was coined after ruler left. Pays died in similar ways. You know, maybe then some gold comes over to the Akali. Maybe she's a threat. Maybe there's a way on one of these upcoming dragon fights that isn't that high value because it's Chemtech Soul, where maybe you can make something happen. But it's going to be Genji kind of flubbing it rather than your opportunity, unfortunately, at this stage. And I mean, making us watch this a second time is sad. Brings a little tear to my eye for Dudu in this one, who had such a great Aatrox game in game 1. Now sitting on a Tiamat, a Hex Drinker, and a Brutalizer.
Uh-oh. One Scryer's Trinket is enough to spot them out in the gank brush. Bubble is good, but you're not bubbling Keen, as he's just going to sprint at them. Bulldog's got a nice angle in the back line, but he is absolutely alone. And, I mean, Akali's very good at jumping over walls. He's going to get over this one, and he gets hit by that whip. That might be that sentence here for Bulldog as well. He does Shuriken. How far will they go for the kill onto Akali? Far enough, as Kingin will pick up his 4th kill in this game.
See, now Pays is allowed to step up to this inner in this case because they killed the bad guys first.
Yes.
So it's actually safe. It's fine. He's okay to be here. He's not afraid of Bull anymore. He's red-white, and he has a support. Dudu, a little bit more concerning, but he's fine. And that's going to be Genji getting Soul Point here. And an additional charge on this Rift Herald will go through. Poor Cuz, he's trying to do anything he can.
Yeah, Cuz in this game, 0-6. And he had such a fantastic Jarvan game, like so many great reads and plays, but just got so far behind early on in this game that he ended up just kind of being the punching bag for the team. Like, somebody had to be the one who goes down and plays such as this.
I mean, the two things that really went wrong is this is just, unfortunately, circling the drain very quickly. The two big things that went wrong were the play that happened with Bull bottom side, where after he got the kill, he flashes forward and dies, and that's a disaster, right? And then the second fight on the Dragon is where they heavily commit, even though they don't have control, they don't have prio, and they lose that fight. And then from then on, then you have control on top side. It's Udyr into an Aatrox, and he has support, by the way. Canyon just went up there. He's like, that's the one hole in this map we've got to patch up real quick. Make sure that Udyr can just walk at turrets. They have a Fed Yone, and Udyr who's unkillable, and a Felios problem that Quantum Freeze can't mitigate. And for the rest of this game, it's just been attempt after attempt, failing.
Yeah. Bull still does some damage, but not quite enough. Not quite enough at all. We had that 2v2 in the top side, which also did go the way of Genji. That was pretty devastating because looks like he is going to die again. Very low, but actually does... Oh, no. There's a Udyr. And there's some stuff going on in the top side of the screen. We're zooming way out as Dudu's trying to dive a turret. Cuz is going to go down. It's Canyon being the punch bag for his team. And yeah, they're just waiting for Keen to get back. I feel like they're just trying to make Udyr also look really OP.
Yeah, I mean, kind of is showing here.
Yeah. Okay, nice tidal wave. A chance, perhaps. Ondil taking a lot of the... okay, that's an ult straight to the face of Anami. And they still don't even care. As Bulldog also getting pretty deep into that one. Yeah,
I mean, Kwangdong Freaks, they are plunging into the L. They are not sitting back. They will not just play safe. They will not try to scale. They know this comp doesn't do that. And you know what I'm gonna say? Thumbs up. Because a lot of LCK teams, especially on the east side, especially over the last 2 years, fall behind like this, sit under their inner turrets, sit under their Nexus, or not Nexus turrets, not quite that far, under their inhibitor turrets and just try to farm and hope for a big error. Kwangdong are not going quietly into that good night. They are going to push. They are going to find any angle they can. And they're a team will not surrender. Doesn't matter if it's 4 kills to 17. 5 no votes in this one. Unfortunately, there's just, like I said, there's a limit to what you can do with this composition. And as long as Gen G just group here, eventually your opportunity you thought you had fails. And they have just been grasping at straws. And I commend them for the attempts.
Yeah.
But it's just not going to work.
Yeah, you gotta try. You gotta try to send some kind of play. I like what Bull is doing. He's still pretty strong in this mid game as Lucian. He got relatively fed. He's not that far behind the Aphelios. Has his Blood Song, has the Last Whisper now to potentially break through some Frozen Hearts. But yeah, he's really got to find like the perfect angle at this point, and that's going to be an ult straight into Canyon, but Tidal Wave to counter. Canyon actually the one that throws it into Ondil.
Yeah, Ondil's been hit by quite a few of those Canyon ults this game. Doesn't always lead to a kill though, as we've seen.
And Keen is just having his fun now. Chovy trying to set him up almost as in goes Cuz once again. And yeah, he's going to hit the 0-8 reverse legendary, which we have seen before. And yeah, not the greatest game 2 for him, but what can you do? This is more of a team situation at this point in time. Gen G 19-4, trying to end their misery right now. They're not backing away. They're not doing the solo queue thing of, okay, let's try to pad our stats a little bit more. They're just going to end it. And it looks like this will do it. Bull alongside of Ondil, the duo from the bottom lane, desperate for something, but it is just the duo wins for the side of Gen G in the 2-0 tonight.
Jungle diff in this one. Canyon everywhere he needed to be. Tracking Cuz from level 1, great vision, wards put up early, stealing away his blue buff, and just constantly making sure they were aware of where he was, so that Pays was never under big threats. The Udyr could push and get prio, and Chovy could get prio mid, which he did a lot earlier. I think that he should have had the opportunity to really dominate in that mid matchup, but then there was disaster top side, there was disaster bottom, and again, I'll give Kwangdong the benefit of, hey, they were not just going to lose, they were going to try anything they could. I do not envy the one making the key player matchup for some of their next stats, because some of those stats will be negatively affected by this game, let's just say. But you know what? They don't care about stats. They only care about winning. And I think one thing we could say, even though this was a 2-0, and yes, Game 2 was an absolute stomp, Kwangdong Freaks look like they have really started to turn this season around. And again, some small things go wrong and the game looks so lopsided, you can't even judge most of this game. That's why they're not too upset, as you can see here. But yeah. Game 1, that was something. They beat D+. They almost beat Gen G in Game 1. This team needs to be respected.
Absolutely. Maybe they're a West team. Who knows?
They could be.
Maybe they knock down KT or DK, who look to be the ones that are on the cusp. Wouldn't be too surprised.
You know, Africa has always been that team. You know, the gateway team between East and West.
Yeah.
And last summer, they dropped down a little bit below that, but I think they're quickly becoming, once again, that testing team that you have to get over the Africa hurdle if you're going to playoffs. Maybe they'll be joining us there. You know, with some of the performances we've seen from Fear X, their biggest competitor, I think, for that 6th spot, and maybe even D+, who they've already beaten. It looks like they're on track right now if they can keep the momentum going. And I don't know what has been said by CV Max, what kind of coaching is going through, but this team is non-stop aggression. Ever since Bull joined, they just are constantly looking for stuff. And sometimes that backfires. But that's a good look. I think if you can start to make that a little bit more measured going forward, if you can find the right angles, the right timings, I think this team is going places. But for Gen G, they're going to a 5-0 start, still undefeated here in the LCK.
Yeah, not even to be bested by Guangdong Freaks, one of the biggest challengers. This was a nice look from Bull and Andal to start. I think FaZe really has to respect it. Like Bull moving forward that aggressively, maybe he didn't expect it. He kind of got caught on a weird angle, but maybe you just got a flash at that point. Either way, that was the one issue. Other than that,
so Canyon,
this 2v2 came in and it was over.
He saves this, he saves the bottom play, and he's just constantly looking for picks on the Bull and Andal this entire game. Just always threatening, always pushing it, always sieging turrets. And, I mean, he's got an Udyr and a Yone to get his permafrost going. This was a bit of a overextension, let's just say, as...
I guess this was the one other issue.
It was a bit of a...
happy gaming moment, maybe?
Yes. But they turned it into a happy gaming moment in the end. Or a happier gaming moment.
Yes.
But, you know, it's moments like this as Quantum where if Gen G are just showing a little bit of lack of respect, you know, maybe you could punish. That's, again, we keep going back to it, but I did like that they tried.
They certainly have a new edge to them, this team. One player comes in. CV Max even said he wasn't expecting Bull to be like all that, you know? But Bull has really stepped it up and the team looks totally different. This is Gen G's winning moment.
아트 이제 온다.
They're going to say too much of notes. Maybe some fun words from Lehens.
Yeah, just calling out summoners really at this point.
아트부터 들어요, 아트부터.
이거 나 못 들어가지고.
아트 들어요, 아트.
Talking about pushing Aatrox first, yeah.
스택 좀 쌓아야 되는데. 야, 나 상관없어, 너 없어도 돼. 타워 써야 돼, 이거?
Down he goes. So he can also hit the turret. And that's the end of it. GG.
아, 맞 좋은데? 또 하나 재밌었어?
Did you guys have fun, Lehen said? That sounds like a diss in a weird way. He was, according to Jason, he was talking to FaZe directly there. Yeah, a bit of a... Lehens has been a little bit outspoken about FaZe still lacking the experience, let's say.
Yeah, I think after that level 1, Lehens laid down the hammer, so to speak.
Lehens is so ready to turn FaZe into a new ruler. Like, I could see it. I could see it.
He's trying to mold. Yeah. We'll see how that goes. Guys, we're done here for the first series. Let's go over to the space and see what they had to say about that game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Absolutely fantastic cast for our very first series of the day, and we're here to break it down. Gentlemen, let's start off in the draft here. This one, a little less competitive than the previous one, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, I'm not super sold on the Kali here into the Yone, and also, like, it's kind of a risk as well, because, like, it could have been Yone's top and Sejuani jungle, and they picked Aatrox into that, and that would have been a really rough time, but they ended up putting the Udyr into it, and that also ended up being a really rough time, so I don't think it really mattered that much.
Yeah, I mean, and overall, it was a rough time anyway. I think the result would have been kind of similar. But the thing is, like, it was still nice to try that. Like, I was actually criticizing the last game that why the Lucian was not going Longsword and 3-pot, even though it's like it's better. We know like D-Blade got better, but the thing is, like, still Longsword 3-pot has to be better in the sustain, and they actually make the really good play on the level 1. But the thing is, like, it was like too good. And then that they make the overplay after, and the Sejuani just coming clutch, and the game was kind of done so.
Yeah, it was a bit sad, right? Because Bull finds the sweet 2v2, gets that kill onto FaZe early, and then Bull dies, unfortunately. And FaZe goes down to 15 health, right? It's close to a gimme, but even then, it's an overextension, it's a punishment, and then it is Canyon's Rift from here on. I love that we had the two sides of Canyon, right? We had last game where it was not great, and this game where he was just a god.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, we see Sejuani often drafted without champions who can set up the passive. This game was a really easy one to set up the passive, and he was just everywhere. He was so present on the top side of the map and really just secured this win.
I mean, first of all, I really dislike the Guangdong Freaks the approach to the Drake team fight, which is like they just didn't have any clear plan. Like if they want to go for the just steal, they should just look for only Drake steal, or like if they want to play for fight, they should have to play for fight. But the thing is, like Cuz went for the steal and then Akali and went for just another single target that is not possible to kill it, and also 2v2 on the bottom side, they were also losing. So like the Guangdong Freaks had a different 3 of the plan, and like actually all the plan got screwed over.
Yeah, it's like they had 3 separate plans, and if they had have even gone for any one of them on its own, it probably still wouldn't have worked. A little bit of a shame there for the Guangdong Freaks, and I actually felt like their draft was the same as the last game, but worse, because they didn't have an Orianna, and they had 0 range into Aphelios, who kind of loves that. But let's have a look at Canyon making the super play here towards the top side of the map. This flash, I could watch it all day.
Yep, flash is over the Vi Q, so essentially you're baiting out the biggest cooldown from the Vi, and also getting on top of the Aatrox, who was already low. And the thing is, you know, both Aatrox and Udyr, when they're low health, it can be kind of deceptive, because you see here that Udyr is low, but just he's able to survive. So the fact they kill off the Aatrox quickly, then they have the double stun between the Udyr and the Sejuani, and Cuz just doesn't get to play the game.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the Keen baited also, like, he was like, oh, trying to ult me, like, you're gonna die anyway. And it's like, oh, as soon as the Canyon saw the Vi ulti, oh, he's dead. Let's just kill the Vi. I think it was, like, all clear. That was a really, really good play by the Canyon, and he just, like, he was, like, basically after that, like, everywhere, he was, like, 100% kill participated until, like, 10 kills, something like that. It was, like, really crazy game.
No, this was some vintage Canyon, and now it is time to give Canyon his POG. They've been pretty clear today, I feel. Like, you know, you just know who's going to get him. And a 4-0-13 with 100% kill participation at 14 minutes, like you were talking about there, Huni, that is going to get you it.
Yeah, and I think something we saw a lot from Canyon last year in summer was it'd either be he'd get POG and like 1v9, or he wouldn't, and the team would kind of look lost. And I feel like it's a very different vibe on Gen G, where I don't think Canyon needs to have performances like this for the team to win. You often see other people stepping up, but when he does have a performance like this, it looks so over.
Yeah, I mean, it is like one of the like probably regular seasons, right? It's just like game with just one game of the, you know, from the just one series. But I think like this is like probably one of the actually best game ever had from the Kenyan whole history, I would say.
No, he was absolutely insane. Back-to-back 12 out of 12s. I barely think we had any of them in our first couple of weeks, but that is, I think, 3 so far this week, and we're only the 3rd day in. Absolutely ridiculous stuff. So huge congratulations there to Canyon. I want to echo what you were saying, Ox, because you're exactly right. It was either POG or bust for Canyon. But now, like we saw it in the last game, Canyon had kind of a stinker, but it's okay because Keen existed. And therefore, they're still able to win. And we know that Chovy's there to carry, and Pays can do it sometimes too, unless he's been completely disciplined by...
Keen did a lot of existing in that game.
He did, yes.
A whole lot of it.
Well, but still, I think the Guangdong Freaks, I still saw like really good potential, especially game 1, especially it was against JG, right? Like I think I really like their team fight concept, and like when they actually burned the flash, they were forcing the Baron. Like the idea, like they are approaching like the right way, that they just have to be better as a team that what they want to do. And I feel like just game 2 they got just screwed over, because like game 1 was like, since it was kind of close, and it was like it could have been like easy win for them actually, and then they make actually game 2 the connected, which is like it should be separate.
Yeah, no, I think you're exactly right. And I think for a young team like this, and we know that Guangdong Freaks are still on the up and up and have a lot of rookie players, it makes sense that they would be affected by a game that was this close to working out. And knowing that you have to win then 2 more in a row in order to get there, it's really hard.
Yeah, and honestly, I think at this point, like, when we saw Bull came in, we knew Taeyun was underperforming, and it was kind of like, of course, the team was going to do better with Bull compared to Taeyun. The team looked like they were playing better, but I think after this game and series, even the game 2, he was doing pretty good considering how bad the game went for them. He really looks solid. Like, more than just, oh, he's better than his replacement, he is really looking solid.
Yeah, and I think this was a big test, right, to see whether things were going to go well. But now, it is time to throw it over to Dia and get into the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POG interview translation, joined by Keen and Canyon on the side of Gen G. Congratulations! Now Gen G continues to stay on top. How does it feel to remain undefeated with your 5th win, Keen? It's really nice to be able to continue our winning streak, and I'm really happy that we got our win today. And Canyon? Yeah, I'm really happy that we were able to keep our momentum going. Very happy about today's victory as well. And you both were awarded POG unanimously. How does that make you feel? I feel like my game with Kasante went out so well. And I feel like, yeah, I knew that I was going to get a unanimous vote. I'm really happy about that. And Canyon? Yeah, I think the early game went really well for me, and I was telling myself that I can really blow up this game and snowball it. And your opponent today was Kwangdong Freaks, who has been pulling it upset after upset. They weren't an easy opponent, so what mentality did you come to stage with? Yeah, they have a pretty good momentum right now, so we told ourselves, don't get ahead of ourselves. And I think we were able to keep our composure. I'm really glad that we were able to win steadily today. And Keen, they were also the team you were a part of for the longest time. And you even made a social post with quote, "I'll have fun today," end quote. So were you more eager to win today? Of course, I always want to win. And I think a part of me really wanted to enjoy the game today, and that's probably why. And Keen, it says Kimen. What a cute fan sign. And in game 1, you let the enemy take the trending Oriana plus the Lucian Nami pick. So did you know that it wouldn't matter in the end? I think so. We had a long discussion, I think on the coaching side. So that's probably why we left it open. I'm not too sure what the thought process was like, but it worked out in the end. And yeah, game 1 was quite entertaining. We have a legendary highlight here. So let's take a look at the replay. Would you like to walk us through this? You know, I told myself that, oh, it looks really good in the beginning, but I realized, well, all of our damage dealers are gone. And I think in the end, I was like, oh, it's just me now. But Kasante is strong, so I can still do this. So, how did this make you feel, just being 1v3? Yeah, I mean, it just made me realize how strong Kasante is. So, what's the first thing that comes to your mind when you make a super play like this? I was like, yeah, if I make this kind of play, I am the POG for sure. That's what I thought.
기인 선수가 이 장면을 끝내고 했던 오디오가 있는데 저희가 따로 보도록 하겠고요. 기인 선수 그만큼 기분 굉장히 좋으셨던 것 같습니다. 현재 크산테에 대한 평가가 좀 엇갈리고 있는 상황입니다. 사기챔이다.
And currently, Kasante's value in game has been a hot debate lately. So whether he is broken or not, and if he is, then why he's not seen picked first. So what are your thoughts on the matter? I feel like on stage and competitively, it's really good. I feel like when it's set up for Kasante, you can make a really good play, but I feel like that's really just all case by case. So it really depends on who's playing, right? Yeah, I believe I did really well today. And Canyon in game 2, your early jungle pathing worked beautifully, and especially when you counter jungled and bullied Cuz out, it had a huge impact on the game. And since you were on a 7-game losing streak against Cuz, you must have been really wanted to save your pride. So did this history play a part at all? Yeah, I saw that match history, that stats on the screen today, and yeah, I told myself I need to win today for sure. I think that definitely played a part in it. And there is a highlight here that showcases Canyon and Keen's perfect synergy. Keen actually called me here, and I already knew where Bai was. So I roamed top, and I feel like this entire picture looked really good. So I think that's why our top gank ended up being successful. And Keen here says, that's too good. And when you say Keen, what did you mean to say?
라고 대답을 해주신 거군요.
Yeah, I meant to say, yeah, Keen, that was great.
자, 다음 상대는 이제 POX입니다.
And now your next opponent will be FearX.
뭐 이제
Are you confident that you will keep your undefeated streak?
지훈이만 믿고 가겠습니다.
You know, Chovi's gonna carry us, so I believe in Chovi.
항상 언제나 든든하기
In Chovi we trust, it's fine. And of course,
이겨주겠죠.
Canyon is also just as reliable, but I know that Chovi is going to win it all for us.
POX 경기를 보면
And Canyon?
폭이 엄청 다양하더라고요. 그래서 좀 저희도 준비를 많이
So FearX is a team that has a really good champion pool and good synergy. So we'll make sure that we are prepared against them. And do you also believe in Chovi? Yeah, of course I do. And what about Keen? Yeah, of course. Keen always does well.
마지막으로 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요, 긴 선수.
이제 오늘
And Keen, any words for the fans?
이제 다음 경기도 계속 이길 수 있도록 열심히 할 테니까.
Really happy that we're able to keep our streak, and we'll make sure that we do well. We are able to do well in the next game as well. So,
꼭 즐겁게
and Canyon,
수 있도록 하겠습니다.
thank you always for all the support. I'll make sure that we do well in the next upcoming match as well. And this will be the end of the interview with Keen and Canyon, and back to the space.
Thank you so much, dear, for the translation of the interview. Very cute that our two POGs that played the best in our last two games still think that it's Chovy that's going to take them to their next victory. It just goes to show that there's quite a few carries on that squad. And Gen G, look, not surprisingly, are going to remain in the first place because they're undefeated. It's sort of a thing.
What kind of crazy Quantum Freaks are still in a solid spot considering they just lost a game? Like they've made a lot of progress, you know. They're coming towards obviously not too many games until they've done the full round robin, and they're looking to definitely be top of the table for the Eastern teams.
Yeah, I mean, especially for FRX as well, they have a big chance against Gen G. Especially if they win, I think it would have been pretty good spot to be in it. But I think it's against Gen G, so we'll see it.
Yeah, exactly. And for our next series, we've got D+ going up against Home Life Esports. Actually, a really massive one. You just saw the standings there. If D+ lose, then they get even further away from the Kwangdong Freaks who are making this resurgence. It's ridiculous stuff here in the LCK. We're going to go to a bit of a break, and when we get back, that final series, we'll see what happens.
불이 비었을리. 유니폼도 입고 호기롭게 전투력 측정에 나선 160. 초반에 앞서가나 싶었지만 연이은 실수로 결국 역전을 당한다. 근데 솔직히 정부 차이다. 인정? 아니 뭐 팀원들 걱정된다 열심히 해야 한다 하더니 본인이 제일 못해 아주 그냥. 그러니까 젠지에서 먼저 잘리고 저러고 있어 저러고 방송. 결국 나라팀과의 첫 경기에서 패배하고 만다. 우리 이대로 괜찮나? 어떡하지?
안녕하세요. 또 여기야? 어디 앉으면 되나?
저 뒤에 여기, 성호가 여기,
이게 안 나오잖아.
큐베.
뒤요? 왜 여기?
뒤에서 존나 쪄가야 돼야겠다.
저번에 저희 영예에 올라온 거 방송 보셨어요?
대충 맞습니다.
봤습니다.
네.
앰비션은 뭔가 목표치가 확실하게 더 높은 곳을 바라보고 달려가 나간다 뭔가 이런 느낌. 항상 기준치가 안 맞았다고 뭔가 생각하는 게 딱 느껴졌어. 그럼 언제부터 갑자기 뭔가 철벽 딱 치고 말도 한마디도 안 걸고.
앰비션님은 댓글 다셨던데.
네. 직접 딴 건가요? 직접 시켜서 나왔습니다.
이분은 소통을
네.
와이프분하고밖에 안 해요. 여기 서열이 와이프분 1위고 여기가 2위예요.
네가 뭘 알아요?
그냥 딱 보면 보여요 그냥.
카톡은 하셨어요?
카톡 했냐고요? 지금 얼굴 보고 얘기하면 되죠.
네. 아니 그냥 그때는 제가 어리기도 했고 그리고 저는 약간 급했어요. 조급했어. 왜냐면 그때 당시는 이렇게 프로게이머 수명이 이렇게까지 길 거라고 생각 안 했거든요. 그냥 빨리 성적을 내야 된다고 생각하는데 그 성적이 안 나오니까 그냥 결국에 주변을 돌아볼 수밖에 없는 거죠.
나도 근데 이해는 돼요. 왜냐면 그때 이제 서로 마음가짐이 많이 달랐다고 해야 되나? 그러니까 저는
꼴 받는 에피소드 하나 알려드릴까요?
말해봐.
빨리.
제가 이제 연습을 하고 있었는데 연습 시간에 갑자기 형우가 사라진 거예요. 근데 이제 롤 클라이언트가 이렇게 켜져 있는데 그때 당시 이야기해도 되나? 왜냐면
잠깐만. 지금 와이프랑 아마 다른 분일 것 같은데.
나도 지금 갑자기 그 생각이 나가지고
그 얘기하면 나 위험할지도 몰라.
알았어. 나 이거 그냥 스킵하자. 이거는 아니고.
오늘 여러분들한테 저희 상대 발표가 있습니다. 첫 번째 경기 상대를 공개하겠습니다.
누구죠? 젠지 이분 아니야?
됐어요. 대박! 공을 예술적으로 활용해서 파이터! 결국 최종전에서 우승하는 팀은 바로 여름의 농심의 스포츠 아카데미입니다.
저희 이제 농심 레드포스 CL팀은 2022년 LCK 챌린저스 썸머 우승, 그리고 이제 그 멤버가 그대로 1군으로 올라갔고, 또 2023년에 챌린저스 썸머에서 또다시 우승을 하고, 이번에 그 멤버 이제 그대로 다시 24년에 도전을 하게 된 팀입니다. 저희는 이제 항상 14시간 이상씩 연습하려고 하면서 다시 한번 우승하기 위해서 노력하고 있습니다. 저희 팀의 장점은 초반부터 그냥 교전을 잘하고 후반에도 혹여나 불리한 상황이 나와도 타로 뒤집을 수 있는 팀이 저희 팀의 강점인 것 같습니다. 챌린저스 팀 중에서는 저희가 제일 잘하는 팀이지 않나.
10 다운!
아우령가 억지로 하신 거 아니에요? 아니구나. 근데 이게 아카데미면 3군이에요, 2군이에요?
2군입니다. 가장 강하다고 평가를 하고 있어요.
왜 이 팀을 잡았어요? 왜 이렇게 빡세게? 아니 이 팀을 이겨야 무슨 무관중 그 얘기 하셨으면서.
피니 이거 섭외 약간 아쉬운데요 이거.
왜요?
여러분들의 권위를 불태우기 위해서 인터뷰를 진행했거든요.
어떤
지금요?
인터뷰 영상을 보시겠습니다.
이름 다 들어봤는데 캡틴 잭 선수는 모르겠어요.
상체 세부는 좀 많이 들어봤습니다.
캡틴 잭은 아예 몰라요 그러면?
잘 모릅니다.
로아 스트리머 캡틴 잭도 모르세요?
근데 로아를 안 해가지고.
로아를 안 해요.
승률 한 7, 80%?
저희가 한 85% 확률로 거의 99.9999 이상으로
발언도 안 먹고 끝날 것 같아요. 삼성 갤럭시 나르 그 스킨 제가 엄청 좋아해가지고 그 스킨을 제가 껴서 이기면은 더 기분 좋을 것 같아요.
제가 본 자르반 중에서는 그때는 진짜 거의 최고의 자르반.
지금은
나도 할 것 같아. 나도 할 것 같아.
그럴 수 있지.
지금까지도 소랭에서 만나면 계속 이겼던 것 같아요. 한 번 말렸을 때
자주 만났어.
멘탈이 너무 약하시지 않나 느껴집니다.
이재용과 딱 맞붙었을 때 어떨 것 같아요?
근데 제가 이지훈 선생님을 소문으로만 들었지 만나보지 못해서
왜 선생님이라고?
15살 차이라고.
15살 차이? 15살.
이지훈 삼촌님 아재를 드릴 테니까 한번 저를 막아보십시오.
11으로 상대팀 CC기 되게 다 풀어버리는 거? 현역 때 되게 잘하던 선수였다고.
캡제님 제가 잘 모르지만 솔킬 조심하세요.
옛날에는 매드라이프 선수였는데 지금은 캐리아 선수로 바뀌지 돼가지고 아무래도 옛날 선수들은 잊혀지니까 좀
삼촌분들 롤파크가 처음이셔서 경기 오래 하고 싶으실 텐데
나이 드셔서 허리도 아플 수 있고 손도 아프실 수 있으니까 빨리 CC라고 빨리 끝내드리겠습니다. 캡틴 잭 다운, 내라 다운.
아니 이거 뭐 억지로 저격하라고 지금 하신 거 아니죠?
아니 저격이 아니라 너무 로아를 많이 했어.
아예 저 친구들은 거짓말 못해요.
참고로 저쪽은 나이를 다 합치면 100살이에요.
100살.
평균 20이잖아. 근데 저희 20이면 그때 1분.
나는 이거로 가본 적이 없긴 해. 2부에서 게임을 못 해봤어.
저희가 또 농심에 대한 정보가 너무 없지 않습니까? 여러분들 전력을 분석해 주실 1일 감독님을 오늘 모셨습니다.
진짜 모든 게 서프라이즈야 여기. 누구예요? 누구죠?
프랑스한 맵픽과 뛰어난 분석력을 지닌 현대 지략가 노관양 우팬님 모셨습니다.
뭐야?
여기 오셨어요?
안녕하세요. 와 대박. 아니 저런 거 어디서 나서 가져오셨어?
반갑다 여러분. 오늘 팀 160의 1일 감독을 맡게 된 노페 정누철이다. 자, 내가 도착하기 전에 좀 불미스러운 얘기를 들었어. 자랑스러운 LCK 소속의 팀원들이라고 하는데 연습 태도가 굉장히 불량하다.
맞아요. 이쪽이. 왜요? 아 진짜 열심히 했습니다.
아니, 특히 뭐 미드 지훈이가 뭐 일주일간 연습을 못했다고.
저 이사하느라고 정말 어쩔 수 없었어요.
아니 뭐 프로게이머 이사한다고 연습 안 하나?
근데 이게 나이 들어서 이사하다 보면은 이제 어릴 때 이사하면 좀 이제 뭐 부모님이라던가 도와주는 일이 많은데 나이 들어서 하면 이제 제가 해야 돼가지고.
그래 일단 이 말을 좀 하고 싶네. 오늘 내가 이 무기를 휘두를 일이 없었으면 좋겠어. 진심이야. 무거워. 내려놓고 싶어. 좀 내려놓겠습니다 여러분들. 자 그러면 여러분이 상대하게 될 농심 챌린저스 리그팀 또 오늘 1일 감독으로서 좀 준비를 많이 해봤다.
본인이 직접 준비하신 건가요?
혹시 대본인가요?
본인을 지금 강의하신다는
대본을 받았는데 나름 찾아봤어. 나름. 물론 참고한 경기는 결승전 하나긴 하다. 아니, 물론 5게임이니까 선수들에 대해서 한번 같이 알아보면 좋을 것 같아.
와 진짜 저기 국어 썸
진짜 옛날 사람들이긴 하다.
국어 그 코치랑은 같이 계시지 않았나요?
아니 나랑은 세대가 다르다.
아 세상.
내가 알기로 너희랑도 다를 텐데 너희나 나나 그렇게 크게 차이 안 날 텐데 아무튼 코치로는 썸과 국어가 있고 보시다시피 재작년에 준우승 우승 그리고 이제 우리가 상대할 팀은 가장 최근 우승을 한 팀이다. 그래서 이제 탑부터 한번 보겠다.
22세? 할만한데?
아니 성진이 너가 몇 살이지?
저 29이요.
7살이면 할만하긴 하네. 분당 데미지 1위, 솔로킬 1위, 무려 16회.
근데 챔프가 마음에 드네요. 다 옛날 챔프라. MD 챔프가 아니라 할만합니다 이거.
굉장히 중요한 포인트였어. 모스트 챔피언이 보시다시피 15승 4패 잭스를 굉장히 많이 활용했고 마침 그 뒤에 모스트 3과 4 캐릭터 뽀삐와 그라가스 올려놨는데 딱 연관관계가 느껴지지 않아?
잭스 뺏기면 잭스 상대로 정하는구나.
정답. 역시 레전드.
그것도 딱 하나씩 정해놨네. AD 하나, AP 하나.
그러네. 그래서 우리가 이 잭스를 상대할 거냐가 일단 가장 중요한 포인트다.
대마죠. 굳이 잘하는 거 줄 필요 없다 생각합니다.
자, 그러면 다음 선수 보겠다. 정글. 싸운다.
20세 치곤 챔피언이 좀 앰비션스러운데?
대회 때 나온 거죠, 저거 다?
맞아.
작년 대회 메타가 야 저거였어.
그럼 작년에 했었어야 했는데 리플레이 그러면.
아니야. 나 되게 공격적이야.
여태까지 한 말 중에 제일 재밌었어.
나 세주 마운 별로 안 좋아해.
근데 되게 재밌는 표현인 게 실제로 이 선수도 솔랭은 굉장히 공격적인 카드를 많이 해. 베베스가 자신 있는 카드기도 하고 베베스를 제외하고는 메타에 따라서 탱커형 챔피언을 굉장히 선호를 많이 했었고 인게임 내에서 보시다시피 킬 관여율이 10이다. 풀캡을 좋아한다 이거지. 정글링을 굉장히 안정적으로 풀어나가면서 오브젝트 위주로 컨트롤하는 선수.
진짜 앰비션인데요?
아니 근데 저게 킬관여율이 낮은 팀이 강팀이에요. 라이너들이 알아서 잘해준다는 거.
맞아. 그래서 라이너들이 잘할 수 있게 이 선수가 동선을 결승 때 되게 획일화된 플레이를 보여줬는데
풀캡 먹고 바텀 봐주기 아니에요? 안 봐도 알 것 같은데.
들어가서 파종을 치고 내려와서 칼렙을 다시 먹고 이게 세 번째 게임인데 위에서 시작해서 말한 것처럼 아래 풀캠 그리고 바텀 봐주기.
아래쪽 바이게를 어떻게든 먹겠다 이런 느낌이네.
남은 두 경기도 실제 블루스타트에서 내려가는 풀캠 동선을 짰어. 그래서 탑은 약간 정글 쪽과는 좀 동떨어져 있고.
익숙한데요?
익숙한데요?
그렇지.
왜냐면 탱정글을 하면 딜이 부족해서 딜러가 잘 커야 돼서 바텀을 키워야 돼.
탑도 딜러예요.
그걸로는 부족해.
원래는 이 대본에 그런 얘기가 있어. 이 기회가 되면 탑을 갱킹하는 것도 괜찮다. 근데 실제로 이 팀도 바텀 위주로 동선을 계속 짜다 보니까 아마 탑으로 가면 역갱당할 일도 없고 클린히트가 될 확률이 있다.
제가 리신으로 탑 찔를게요.
그건 좀 불안한데? 세주 같은 걸로 오면 안 되나?
다음 미드 쪽을 볼게.
몇 살이야?
갈릭스. 야. CS는 1위. 그러니까 라인에서 CS 수급을 정말 중시 여기기는 하는데 킬관율도 낮고 데미지도 좀 전체적으로 좀 낮은 편으로 봤을 때는 좀 미드에 상주하는 스타일이다.
미드에서 탑라인전 하고 있구만 그냥.
그냥 먹기만 한다 이거.
스탁 올라서 내가 상대보다 떼질 때까지 CS 먹어.
오! 팩트.
그러면 나왔네요. 정글이 바텀만 가고 미드는 파밍만 하면은 딱 이미 그건데? 삼성인데.
말했던 것처럼 라인전 중심. 크리스타나와 아칼리를 특별히 좀 잘한다고는 하는데 일단 넣어놨고 저 니코를 올려둔 건 대회에서는 활용을 안 했지만 솔랭에서 기록이 굉장히 좋아. 특히 이번 패치 메타에서 니코 굉장히 핫한 카드지. 다음 바텀 볼게.
바이탈도
와 MVP.
파이널 MVP.
자 원대 바이탈이다. 파이널 MVP야. 그냥 이 팀의 핵심이라고 보면 돼. LCK 내에서도 경기를 뛰었었고 꽤나 준수한 활약을 보여준 선수라고 봐야 되는데 뭐 지표 이로 말할 게 없지. CS 1위, 데미지 1위, 데스 9위면 잘 죽지도 않고 심지어 챔피언이 모스트로만 쭉 보면 특징이 좀 있어.
그러니까 제혁의 스타일이야. 그러니까 바텀만 봐주니까 바텀에 딜량 1등하고 MVP도 쟤가 받는 거 아니야.
DPS 높은 애들 4개만 하자 지금.
완전 평타야.
근데 진짜 확실히 레전드들이야 그런가 정보 분석이 빨라. 이게 내가 원래 설명을 했던 내용은 챔피언 특징이 라인전이 센 챔프들은 아니야. 정글의 도움을 받아 혹은 라인전 좀 약한 구간을 넘기고 중간 단계부터 본인이 메이킹도 하고 적극적으로 움직이면서 게임을 만들어 나가는 스타일이다. 근데 이 선수 캐리를 워낙에 잘해서일까? 살짝 무리하는 장면이 종종 있어. 자, 제리야.
역시 제리네.
이 장면 기억할지 모르겠지만
본 거 같은데.
바로 스틸하러 가야 되다가
아니 뭐야? 들어가 버렸어. 야 뭐야 이거? 게임이 이미 좀 불리했어가지고 뭔가를 했어야 되긴 했네요 그냥.
정확한 내용이었어. 던진 게 아니야. 사실은 방금 말한 것처럼 앞전면을 써야 됐던 이유는 뒤쪽에서 그라가스가 있어서 그걸 의식하면서 자기가 뭔가를 만들어내야 된다는 생각에 좀 무리한 플레이를 나왔었다. 그래서 이런 것을 봤을 때 이 선수의 특징을 알 수는 있겠지. 필요할 때 메이킹하고 만들어 나가는 선수다. 역으로 우리가 기회 잡아서 무리하는 걸 잡아먹을 수도 있는 거고. 이제 바이탈을 보좌하는 서포터.
어떻게 읽죠?
어떻게 읽을까요?
농심 흐흐 아니에요?
HH.
흥으로 하죠. 우리는 흥으라고 하자. 우리가 봤을 때 흥인데 뭐.
우리도 지표와 챔피언으로 좀 이 선수에 대해서 알아봐야 될 것 같은데.
근데 챔피언 폭 보니까 결국에 정글 서포터가 그냥 메이킹 챔하고 원딜이 그냥 평타 안정감 있는 거 하고 전형적인 단단한
삼성인데?
그래서 재밌는 거는 우리가 지표로 봤을 때 원래 솔직히 노틸, 아카, 렐 이러면 미드로밍 많이 하고 뭔가 메이킹하고 이래야 되는데 그 성향이 뮤티포 성향이야. 그래서 원딜 옆에 상주를 많이 하는 편이야.
미드 갈 일이 없는 거지. 바텀 이기는 게 더 중요하니까.
그치. 얘기가 종합됐어. 이 팀 특징이 서로 간의 유기적인 움직임은 좀 적어. 그래서 뭐 서포터가 혼자 시야를 잡다가 잘린다든지 미드 정글 힘싸움을 하는데 바텀은 서폿이 저 멀리 있어가지고 수적 싸움에서 밀린다든지 이런 경우가 많으니까 그런 부분 우리가 노리면 좋겠다.
또 뭐가 있어요? 아 우리 팀?
와 우리 팀은 와 GP직이면 백전백승이라고 상대 팀만 알아보면 안 되고 또 우리 팀에 대해서도 알아봐야 되잖아.
아 이거 재밌겠네.
팀 ALL 우승팀과 붙었던 경기가 있었다고 들었는데 정리를 하는데 너무 많더라고.
너무 많지.
아니 저희도 보면서 많긴 했어요 이거.
저희도 뭘 잘못했는지 알아요?
뭐 잘못했는데?
체급부터 시작해서
일단 싸움 디테일부터 못
잘리기, 나르 템트리 뭐 이런 것들. 나르 템트리는 뭔데? 아니 생각해봐, 나르가 슈든이 잘 맞겠니?
아니 그냥 가본 거죠 뭐.
그냥 가보면 어떡해. 남들은 최선을 다하는데.
그치, 그게 좀 아쉽긴 해, 성진아. 난 템플이 솔직히 게임 오래 했으면은 바뀌어도 금방금방 알아야 된다고 생각하긴 해. 그러니까 어떤 템이 좋은지. 저는 제 템트리에 자신 있어요.
준비되어 있어?
저 그거 라이브 적용 전이잖아요.
맞아.
이후에 아마 다들 그렇게 갈 거라 생각을 해요. 그거보다 좋게 힘들거든.
진짜 꼭 그렇게 안 갔으면 좋겠네.
왜 서로 그래? 아니 근데 이렇게 얘기하는 걸 보니까 유독 바텀이 조용하네.
저요? 그때는 좀 많이 힘들긴 했어요. 아니 너무 잘하더라고요.
바텀 유죄.
다행이다 너희들이 먼저 얘기해줬어. 마침 이 첫 피드백이 바텀이야. 태급에 대해 얘기가 나와.
이미 게임 끝났는데 바텀?
거리를 진짜 잘 되더라고요.
바텀 칼리스타 레나타 조합을 꺼내 들었고 심지어 인게임을 보니까 리시도 안 했더라고.
맞아요.
상대는 리시를 했고.
맞아요.
그냥 궁금했지. 혹시 챔피언들이 좀 너무 신식이어서 그런가?
그걸 신식이라고 말하진 않죠.
아니 그래도
아니,
시리에 비하면 칼리스타도 좀 신식 아니야?
뭘 저 CJ 때 나온 케어예요, 저거.
혁보인다.
언제적인데요, 칼리스타 저 틀딱이죠.
아니 그래서 내가 이 게임을 보면서 그런 생각이 들었어. 아니 칼리스타 레나타처럼 난이도 있는 거 하느니
단순한 거.
잘 버티고 클리어 좋고 우리도 11을 해? 아니 뭐 11을 아니어도 뭐 미포도 있고 진도 있고 뭐 바루스도 있고 그래서 조합의 완성도를 위해서 그리고 또 바텀 라인들의 좀 안정감을 위해서 좀 쉬운 걸 가는 게 어떨까?
좋습니다.
오케이.
다음에 이제 소통 관련한 얘기야. 이 신의
이거 진짜 나야 저거? 레드팀 친구 마냥 서 있는데 저기.
이 장면이 기억날지 모르겠지만 공허 유충을 싸우기 위해서 모였다가 미드 쪽에서는 주도권을 잃고 탑에서는 나르가 타워를 치고 있는 상황이라 내려오기 좀 어려운 상황에
나 저기 왜 갔지?
시전이가 부시로 내려가다가 눌린 장면이에요.
난 그거 정확히 기억나네. 저거 한
그러니까 이게 소통이 안 된 건지 뭐 유부남이라 겁이 없는 건지 막
유부남이 왜 겁이 없어요? 반대죠.
내가 살아보니까 이게 희기동이 많이 잘 생기더라고. 얘기하고 싶은 건 사실 이건 정글만의 잘못은 아니야. 탑 쪽에서 휴베가 라인을 밀면서 우디를 안 보인다. 그리고 미드 쪽도 이제 순간이동 복귀 타임 한번 잡아야 되는데 주도권 이미 잃은 상태라 못 가는 서포트적인 메라도 이게 상대 라칸이 먼저 밀고 내려갔고 나는 이제 어쩔 수 없으니까 밑으로 가야 되는 상황이었거든. 안 그래도 이게 또 패치돼서 협곡 지형도 바뀌고 막 전령도 14분에 나오고 공허 유충도 생기고 막 얘기가 좀 많이 오가야 되잖아. 우리가 또 레전드들답게 경험도 많으니까 서로 소통을 좀 더 깔끔하게 했으면 좋겠다는 생각에 이 장면을 한번 준비해봤어.
좋습니다.
오케이. 자 그래서 또 이제 앞으로 우리가 나아가야 할 방향에 대해서 한번 총정리를 한번 해봤는데
정글 힘이 굉장히 좋은 팀.
나는 개인적으로 좀 그렇게 봤거든. 우리 팀이 정글이 점수가 제일 높아. 솔랭도 많이 하고 잘 컸을 때 리턴값도 꽤 큰 편이고 라이너들이 좀 말렸을 때 그걸 지원할 능력도 있고
꽤 올라가고 있습니다.
그러니까
근데 여기는 더 성장하지 않아요.
지금 보시는 모습이 고점이니까 잘 기억해.
정글은 이게 고점이에요.
전 서강팬 다쳤어요.
그 얘기되면 얘기가 좀 달라지기는 하는데 아니, 원래 내가 해주고 싶었던 말은 미드 당연히 잘하는 거 맞지만 우리 미드 성향사 또 지훈이 성향사 스탠딩 미드를 또 좋아하다 보니까
맞아요.
미드를 좀 과감하게 키운다고 해서 그 리턴 값이 확실하게 돌아온다는 반증은 없거든. 진짜
지훈이도 약간 턴을 받는 그런 캐릭터죠.
그치. 리턴 값을 미리 스택을 쌓는 느낌으로 탑 혹은 바텀에 투자를 하는 게 오히려 좀 더 우리 팀 성향으로 메리트가 있지 않을까. 사실 우리 바텀이 잘해주면 돼.
맞긴 해요.
맞는 말씀입니다.
좋아. 그런 부분 생각하면 이제 다음으로 넘어가 볼게. 자, 두 번째는 미드 중심으로 교전 스타일을 좀 정립해보자. 이게
앞라인부터
스탠딩 미드를 또 좋아하는 지훈이다 보니까 한타 구도가 사실 우리는 되게
앞에 거부터 정리.
앞라인 정리하는.
앞라인 싸움은 되게 잘하는데요.
나도 좋아해. 나도 좋아해.
아니,
나도 딜러 교환하는 싸움보다는 앞라인부터 천천히 때리는 거 되게 좋아해.
그게 좀 그 나이 많은 스타일이긴 해.
평생 했던 스타일이야.
근데 너무 좋은데 그러면? 우리가 교전 스타일을 복잡하게 막 상황에 따라 이렇게 저렇게 하는 것보다는 앞라인부터 정리하는 구도를 한번 짜보자. 좋은 예가 이 티탄한테 좀 있더라고. 이게 숫자 싸움이 순간적으로 우리가 유리할 때 진짜 과감하게 여는 리신 플레이가 일품이었는데 배달바 맞추고 빅토리 위에 있으니까 먼저 들어가서 상대 어그로 끌고 안 될 것 같으니까 빠져나오면서 낙단 차고
너무 좋았지.
같이 카이팅하면서 앞라인 정리. 리신이 픽봉 잘했지?
엄청 잘했어.
그러다 보니까 앞에는 딜할 환경을 못 만들었고 우리가 좀 앞라인부터 정리한 한타를 구도했을 때 이렇게 이쁘게 환경이 나올 수 있다. 마지막은 난이도 쉬운 뱀픽 전략. 우리 뱀픽 기억할지 모르겠지만 아래쪽 4명의 챔피언 구성이 오리아나, 리신, 그리고 칼리스타, 레나타였거든. 사실 그 4챔피언을 딱 바라봤을 때 우리가 느끼는 감정은 앞라인이 조금 부실하고 시야를 뚫으러 갈 때 확실한 탱커나 CC기가 좀 아깝고 서로 챔피언 간의 시너지도 조금 애매한 느낌이 좀 들었어. 그래서 우리가 물론 각자 라인전 잘하고 한타 잘하고 개개인 플레이가 멋지면 좋은데 아무래도 나이가 있잖아.
그렇죠. 서커스 하기엔 좀.
그래서 서로 좀 시너지를 낼 수 있고 난이도가 쉬운 챔피언 구성을 하면 좋지 않을까. 미드 정도는 주도권 때문에 어쩔 수 없이 그런 구성이 된다 하면 예를 들어 서포 쪽에서 말한 것처럼
노틸 라칸,
뭐 렐, 그리고 뭐 잘하는 블리츠, 뭐 쓰레쉬 이런 거 들어갈 수도 있는 거고 뭐 아지르 신짜오, 오리아나 신짜오 뽀삐 같은 거 되면 또 아지르 뽀삐도 굉장히 메리트 있는 조합이기도 하고 뱀픽 숙제는 요 정도면 될 것 같아. 깎아와야겠지 그치? 깎지 않으면 이길 수 없다. 깎아와.
오케이.
또 이제 다른 숙제를 좀 내줄까 하는데
홈워크.
피드백 중에 그런 얘기 했잖아. 소통이 좀 부족한 것 같다. 특히 이제 우리 소통이 좀 필요한 두 선수 우리 대빵, 앰비션하고 캡틴 잭, LCK 보물 둘이 듀오 좀 해.
와, 듀오 한다고?
듀오 5판 만에.
원딜이랑 원딜이 듀오를 한다고요?
아니 근데 그럼 사이가 더 안 좋아질 수도 있는데.
그러니까.
보통 안 도와줘요.
아무튼 토다지 말고 숙제하도록.
알겠습니다.
둘이 듀오하고 보고해. 다들 오늘 도움이 되는지 모르겠지만 고생 많이 했고
너무 좋아요.
우리 팀 160 파이팅 하면서 마무리하는 걸로.
오케이.
할게. 팀 160 파이팅! 파이팅! 자, 고생하셨습니다.
고맙습니다. 일단 상대 팀에 대한 정보도 얻었고 솔직히 뭐 저희끼리 한다고 하면은 이렇게 디테일하게 못했을 것 같은데 되게 많은 도움이 되었습니다.
저한테 도움이 됐다기보다는 사실 이제 저희 바텀 정글 미드한테 좀 더 도움이 되지 않았을까. 그걸 또 이제 빗대어서 보면은 역시 제가 제일 잘하지 않았었나. 네.
사실 제가 뭔가 게임하면서 사실 그런 취급을 받아본 적이 많이 없었기 때문에 좀 민망하더라고요. 뭔가 그러면서 내가 더 잘해야겠구나. 뭐죠? 약간 이런 생각도 했어요.
관중이 걸려있는 경기. 지금도 남아있는지는 잘 모르겠지만 이제 과거 예전에 그래도 저 캡틴 잭이라는 이름의 이제 선수를 보러 많은 분들이 응원하러 와주셨었거든요. 절대 만만하지 않다는 걸 보여드리는 게 목표입니다.
첫 상대부터 좀 강력한 상대가 나오지 않았나 싶었는데 어쨌든 저희는 그 가닥이 있잖아요. 네, 재활하면서 그것만 다시 해방시키면 되니까.
그거예요. 항상 똑같아요. 그냥 무조건 이긴다라는 생각으로 하죠. 무조건 이겨야죠. 당장 내 2부 우승팀이 아니라 1군 상위권 팀이랑 해도 무조건 이긴다는 생각으로 해야죠.
레전드 프로게이머들은 뭐 언제나 그렇듯 지는 게임은 하지 않습니다. 꼭 이기는 그런 모습 보여드릴 거고 사뿐히 들여밟고 가도록 하겠습니다. 터졌네요. 농심 선수들의 미래입니다.
이렇게 그냥 그냥
농심 박살내줄게. 아니 근데
저는 예전부터 좀 대회 때 긴장하는 타입이 아니었어가지고
뭐 쉽게 못하지는 않을 것 같아요.
노장들의 힘을 좀
보여주지 않을까 오늘.
아이고 그냥 무조건 이긴다는 생각을 해야죠.
어떻게 되든 이래요.
각이라고 얘기하는 순간 큐베
잡았고
와 캡틴즈 이야 선장님 나이스 형 너무 잘했다 진짜 너 와볼래? 가 야야 가 방어 나이스 개 나이스 너무 잘했다 얘들아
기아 오늘은 이기자 화이팅!
아 생명 화이팅! 희덕 선수 내일 생일 축하드려요.
아 생명
화이팅!
팬미하자.
아수! 김아수! 김아수야 화이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the second match of the night. It's D plus Kia up against Homalife Esports, and this one on paper, we talked about what it meant on paper for the first series. This one actually looks like a very close one between DK and Homalife Esports, and this is actually the only match that we had our predictions split on out of all of the talent here on the English side.
He had to do it. He had to bring out the predictions early.
Yeah.
Because at the end of week 2, we were very low on Homalife. After that loss to T1, we were very high on D+. After D+ versus Kwangdong, we're very low on D+. We're still worried about Zeka, as Chronicler is sitting at home right now grinning because he was a HLE Predator.
Yeah, and the only other one is Huni. Will they be the knowers? The knowers of the Homalife Esports correct prediction? Or will it be D+ with a nice turn of form? The last time D+ lost 3 games in a row was 2022 summer. They're currently on a 2-game winning streak, so they don't want to recreate that 3-game, and if I said winning streak, I meant losing streak.
Yeah.
They don't want to recreate that 3-game losing streak, which only happened 2 years ago. So we'll see what they can do. They experienced a shocking upset. Feels a little bit less shocking now because Quantum Freaks are actually a really strong team. And the immobilized tank, Homalife Esports.
Yeah, I feel like Showmaker is trying to tell us to shh in this photo right now. He's just trying to say, like, no, go back to your Preds, trust in them. Because Zeka had a pretty poor performance in that T1 series, and Showmaker's individual performances have been pretty solid so far in their last 2 matches, despite the loss to Kwangdong. So maybe that is the angle of attack. We'll be talking about that a lot throughout this best of 3. Starting right here, as you can see, the head-to-head between these two is very close. Zeka getting the better end of things. There's a pull of an Atlas there.
Yeah, Zeker.
I'm just seeing Showmaker at the end there, but yeah, Zeka getting the better end.
Showmaker versus Zeker. Yeah.
He's getting the better end of it recently, let's say. We'll see who ends up being the victor because that is a very important matchup. And then 12 LCK matches versus 639.
Yeah, it's quite the gap there. But who is actually going to get the jungle gap in this game? I do wonder because Lucid, in this meta, you know, he has been enjoying the Vi, but I imagine they just ban that away. And it has been a little bit of struggle street if he's not on the Vi. Has played some nice games of Rel, has looked okay, but this team is very strong as their opponents. But here's D plus Kia. We did have some oopsies from the bottom lane the last time around. We're hoping to kind of smooth things out. I think that this roster on paper is quite strong. Just not quite getting it together early on in spring. But they really need to get it on now because they have Homalife Esports and then T1 next.
Yeah, it's a really tough upcoming schedule starting today, as you say. I think there's been clearly some rookie moments for Lucid where his idea is correct, but the team isn't with him, or the team wants to go in and he's a little bit late on the rotation, right? But I think he's a very strong player. He has proven his mettle so far here. We'll see if he can continue to improve. And then Kingen is the other issue where he has not been performing. I think very consistently has been the weakest performer on this team so far in our first 3 weeks. So he's up against the man leading the charge here for Homalife Esports in Doran. A player who isn't always known for lane prowess, but certainly could get it done today. But I think the biggest problem that D+ face is that they have not been able to consistently put down the enemy 80 carry. And Viper is the 80 carry right now.
He is him.
He is him. And that's an issue. He is happy to play the Aphelios, sit back and scale, and then be the Fountain Laser later on. And the team often plays around that identity. They did a lot of the time last year. And if you can't get on top of this guy, if you're not coordinated enough with Kingen and Lucid trying to get in there and actually take this guy out, if Showmaker is not ahead, then you're going to have the Viper problem that a lot of teams have struggled to solve. In terms of the mid lane matchup, you know, I mentioned we were going to come back to this one a little bit. A little bit of suffering in terms of the stats here for Zeka because of that last T1 series. You can see Showmaker's kill participation is second in the LCK. Imagine probably second only to Chovy, but he's sitting up at 72.7%. He is the main character for D+. If he is not getting it done, D+ aren't getting it done.
Yeah, and I think in general for DK, if they're not having a bit of fun, they're not getting it done as well. I think that Showmaker needs to be in good spirits. I think to be he and Lucid need to be on the same on the same page rather, and everybody really needs to be having a good time here in this game. If they lose game 1, wouldn't be surprised to see a 2-0 from Homolife Esports. They're a very strong team, especially if Zeka is on point today, which I think is definitely going to be key. I think for the top lane, you know, the fact that Kingan's not really having a great season so far, you can just put him on like Aatrox or, you know, Cassante, and he'll live, right? It's not the end-all be-all nowadays unless you go full Keen mode and you just 1v9 literally as Cassante. Yeah, the bottom lane is definitely going to be the biggest issue because Viper and Delight, they'll be happy that at least it's not an engaged support meta. You can play Rakan. Rakan is like the one engaged support we see often. But, you know, besides that, we do see a lot of Amelia, we do see a lot of Nami.
My concern is that if they put Viper on a champion where, like Lucian, for example, where he can actually get ahead early and just make the game all about him, I really think that if you give him that chance and then the jungle mismatch happens to where Peanut's just faster on the plays and he gets super ahead, that is just disastrous. Small correction, BDD, by the way, highest kill participation in mid. It was not Chovy, in fact. Chovy is, in fact, low, actually, towards the bottom. Getting some live stats for you guys.
It's pretty interesting. I mean, in the past, Chovy was definitely very lane-focused, so it kind of made sense. But I feel like in recent years, he had been doing more with the team. So it's kind of interesting that now... Yeah. I mean, there haven't been that many series, but the fact that he's still pretty low...
I would have guessed...
Returning to that old solo Chovy form.
Yeah, I would have guessed if it wasn't Chovy, 100% my mind was Faker going in there. But turns out it's BDD, who's #1 at the moment. But either way, see red side here for Hanwha Life. See what the game plan is going to be on blue. D+, definitely having the option to go for strong first pick here, something like a Vi for Lucid if it is available.
Yeah.
I think sticking with Comfort is definitely the game plan right now. I want to see this team give Showmakers some agency here because without him, they have just fallen apart.
Yeah, and I think as DK, you're not really worried about putting Homolife Esports on red because Dorn and Zeka aren't really the superstars of this lineup. If they do counterpick you, it's really not the end of the world. Showmaker can probably handle a lot of those lanes anyway if it ends up being in the mid lane. So I like this choice to start off on blue. Poppy's going to be the first ban. That's a very good idea against Peanut. He is quite good at that champ.
He certainly is. And, you know, despite dropping his win rate a little bit in that T1 series, you just do not want to deal with this pick. Viper will not be allowed to play the Kalista. The Lucian's still available for now, as we will see what this next ban is going to be. The Rumble kind of... I'm not really a big fan of that ban. I mean, I think it's a very safe pick and it can snowball lanes, but just wouldn't expect Kingan to actually be that guy at this moment in time, as the Rel is taken away from Lucid. That's the other pick you mentioned next to the Vi, where he has found a lot of success. See what the final ban will be. I don't think you have to ban Lucian here necessarily, unless, you know, if you're planning on picking it, you definitely don't want to. Be the Milio, actually, though, so kind of weakening the Aphelios while also saying, I'm probably not going to play Lucian. You're probably not playing Lucian either.
You're probably still, well, you could still go for like Lucian Nami if you do first pick the Lucian in this case, but there's so much to ban. I mean, the Corki's there, the Oriana's there. You could have considered the Vi, right? So you only have a certain amount of bans, and look at this. It's just going to be the Senna first pick that does come out.
So playing it a little bit slower here, it looks like D+ to start off this series. Removing that Aphelio synergy with the Milio here. Let's see if they want to just go all in on picking up the Lucian regardless here for Viper, as there is a lot you're going to lose if you do in fact do that. The Vi is still available, of course, a big threat. That's what they're going to lock up first. I think a much safer call and very strong into a multitude of Senna lanes here. You know, this kind of makes it feel like it has to be Kench or maybe Nautilus to come through with the Senna, with the Vi locked in. And they will take the Lucian, it looks like, too. So both of these make it so difficult for Senna to play this out without Kench. And I think that, you know, whether you like that lane or not, that might be the safest bet. They'll go for the Nautilus. which can be quite strong into Vi. You know, you get stuck when you do commit into this pick. There's no going out. You better hope you're going to get that pick, or Nautilus is making sure he's taking you down.
Yeah. And I wrote in the Nami on my sheet before I wrote in the Aatrox because you're going Lucian Nami, right? The Ahri would be very confusing. You could have tried to put Lucian with something else, but with Emilio gone as well, I kind of begin to lose some more and more power.
It almost feels like they're trying to bait D+ into a ban on that pick because obviously that used to be a very strong Vi duo. And Zeka has played quite a few games of Ahri Vi throughout his career, but I don't think that D+ are necessarily going to fall into that trap. Maokai, very strong into Vi, is now going to be taken away.
Yeah. Still a lot of jungle picks that you could go for. You know, Lucid definitely very comfortable on the more aggressive ones if you wanted to go for a Lee Sin. Not sure that he really wants to in this meta, though. Might just head towards like a Sejuani or a different tank if it's left available.
Looks like just trying to protect, at least for now, this Aatrox pick here, which is, of course, blind, taking away the Udyr. And we might even see a Cassante ban, so that there's just not that many tanky threats left that you have to deal with, and your access to the backline is going to be so much easier. Maokai's already
Sejuani.
removed. Bye-bye, Sejuani.
Yeah.
Not a surprise there. Let's see if they do ban the Cassante or if they'd rather put the focus on Zeka a little bit here. Those are really your main options at this point in time. And I mean, if you try to lock Zeka out here, I mean, there's just so much he can play. So Cassante seems like an easy one, but they'll take away the Azir, interestingly.
Yeah, you know, Zeka is like the one guy in this league that actually is winning a lot on Azir. And I know that it's only 3 games, and it was probably against weaker teams, but still showing that respect to the Azir. I mean, by the way, Orianna's just hanging in the balance.
Well, now you
Someone wants to play it, you know, it's pretty good.
Well, now you just counterpick for the Aatrox. If you wanted to play the Cassante, you could just lock in the Gwen here, which is what Doran is going to opt into. So a little bit more of a trying to dominate lane, and then you get the counter pick. As Lilia being hovered here, I don't think that one is the choice I would opt for.
Lilia is pretty good in solo queue.
Yeah, we're seeing some crazy Lilia plays in solo queue at the moment. See the highlights everywhere. As Viego will be the choice. I like this a lot more for the theme of the draft. And now the question is, what's going to hold it all together? Is it just going to be Orianna? Seems really safe. You already banned the Azir away. Sylas, not really a great option in this draft. I mean, they're using up all the time in this one today.
They might just be a bit concerned about like Vi combos with aggressive mids that can really punish Orianna, but it's just going to be the LeBlanc, and this is something that Showmaker has played a lot. He's played it also in an 80 build as well, and if he does that again, well, then you've really got no AP in this comp.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not horrible in this case, but it can struggle, and I would rather see the AP variant, as looks like Zeka is going to opt into an old favorite in the Akali. Something that a lot of people have been talking about is when Akali was at her strongest, especially in like week 1, where it seemed like this pick was extremely strong, and we were seeing Storm Surge kind of rule the day, and we're seeing a little bit less niche Akali. It was just kind of very standard, that we were just not seeing Zeka play it, which was shocking because that is his pick. It's his trademark. It's how he was able to help his team win Worlds back in 2022, and he is going to lock it in here into the LeBlanc. So very volatile, the composition that Hanwha has put together here. It's not going to be that sort of sit back and scale for Viper's style. It's going to be a little bit more tempo-based. It's a lot more aggressive. When they slammed that Vi pick down in first rotation, you knew it was likely to be that style of composition. They still have side lane threat, though, with this Gwen. They can kind of push D+ around the map and push them around to their whims, utilizing that pick. So I think a lot of this is going to be about how comfortably D+ get through the early mid-game and what they can actually get done here before we get to the point where this Gwen gets quite large and team fights become a little bit more difficult to play out. Because D+ also went Viego here with Showmaker on the block. There's some kill pressure in both mid and in top, but it has to be played out very well. I think a lot of pressure here on the rookie up against the veteran who just got that S-tier Vi pick.
Yeah, no, this is going to be pretty interesting. I feel like this one's going to be on a knife's edge for the first 20 minutes or more. Let's jump into the Rift for game number 1.
소환사의 학교에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Here we go. Game number 1 of match 26. You know, Wolf, we're already almost a third of the way done with the LCK Spring.
Yeah, it's true.
Isn't that crazy?
We take a break next week, for those who didn't know, spoilers. And then we are going to be going into the end of round 1. We'll be halfway through week 4, so it does feel like it's flown by.
5?
I thought it was halfway through week 4. There's 9 weeks.
Yeah,
so
5 is in the middle.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
9 divided by 2, 4.5.
Wait. That's after 4 weeks, and you add a half week, right?
Yeah.
So it's in the middle of the 5th week.
Oh, all right. All right, fine, Valdez. All right.
Remember what we said about not doing math on stream?
Yeah, but it is still technically
at
4
the
and a half
beginning.
weeks. Yeah, no, I know.
No, it is 4.5 week, yes.
Yeah.
It's
just not halfway through
4.5
week
4. It's halfway through week 4. 3.5. I'm glad we figured that out. Zeka, 14-5. Thought he would have played this champ more, but I guess
it's been denied from him quite a bit.
Yeah.
As well, especially in positions where you could counter Azir with it, which was quite common in 2022 when it was meta. His Azir has come a long way. You know, back then we were like, you know, Zeka on Azir, it's not looking great. Just leave it open to pick a Kali. And he kind of turned that around, that narrative. Not having a great time here against a ranged LeBlanc at level 1, but making the most out of it.
Level 2 for Viper and Delight. A lot of eyes, I think, should be on this bottom lane. Aiming did have one of the... Ooh, that's a big electrocute proc. Aiming did have one of the biggest mistakes I have seen in a while in professional play, and I'm hoping that he can bounce back. He looked very much all serious mode when I saw him there in the seat, so I'm expecting him to be very, very focused on this one.
Good shroud here from Zeka, so he cannot aim the tether there. And yeah, I think obviously that was burden shared between him and Kingen in terms of that turret aggro situation. For those who did not watch the Kwangdong series earlier this week, it was definitely a jaw-dropping moment. We even had the D+ fans on cam afterwards and how upset they were. It was game-losing, and obviously therefore series losing of a mistake. So hoping to see a big bounce back. Everybody is, as a lot of people are saying, you know, Aiming looking consistent this season despite some of the losses up until that moment. So here comes Lucid.
Yeah, just trying to say hello. Doesn't look like he's going to do anything alone, but it will force Viper and Delight to get a much worse back timing on this one. Peanut also going for his own full clear and is hitting this at exactly the same time. Lucid, you got to know about that brush. You do not have your ult. That's a bubble, and Lucid's in a lot of trouble. Has to flash away. They flash after him, but they can't get him, as now Kellen might be the one who has to flash as well. The heal is coming in, but a Q from Vi once again, and Kellen is first blooded as Peanut takes him down.
Yeah, that was a bit of a overextension. That's my new favorite caster safe word.
Yeah.
And it will be punished. That is really rough. Now, of course, Kellen down flash, Lucid down flash. Kill goes over. He goes over to Peanut. It's not picked up by Viper, who also committed his flash with Peanut, but big win for the side of Hanwha Life Esports. Look at the gold difference now. And yeah, not an ideal situation. You just can't really force these skirmishes early with Senna Nautilus. And even though Nautilus has farm, he doesn't have items at 4 minutes, 3.5 really. You know, it's not like this is a different type of scenario where you actually win those. You don't win those. You never win those. You just don't have the damage output consistently as Senna. Senna is not really about damage throughput. She's about range, and she doesn't have that early. And when Lucid is this far...
Yeah, Aiming and Kellen are like hitting the wave, maybe trying to hit level 4, but like Lucid's just going on a merry just I don't know, like way too far. If Peanut is there, you're dead almost always.
Yeah.
And instead of him dying, of course, Kellen has to sacrifice himself for it. But yeah, just a rookie mistake, I guess.
I mean, we've seen a lot of moments from Lucid, to be frank, like this, where in challengers, you go forward there, you try to get some additional information, you don't get punished. We don't see the punish play as high in LCK-CL, just isn't there. In LCK proper, you make one overextension like that against the jungle veteran and Peanut, he's going to be there. He's trying to get information too, and guess what? Your bottom lane wasn't communicating with you, so you're just, well, you would have been dead. Kellen has sacrificed himself and set up 3 Nautilus roots to get you out of there.
Yeah.
That's just how it goes.
And I haven't paid too much attention to jungle pathing, but in the last series, we saw that both junglers went from top side to bot, full clears. And same thing here, top side to bot. Not sure if it's because they want to get onto that dragon as much as possible or help out their bottom lane as much as possible, or if it's just these 2 matchups. But, you know, again, if Peanut's ever there, and he may have been able to expect it based on those patterns, you have to respect that. Now, this is going to be Peanut taking the Void Bubs, all 3 of them. So all of the Kevins are happy, but Lucid will be able to get this straight.
So the difference in this game to the last, and it did end up being somewhat relevant for Kwangdong, right, in game 1 where we discussed this a lot, is that this is a Gwen with Bubs, so that's quite significant because part of her existence as a champion is to actually be able to threaten sides and split push, and her having mites, which she will likely collect in this game, and that additional damage to turrets is really going to allow her to be a threat. Every time you leave Gwen there, it's more dangerous than before. So that's going to go wide, fortunately.
Yeah. It's very true. Anytime you have a real side lane threat, it is something to consider. Singular Hextech Drake is, already getting to work. It's going to be a plate. And we did see one trade between Doran and Kingen that did go Doran's way. And already having a good time. The Hex Drinker has to be purchased by Kingen, which is just going to delay his build even further.
Yeah, really unfortunate when you have to do this as Aatrox, but this is a matchup where it does happen oftentimes. Nice tether.
Aiming's here. Hello, Aiming. Hey, it's just here. Just hanging out.
If he was able to hit 6, maybe they could have actually looked for a kill there. As this does often happen with Senna, because you can get stacks anywhere, so you can just roam, and Nautilus will be able to farm against Lucian pretty safely. No concerns there. Kellen has teleport too, so if he ends up getting pushed into, he can just back and then TP back with Senna. So it's really common to roam around. You can get stacks, of course, just from queuing enemies and building that up across multiple lanes and trying to spread that Senna influence, as you do have that support item on lock. You have that extra gold generation. Definitely feels nice. This is a strategy that will not really be viable on the next patch. I mean, you could still kind of roam as Senna sometimes, but it's not going to be as freebie of a win as the ones that we're seeing right now. Early Warden mail for Kellen, who, like I said, can just sit here under turret. And if there was a commitment, he's Nautilus. He has 6. He's one of the most difficult champions to dive when he's just a support. When he's a actual tank, tough. Hard to CS also under turret a little bit, though, for poor old Naughty.
Nautilus. Yeah, that was must have eaten the back minions as well, so they were just like half health, kind of awkward. Well, that's fine. Everything's just kind of going according to plan down there. There was the one kill, the one oopsie from Lucid, and that did net Humble Life Esports 1,500 gold in the lead already. A lot of that as well is just the CS difference in top.
Yeah, as well as that plate that got picked up too.
Yeah, we do have a CS diff in mid, as Showmaker is ahead in the mid lane at least.
Yeah, Showmaker is putting the pressure on. We mentioned it just moments ago where he was able to hit the chains there onto Zeka and push him away. Aiming not able to get a kill or anything like that, but King in here going to walk into this one.
Yeah, trying to take this against Thorn, maybe trying to force an ult out, but does not bite the bait.
Really tough, with this item here for Doran. You got to hit all these Qs.
That's the ult out right there. I mean, Kingen just pretty crisp with the Q1, Q2, and Doran now down an ult and down a ghost. And Kingen, he's just pressing his Q button. Like, he's just kind of hanging out, not really doing much. He's still got World Ender. He's still got his Flash. He's now got Lucid heading up to the top side of the map.
Yeah, really well played. Obviously, it has the MR from the Hex Drinker, and then hitting those sweet spots on the Qs is very critical, because obviously the component that Doran does have increases your damage as you stay in combat, and that's exactly what Gwen wants. You know, she's ready to end up out-trading you and getting those heals off, but the ultimate isn't big. King gets ult advantage, Doran did not have TP, and they're going to lane swap him bottom side here after that play and put Viper up at the top. Showmaker, let's see if he can read this.
Showmaker missed the cannon. Rip. Yeah, -1. Cannon is gone. And Lucid hanging out in the brush. They're definitely going to check into this mist. They do see him, but the Void Bub's definitely a big contention part here. They do want to pick up 6 if possible for their Gwen. And potentially the Akali as the game comes along.
Yeah. Very tense moment here for D+, as there's just not a lot of vision there. Showmaker played it fairly safe, lost the cannon. Then obviously topside, Kingen sees the lane swap, he has to be careful. And grabbing those grubs, you know, not easy here for Hanwha Life. They obviously want them for Doran, if they could get them. His teleport's coming up shortly, but it's not ready yet. So this awkward lull state here where it was very tense for D+, but they handled it well. And now they're going to go ahead and take these away. And I think there's not much Hanwha Life, unfortunately for them, can do about it. As Doran was forced to go bottom side there. And that really hurts.
Yeah, a little bit of an ouchie. And Lucid's going to be happy to pick that one up. Peanut does get this streak. We're just trading objectives in this game.
Yeah, not a whole lot of straight-up fighting here.
Yeah, I mean, Kingen won the trade in top. He's kind of evened things up for now in the CS. He'll even get a plate of his own. He's got some Void Bub damage now himself.
Yeah, they're going to make a play on Doran.
Yeah, they're looking for it, but the needles come out. And the wave is cleared, and now he's even looking at maybe snipe aiming. Does take him down quite a number.
Never underestimate Gwen. You know, something we learned a long time ago, 2021.
Uh-oh. Now they're trying to dive a Nautilus.
Also difficult.
Vi is pretty good at diving, but let's see how he gets this one done. The ult does come out, and Delight's just tanking it very nicely. Meanwhile, on the top side, there's 4 people trying to take out Doran, and they do, in fact, take out Kellen as well. So a trade of dives in this game as well.
Zeka, though, see if he can survive here. He should be okay. It looked scary for a moment, like they were going to have a successful follow-up there. He does end up holding on to this, so Viper going to pick up a kill. They're going to get some more plate gold here for the Lucian bottom side. And you put Doran down, but he bought a lot of time. Obviously, originally here, this is going to force a teleport out of Showmaker so they can make sure it's guaranteed the kill here, as they know Nautilus is getting dove, so they have to do something. They have to actually get something back. Zeka then comes in here and just holds this, as then over here it's just Delight, really great aggro hold. Just goes into max range and just sits there and eats the turret shots. And fortunately, Kellen not able to do much with his ultimate there. Good split to make sure it doesn't get all the knockups. And yeah, that was well played. Tough to deal with a Nautilus, tough to kill a Gwen. Successful on both sides at a heavy cost. And I would say that for me, a kill going over to Lucian down there and some additional plate gold is significantly better than a kill going over to a Viego and the assist gold that's split around the rest of the team.
Yeah. It's going to be awkward as well for DK to itemize. They don't have a pure tank other than the Nautilus. And the Nautilus, you know, he can go the classic, the Frozen Heart into the Recurrent, and he'll be able to deal with a lot of the damage. But everybody else is like, well, do I get absolutely burst to smithereens by Akali and Gwen, or do I have to deal with, you know, the Vi burst and the Lucian as well, and their incredible mid-game power? So it is going to be interesting to see which defensive itemization they do choose.
Yeah,
they do elect to go into any.
And for Kellen, obviously, he started with armor because he's dealing with Lucian a little bit more aggressively, a little bit more up front. But even that, sometimes not enough, as you could see.
Trying to burst down aiming. It's like an awkward angle at first, but it does make sense to go for the Senna instead of the Nautilus with Frozen Heart.
Lucid going to look to maybe set up a dive here. Doran has Ghost and ult.
Second disappointing that. That's the stop on the back. They're going in on this one. The chains come in, the needles are out, but Lucid, he's got the burst, and that's enough takes down Doran, who is now 0-2.
Yeah, Doran just did not expect Lucid to be there. He just wants to run away and let the turret deal with Showmaker, but unfortunately is followed up on by Lucid there. Ultimate going to help execute him there, and that is the end of a Gwen who's now 0-2 in this game. Not a big threat in the signs. If you keep getting pushed down, Showmaker getting a ton of damage done to that turret, and there's no real big cross-map play to make here as Zeka on Akali into this Aatrox. You're just not going to be able to pull this off. At least they can try to grab this Herald in return, as Lucid's going to come over here and even look for a contest on that. Going to be tough, though, I would say. Alone, and Senna is backing, so this comes over and sees it and walks away. And actually, they will defend this turret. Doran still had teleport, but still a lot of damage done there. Picking up that kill pretty significant. Overall, still fairly happy with Hanwhalife's position in this game because Gwen, despite being 0-2, still even in CS, does have a Rift Maker and will, again, still be relevant in sides later on. But you got to get something as D+, and at least they're able to successfully make that happen. But again, both kills on Lucid in this game, not ideal.
Yeah, definitely not ideal unless he becomes a crazy Omega carry. I mean, they do have a lot of threats in their lineup, especially on the top side of the map. So maybe if, you know, you're trying to deal with the LeBlanc and then you've got this giant Aatrox running at you, somehow Lucid begins to get some resets and that actual, you know, the extra gold he picked up begins to help. But yeah, generally you would want it on some of those other carries, but we'll have to wait and see. The game in total has been mostly pretty slow, though. Outside of a couple of dives, a lot of trading of objectives, a lot of, you know, trading of sides of the map. And Kingen avoided the dive on the top side, and so we sit here at 2-2.
And I think this is not necessarily a bad thing for D+, because aiming is getting stronger. He's becoming more relevant in this game. It's just really about, you know, Showmaker is fairly even, of course, with Zeka on the other side is trying to make something happen here. It's really about, like, Showmaker still has agency in this game. It's really about his individual performance. Can he find the angles? Can he threaten the Lucian? Can he threaten the Nami? Or can he punish Peanut if he's trying to go on a flank angle, for example, as well? LeBlanc is really good at punishing those champions who do want to flank her, or flank rather the team. If you find them on the flank, you win those 1v1s.
Kellen's going in, and I mean, there is potential threat. They're just trying to stop this Rift Herald from actually moving in. He's trying to save it? Okay, he's going to get rooted, and there's a tidal wave for some reason. Thinking they were going to overcommit to that, but
we got to get better Rift Herald pilots here at the LCK. I'm gonna say it. All right.
It's getting worse.
I think we can solve this. I think everybody can just do some drills, run some drills. It'll be all right. TP committed by both mid laners here.
Yeah, I mean, it's Infernal Soul. Both sides really want to pick this one up. They're trying to isolate King in here, but now Viper, a bit out of position, does join up with the team once again. They're keeping this Drake at a pretty healthy number for now. Some poke does come down. Doran in a little bit of trouble, does have to throw in the Ghost as Kingen has joined in the pit. There's the hook. Now they're looking for the burst. Engage. The big Nautilus ultimate, and Peanut's gone, but so is Kellen. This smite should go the way of Lucid, and that it will, as they do take it down, but a nice play from Zeka at least to take out aiming. And now the chance here for Hanwhalife Esports for more kills. They're going to take down Kingen as he is going to be killed in midair. Nice strike, Kingen. As, yes, Lucid did pick up the Drake, but Hanwhalife...
Those kills or one single Infernal Dragon, they would have chosen the kills, and unfortunately here this just doesn't go the way of D+. Lucid is in position to secure this, and Kellen, he wants to engage because he's tanked Nautilus. You know, he actually can get a ton done if he can get into that backline and be a frontline for the follow-up damage, but the follow-up damage is still early game Senna, unfortunately. So yeah, Senna ult comes through, and yes, you get the kill onto Peanut, but Doran is big. He's a threat. Even at 0-2 on this Gwen, his damage output is so high. Zeka is so mobile. You used everything else. He's able to just slip through as he secures the kill, and then from here on out, there's no way for Kingen to get out. He has to die so that Showmaker and Lucid could live. And yeah, this is not exactly the smooth sailing you were hoping for in the early mid-game here for D+.
No, absolutely not. Kingen also burning his flash there right at the very end. I thought it was just a dash, but actually just a little bit extra cherry on top for Hanwhalife Esports. And yeah, like you mentioned, a lot of those carries getting very fed. Zeka getting online, looks like should be going for the Shadow Flame next. And Yeah, he's going to be a big threat for aiming. I do worry for aiming when you're dealing with, you talked about this right in the beginning of the draft. It's like, okay, they have Vi, there's already Senna picked. It's probably going to be Tahm Kench to deal with all the threats. And it was Nautilus, which kind of more proactive, right? But then they got more threats. It wasn't just Vi, it's like Akali and Gwen. And it's going to be really difficult unless aiming is way in the back. So we'll have to wait and see how the rest of the team fights do go.
It's not hopeless yet for D+. Like, there's still an angle to come back, 100%. It's just going to have to be a little bit slower now. And okay, Lucid, this was...
Yeah, he's going to ult away, and he's going to get some help from his teammates. But Bubble is going to come down, and now Kellen again is in trouble. And once again, Kellen has to pay for the sins of his jungler. And, just saying, hey, you're not respecting my stun. But the second that Lucid goes that far and the stun misses, you're just a fish out of water as Viego.
Yeah, I feel like Lucid has shown his rookie colors quite a bit this season already. It's another moment where you're trying to be proactive, you're trying to get back into this game, but you just don't have the control or the follow-up in this moment to make a play like that. And now once again, Kellen, who's 0-4 this game, as you said, is going to be the one who bears the brunt of it. As we'll watch this one more time, Lucid's in Shroud. They can't see him, but again, you're still running a Senna who isn't online yet. And so even if you are able to hit that stun on the Viper, you don't win these. Kellen is just left out to dry. A very proactive idea there, but if you're running a big burst champion who's actually strong at this point, maybe you make that work, but he doesn't land the stun either. It's sidestepped as Zeka.
Dance. He's trying to get in there. The distortion is down. A lot of damage already coming in. There's a Vi here as well, as he is avoiding quite a lot, but you can't avoid that R button as down he goes. The entirety of the rest of DK is here now, but so is HLE Esports, and Kingan now is left out to dry. Kellen, I don't wish that same fate for you. It's happened already too many times this game, but yeah, he doesn't look like he's got any hope. Down he will go. That's 3 free kills straight into the pockets of HLE Esports.
I mean, aiming's just in mid, like, I'm scaling. Will there be a game for me when I stack up, get some additional range? Will there be a game left to play? Is the question he has, because we're hard committing on a turn there. And look, Showmaker, he had some fancy footwork there. The dashes were great. But as you said, Peanut's just going to press R. That's why Vi's pretty good into LeBlanc, too. As we've seen with Nautilus into LeBlanc, eventually, even with Showmaker trying to make something happen here, you just get R'd. You get ulted. You're dead. Kingan commits to the TP here with Lucid, and Kellen comes over as well because he's also got TP. But they don't have TP anymore, and they don't have it to one team fight either. Where is aiming? He's a million miles away. Guess what? He doesn't have TP, and even if he were there, he'd just be one extra kill for Hanwha Life. You gotta know when to cut your losses here, D+. A way overcommitment to trying to turn a play that would never be turned. Now you're down on, you have the deaths and the lost teleports, and map control for Hanwha Life for days now. I mean, well, not literally, but feels like days, right?
There's some potential days in the future when they play other series.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's going to roll over. We don't really have that mechanic here in the LCK, but
no, not
just
yet.
had to clarify, you know.
Not yet. Now, DK are trying to challenge this Infernal Drake. They did get the other one, but this is a much different situation. They're down 8,000 gold. So Kingan on the flank. Can he get something done here? They're trying to get in onto Showmaker. That is an interesting target as the burst is there, though. They're going to take him down as Kingan is alone in the back line, and DK just trying to send it one last time, but HLE Esports way too far in the lead. And this one is going to amount to 10,000 gold and an Infernal Drake. HLE Esports looking pretty good in this game one.
Moments ago, before that topside play, I said, oh, no way. He doesn't have ult, Peanut, so...
Peanut's just playing with his food right now. Aiming does not have flash, and he does not have his life at the moment in this game.
Yeah, I was just going to say, moments before that topside play, I said, you know, look, it's not like there's no hope. There is no hope now. It is well and truly out of D+'s hands. Showmaker teleports in. He was the only one who had that summoner left available to come back into this, and he just can't do anything. He's caught by all sorts of CC and then the tidal wave to boot, and then the whole team is split. And it's just straight into the meat grinder, as unfortunately for aiming, trying to back between two turrets here. He's not, in fact, safe, and Doran's going to come over with this wave. And then where does he go? Like, what can he do? He has no options. He's dead.
Yeah. And Peanut doesn't even need to build, you know, like Frozen Heart or anything like that. He's very accelerated. He's got a Black Cleaver. And he is able to just take lives very easily. He's going to look for a little bit more. Challenging Lucid, his counterpart, and it does not look close. He's just going to go in there and press his R button, immediately goes down. Maybe a little bit overzealous, but I suppose they've got the wallets to do it at this point, as Lucid is looking for some resets, and Kingen is pretty big, but not quite big enough. As down he will go, and once again, Aiming's just left back there by his lonesome, like, guys?
He's like, look, I didn't get caught, I'm just saying.
Yeah. Look at my KDA, it looks totally fine.
Yeah, I only have 2 deaths.
Compared to you guys.
Lucid also only has 2 deaths, but it does not tell the story of how that early game went for him, and Peanut doesn't look too excited about this one. I think they're just ready to get this one over with. It's 14,000 gold to lead, but he's sad he can't make the call to end because the death timers are still so low with the current levels of the players on the other side. Just to put it into perspective, Aiming is 3 levels down on Viper. Not at the beginning of this play, but after the play, as he hits level 14 here. And yeah, Peanut sacrifices himself, but Viper has IE. He hurts them, and he hurts them a lot. And so does Gwen, as it turns out, in a choke point, once he presses Empowered Q on people.
Well, the game isn't over. It's not over yet. Let's just take out Kingen again. Why not? Yeah, that's 7-0 now for Viper. 7. One more and he'll be legendary. It feels like they're almost working towards that at this point.
Showmaker.
Okay, well, he's going to get in there and, you know, he can get in the mist pretty easily, and there you go. Able to shut him down. Meanwhile,
hey, it's a good old Gwen for Nexus trade. Nah, it's not going to be the Nexus, but it will be the second inhibitor. And, I mean, proactivity is good. Killing enemy champions good. Losing inhibitor, put that in the cons column, unfortunately, as we'll go back to this moment here. Kingen, he is caught. Doesn't really have any way out. He is 2 levels down on Zeka. Viper matches him in levels. And then Showmaker's like, well, they were bottom. I think we actually outnumber this guy. It's a good call, in fact, by Showmaker here. And all that Doran's going to get back is the clone gold. So, I mean, at least,
nice.
You know, there was a little bit of pull and push here. You know, D+ getting something on. That's their strong side right now. That was that one angle right there. That one part of the jungle. That's where they own on this rift. And they made something out of it. Good play from Showmaker there.
Yes, true.
Well, as I don't know, we catch 2 games in a row where it's like 20 kills to 5.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, there is not much good I can say about what D+ is doing, except, hey, they got that one pick there.
That's a good read. It's a nice play.
Yeah.
It just
Death Cap's done for Showmaker.
Doesn't matter.
He's got a hat. When Showmaker gets the hat, usually they win. It's not the case this time, unfortunately.
Oh my lord. He's just dead. Oh no. Yeah, that's legendary now for Viper. And he's not done yet. He's looking for more victims here. As, yeah, they're just pushing the top lane. They're going to do this the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, really uncoordinated game here from D+, and HLE, man, they're in full control.
That was interesting. Viper trying to get them to engage to end the game faster. Works out as down will go Doran again. He's just going so deep for these kills, and it just doesn't seem to matter. It is Lucid alone as the Shuriken lands, and that's going to be the end of that as they take down the Nexus turrets. And Homolife Esports will not only win game 1, but they will absolutely embarrass them here in game number 1 as they pick up 23 kills and they're looking for more. Make it 24 to 6. 1-0 Homolife Esports.
And I'll be the first one to admit that I think we might have all been a little low on Homolife Esports after T1 dismantled them last week, because this is a team where if you give them an inch, they take a mile. And there were a few inches given in that early game, wasn't there? And then you had that dragon fight that went so disastrously wrong that, I mean, there's no losing for Homolife at that point. They just run the whole map. They have total map control. They have a Gwyn. They have a Fed Lucian. And you got Tank Nautilus. And he's going to have to deal with multiple damage profiles. There's an Akali. He went armor. There's two big threats that are just going to cut through his health. And when you make your win conditions this narrow as D+, and then you hard force on that first Infernal Drake, the third Drake of the game was the moment where they lost. You could see where it is on this gold graph. Like, I'm going to ask chat, like, can you spot the moment where things went disastrously wrong? You probably can, as Viper ends up doing the most damage in the game, 26.6k.
Yeah.
Bit of a wash.
And he played that Lucian, I think, the way it's meant to be played, right? They got very far ahead, made it look even stronger, and just absolutely crushed them. That was game number 1. We're going to take a break and have the space afterwards. We'll be right back.
하이브 하면 안 돼? 할만해. 내가 박아줘. 그냥 아트 비에고 봐야 돼, 아트 비에고. 내가 먹긴 해. 아, 오케이. 아트를 박자, 아트를. 아트 봐야 돼, 아트 박아줄게. 아트. 가뒀어. 아트 점사해줘. 노틸 잡을게. 얘가 갈아타는 것만 조심. 갈아타긴 했어, 이제. 야, 교인인데? 아니, 어차피 벗겨지긴 해. 어짜야. 타워. 어짜야? 가죠. 르블랑 10초 뒤에 나온다. 타워. 아, 괜찮아. 천천히 가. 르블랑 뭐 나와도 원컴이긴 해. 나이스. 바이킹 교전 잘 봤다. 이거?
That is a big tidal wave hitting onto 4. The teleport to come in as well as King and Rookie to show up, and boom goes the dynamite. The Baron is going to go down as well, and it is an absolute disaster. You respect the attempt, but my God, is it a massacre? Get destroyed. They're just gonna get pulled back. And the Nature's Grasp does nothing really to stop them. There's the Flash Magnus. Oh my goodness, Colby! Just eruption to double kill so far for Showmaker. And now he gets into that backline, making a triple, making a quadra, and here is the pentakill for Showmaker! Teleport from Kane. Morgan going to match immediately as Kane gonna dash away. Right into the fire by the looks of things. Bland's also doing the same move as he flashes in, he finds Karis with the knockoff, and everyone! Goes to the sky, Genji! 4 kills out of nowhere. Yeah,
It's like stabbing with a plastic fork.
yeah, and that wood stabs a lot to the point where it's not there anymore. The handshake comes down here. Oh my God! Santa, goodbye! You will be missed. I don't know what happened to your health bar, but it's no longer there, and first blood goes to Bull.
Well, Andil is going to walk his way in here. Hostile takeover available, finds a couple with it, and there is the kill for the Corki. Whirling Death is to celebrate, but on the way back, it collects the Azir. Thank you so much for the leashes. Sylvie's down for the double. In the meantime, she's probably pretty mad about what happened in the last game. This time around, 7-1-3 on this game. As over goes Ona, step past presence gets a fair bit of value, and package delivered! FedEx from Baker into the back line, absolutely obliterating them. That Baron was all a cunning ruse, and how many aces do you need? Especially for a competition like DRX, that okay, goes closer, wants to find Tab, and that's it, that's just a solo kill. Sponge comes on over with a celebratory ultimate, but he might just be food for the Akali as well. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to The Space. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Orcs and Huni, as we are going to go through a game that happened here in the LCK, and one that didn't last all that long. It was pretty just done and dusted here by Humble Life Esports, pretty clean stuff.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, we can look at the draft a bit. I feel like, you know, they went for the Senna Nautilus, which we've seen work quite well in theory, but Kellen kind of looked a little bit rough on the Nautilus pick. Kind of felt he got a little bit exposed at times. We saw the Aatrox come in, and then we saw the Gwen actually as an answer, which is interesting because we haven't really seen that come out, although obviously it's a kind of we've seen in the past quite a bit. And I felt like Ori was something that kind of flew through on this draft that was a lot of priority on. But it does feel like both of these mid laners haven't quite adhered to the meta we've seen from other mid laners in the league.
Yeah, I mean, also it was really interesting just picking Akali into LeBlanc, and which is like it also really struggled in all the game. Like being ends up was okay because like I think the team compositions with a Lucian Nami with the Vi Gwen, like they wanted just like no matter what go in the champion that it fits. It does fit the composition, but it, like I think 1v1. That's why I think it looked really tough. But I think the Lucian Nami actually the head of prio and a lot of it, like it's the entire game. Like I think that actually helped a lot throughout the to play out the HLE.
Yeah, no, I would agree. And I do think that a lot of it comes down to some of the shenanigans that we had early on in the game. Lucid not exactly having the greatest game here. And if we're talking about the race to Rookie of the Year, Perfect and Bull are feeling a little bit better after this game number one. Let's jump into our first highlight, though, and see what really happened, because we had the early game flub, but then this happened immediately afterwards, and things were looking dire for D+ very early.
Yeah, and I think it's easy to criticize D+ here, but I think, honestly, I want to praise Honor Life Esports because we see, like, the Shroud from the Gwen to dodge the Nautilus engage, and I just love how, like, they kind of move in and out. So, you know, initially D+ are the ones who want to start the fight, so we actually see the ult come out from Kellen, and all of Honor Life Esports here just try and disengage in the situation. They do obviously lose their jungler, but then they find this window to like push back in. We see the Akali go in, take out the Senna, And then again, it just keeps like they're waiting for their moment. They're not just overstepping. They're repositioning here and then going back in.
Yeah, I mean, starting off with the Peanut actually got popped, but I think it's still King, and he burned the ulti even before start the fight, and then the engage has come through, and the King decided to come in the pit, so there was no any side the pressure that they used to provide it. So I think it was like actually it was a more free to HLE, the backline be able to just put the DPSs on. That's why I think the HLE had a kind of really good trade as a 1-3.
No, I would agree, and I do think that it was played very well by Zeka as well. Gets in, gets his kill, gets himself out of there as well. And we know that his Akali is absolutely fantastic. If this is the kind of Zeka we're going to see in this series, unlike the one we saw in the previous one, then that would certainly be great news for Humble Life esports fans. Our next highlight was a little similar, you know, a little bit more of the same, but this was Zeka finding his target, Showmaker trying to outplay, and then all hell breaking loose.
Yeah, and this fight starts just so badly, I feel like, for D+, because Showmaker's basically dead, ends up getting finished off here. And then the thing is, the next focus ends up being the Viego, and if you have a Viego, you want them to be able to come in towards the late run of the fight, be the one cleaning up, getting those resets, get the momentum, and he just instantly gets chunked out and has to leave, and by that point, the fight's already over.
Yeah, I mean, exactly what happened, that what I said, which is like Lucian Nami just had so much prio in the mid lane, and that they were just gonna be moving faster than enemy no matter what. And Lucian Nami was just so huge that just like Lucian just touched the Viego, he just has to get out like immediately, and which is like it just connected the Baron right after.
And this sort of comes down to what I was thinking about heading into this series, and that was, if you look at the mid lane matchup based on how Zeka was playing in their previous series, then you'd think Showmaker might have a little bit of an edge there. But then you look into the bottom lane, and based on previous performances, based on caliber of the players, Viper and Delight are just so far ahead of Aiming and Cullen right now. It is absolutely absurd. And let's find out which one of them is going to get POG. As we bring it up right now, it's going to be Viper. I think my vote probably would have been for Delight, but maybe I'm just a weirdo. 10-0-10 on the Lucian, almost 1,000 DPM. Absolutely absurd performance here.
Yeah, and I think this is a pairing everyone was super hyped about at the start of the season. Delight, I feel like, was the most consistent support in the LCK across last year. And Viper, obviously, everyone knows him from his times on EDG as a world champion, even though maybe last year he wasn't doing so hot. But you can see when he pilots a champion like Lucian, which is a champion who is so skill expressive, can be anything from useless to the most broken champion in the game, you can see him do so much work.
Yeah, I mean, the delay would have been really fair vote as well, but like I think I just really high rated the Viper. He just like played really aggressively, that be able to just provide so much pressure to enemy team. And we see some jungle POG, and which is like, that's probably fine too. But I think it's a little bit sad that like I don't see that many Delight vote.
Yeah, only one Delight vote I think is actually just a little bit sad. But it's a bit based that we have him here on the broadcast with us. Now it is time though to throw it over to Valdez and Wolf to take us through game number 2 and see whether D+ can fight back.
Thank you, Atlas, Ox, and Huni, for that wonderful breakdown. Viper with the 10-0-10 ended up being the main character in that game. We did have a lot of Peanut votes, which is what Wolf voted for as well. The Zeka vote was pretty interesting. I mean, he did some burst damage at times. He did get that one pick on the Showmaker.
I thought
the Delight vote is just it's base, but he's playing Nami, so it's like, well, what are you gonna do?
It was pretty based, but yeah, I mean, for me, I thought it was Peanut. I love Viper, and I think he might be right now the best AD carry individually in the LCK. But that game, watch those highlights. Press R. He did sidestep that one time. Okay,
he did a lot of boom damage.
He did. He got ahead thanks to his teammates, and then he did a lot of things because that's what Viper does. Even when it's Lucian, he will be the late game pop-off carry that you need. And D+, one consistent factor of their Game 1 draft is that they used almost all of their draft time for each and every decision they made. And that's a little concerning, considering how much time they've had to prepare for this series. And their draft was pretty freestyle in game number 1. And coming into game number 2, they will decide to ban the Senna.
Yeah.
They themselves picked up.
And it happened pretty slowly as well. Like, there's even discussion right from the get-go, like, are we banning the Senna? Is this the right call? Are we sure we want to do this?
I'm always, there's always two sides to this, right? If you use all of your time to maximize how much discussion you can have. But when it's the first ban, and you spend almost all the time, makes you wonder, if there was preparation, or maybe there was a bit of a crisis management going on in that short break between games 1 and game 2, of talking about other things rather than the draft. But I'm not going to speculate any further. As we move into the second ban here for the Plus, they'll take away that Rel again from Lucid, who did not have his greatest game on the Viego in game 1 there. Milio taken away.
I do like the Milio respect.
It's good.
I think Milio is very strong, and if you're not going to play it, just get rid of it. It's a good idea.
Lucian is banned this time around, so some switcheroos here. You know, it could have been D+ who took this one a first pick. They could have, if there was no Lucian ban here, I feel like gone Vi and felt pretty comfortable. See if they still want to do that, because I think it's quite strong for Lucid, and it's strong into the 80 carries left available. Kalista is your other bet, right? Kalista's open this time, and if you put aiming on this pick and you control the bottom side, it can be quite nice as Lucid gets the camera shot. You're feeling a little stressed. It's the early days of a rookie, not
Just
the easiest.
a bit.
Not the easiest. And you get the Vi, they get Kalista. And Corki.
And Corki.
Kalista Corki. When have I seen this combo before?
Yeah, well, Zeka did play Corki in that series against T1. It did not look great.
Wait, you mean Zeka played Corki and Viper played Kalista and they won a ton of games with that combination? Did that ever happen before? I think it did.
Yes.
I think that was like the thing that they did.
Yeah.
And that's why Lucid has head in his hands, because he's like, if I take this, they get that.
I do think the one game against T1 was a bit of a fluke, for sure. I think Zeka can play this champ. I think a lot of people can play this champ pretty well. Varus is up, and they're going to go for that. And Ashe, okay.
So here's the thing about, like, if you play Varus Ashe into Kalista, you can crush it if you play it very well. And obviously Ashe is one of those counters to Kalista. The slows are extremely impactful. You have a nice range advantage with the Varus, but it's still somewhat volatile. And if you fall behind for just one moment, those slows aren't going to matter. And it's not actually going to be enough. As they'll take the Maokai pick here, actually, interestingly.
Yeah.
And I expect there to be some bans on Orianna, for example, that Zeka had a bit of an issue with against Faker.
Yeah. I don't know if they'll go as far as ban Yone as well. We did have one Yone moment. Silas going to be taken away. Silas can just, steal the rockets, and it's really good into Maokai.
Yes.
So that's probably the main reason you want to take that off the board.
And obviously Showmaker is a very good Silas player, so
yeah,
that is another thing. I think you don't do this against every player, but you definitely consider it against Showmaker. Pyke going to be taken away here as a potential support for this Kalista. LeBlanc, another Showmaker special that you can get a lot of pressure on the Corki with. And Showmaker, he has one more pick that is kind of exclusive to him that he likes to play more than anyone else that's great into the Corki, is the Syndra. And that is something they could go for here, potentially, if he wants to try to put that pressure on in mid and push Zeka out. Final ban here will be on, very likely, another support. The Nautilus. There's still a possibility of something like an Alistar, but, feels very uncomfortable to play that actually into the Ashe Varus. Let's see what Delight's name about is. It's no easy task to lane into this as the Kalista.
All right, Delight, pull out the Jhin. We got Atlas on the desk. I know he would love to see that.
How about Heimerdinger? How about Blitzcrank? That's just Renata. Actually, we kind of forgot about Renata.
No, I mean,
she's definitely the best choice.
Renata's really good with Kalista, but it can sometimes struggle into ranged matchups. It's still such a great duo that they're just going to go for it anyway.
I mean, the bailout synergy is insane, and if you can get into handshake range and then put someone in Kalista's, auto range, and she can actually put those spears in, you win those. Showmaker will just play the Orianna. Not going to reinvent the wheel, not going to pull out the Syndra. Just going to play what's standard, what's meta. And now we're looking for another ball carrier. We have the Vi already. Is it just going to be...
It's blind as well.
Blind Aatrox. Another time into this time Maokai into the Corki. Not feeling great about that pick, if I'm totally honest with you, Valdez. But guess what? It's Kingen.
And he's going to play Gnar.
Okay, well, this was the other good Kingen pick back in the day.
Yeah.
It's...
I think Gnar, Doran would not be scared to go ahead and try to shut this one down with a counter pick. And he's hovering the Yone.
Such as Yone and or Camille. Yeah, I think you're right.
The old Jax, or rather the old Gnar counter. It is going to be Jax that is selected here.
I'm not as big of a fan of this one, but it can work very well with the Maokai ultimate. Obviously, you can just simply follow up on a root and set up a stun with a counter-strike, and that can be a great way to get advantages. However, Gnar generally pretty happy in a lot of the laning phase when he is in mini Gnar form, when he's ranged against the Jax. We've actually, in fact, seen Gnar picked as a counter to Jax many times for that reason. So a bit of a puzzling pick in terms of the lane matchup, but I think very strong in terms of surviving and getting the ability to engage and following up on Maokai. The biggest issue I think I have here with the composition of D+ is that it has really one reliable way of dealing with Corki, and that's setting up a chain CC. Otherwise, to try to reach this Corki is going to be so difficult, and it is just not... It's not fair to say that what Varus' poke can do is similar to what Corki's can do when we get to late game. They're just not equivalent. They're not the same thing. A Varus poke is so much more conditional. Varus has no escape. And Corki has Valkyrie and package. And in this game, a Maokai for some additional support, as well as a Renata Glass. So I worry about how this late game is going to go for D+.
And I feel like there's, again, a lot of pressure on our rookie jungler here on DK. Let's get into the game. Here we go. Once again, level 1, very important for this. Double Hail of Blades. This used to be the thing, and it got nerfed in many different ways. Ashe got changed a lot. We saw Hail of Blades get nerfed, I believe. There was definitely a lot of things that Riot was trying to do to shut this down, and yet, here we are again. Hail of Blades, Varus Ashe, it's still good. I think they did make it a bit more balanced, which is probably for the best.
I tend to agree. It's very high damage output very early, and the slows make it difficult for Kalista to combat. So you really need to rely on Handshake if you're ever going to win anything here, or obviously ganks from Peanut. And that's where a lot of the pressure you were talking about is once again going to be on Lucid, who went Aftershock this game and is hoping to follow up on Ashe Arrows and lead into Showmaker ults and lead into, you know, Chains of Corruptions and stuff like that. But if you miss one part of this kind of CC chains that could dodges that, you can't really follow up with the other ones very easily because you've got a range problem. So that's my concern. It's like everything has to go exactly right.
Yeah.
And if you get the first part, it's very easy actually for the rest to go right. But if you miss the first part, that's where things get concerning. And I think if you're one of those people who was very low on Hanwha after the T1 series, maybe you have faith that Zeka just won't have the greatest Corki performance again here in this second game.
You can see what this does. Yeah. Hail of Blades, look at that. Already heal used. And Renata Glask, again, I mean, she sits there, she's got lower range, she throws out her Q, and then she's like, okay, now I can't auto you, I don't do anything. So especially early on in the lane, it's like, well, you know, this is pretty rough. I mean, Delight's just sitting there. He doesn't have a pot anymore. He doesn't have heal. He doesn't really do much. And yes, he's great with the Kalista, but for the early laning stage, it is going to be difficult.
You know, Blitzcrank has a bit of a more heavy-handed handshake that he does when he's in the lane. And, you know, that was the other option they considered. Obviously, the range that has is higher, and the threat is higher, but you're otherwise just a sitting duck if you don't hit those. And so either way, there are pros and cons. They went with this Renata, but she's not going to be too useful just yet. They catch as much of this wave as they can. As Doran going to visit our rookie jungler.
Hello. By the way, Doran, an expert Jax player, has played it many, many times. I think 20 in total, 17-3 here at the LCK alone. So definitely one of our better Jax players in terms of stats alone.
Yeah. A lot of that a product of when Jax was meta, Genji was winning everything all the time.
Yes.
But part, in fact, due to his his Jax play.
Yeah,
I always just want to contextualize these stats. We had the Poppy stats for Peanut last time, and I'm like, yeah, just remember, like, He was like 18-2 on Poppy, but he was also like 18-2 that season. So
yeah. I mean, you can always take away, but you also can give and say, well, maybe part of the reason they were winning is the fact that he was playing one of his big comfort champs, and you know, especially in the case of Peanut, I would agree. I do think that Doran has had some really big performances, but also some lackluster ones, and that has been Doran's charm ever since he has entered the LCK.
Yeah, that's our favorite top laner right there, Doran, everybody's favorite. Not allowed to have another one. As a Hop gonna come in here, and this is why it's a little bit tough to play Gnar.
Yeah,
into
I mean,
the Jax.
If you try to lead into the
backwards.
Gnar, yeah, the Gnar hops away. If you're playing passively, you're getting harassed. Yeah, and the Counter-Strike, while it is potentially very useful, it doesn't block the boomerang. You also, it's on a decently long cooldown. So,
Peanut?
Already taking a lot of damage. Peanut is here.
Yeah, I don't know if he really wants to try to make a play here, though. Only if Kingen overcommits would he really think of doing something like that. As we'll see as I could take this back opportunity. This is still a problem down here. We haven't really looked at it, but it hasn't really changed. Good arrow there to try to spot where Peanut was because they didn't have vision. Try to get some additional information, make sure that he is not wrapping around to allow for that handshake play into big bailout opportunity down there, especially with Lucid on Dragon right now.
Yeah, this is on vision, and you see that Peanut spotted immediately. He's not just going to be able to walk through mid and try to contest this when you don't have any bot prio at all. So even though this is spotted, just gotta take the consolation prize, which is the boy Bubs.
It's just so crazy that Ash's kit is just so perfectly made for bully lanes like this because of her ability to get vision on where the enemy jungler is. You just know guaranteed. You're like, oh, okay, I know I can continue to do this. King is gonna try to swipe one of these.
Yeah, did not get that one, but he will push Peanut off of the third one, which is fine. Peanut just gonna spend his time on better things.
First one's the one that matters the most. He gets 2, doesn't need the third one all that much. Obviously great for Jax. Talked about this a few times before this season. Probably should, you know, we'll move away from that point because I feel like we're a bit of a broken record on it, but it is quite valuable. As down here, you know, we keep looking at it. The numbers are getting big for the Varus. The numbers a little bit smaller for the Kalista. She shores up, you know, decent amount of these every time they crash, in part due to Delight helping out. See that it's just going to be like this for a little while, but you're scaling in the Corki. And what we've seen in the past, a lot of the time when Ashe is normally banned, is that you go Kalista, you're the lane bully, and then you also have that late game Corki scaling insurance. Is Kellen nice sidestep there? That could have been a disaster.
Yeah, pretty important. If the Kalista does get on top of one of these squishy 80 carries, she can kind of just do whatever she wants, so gotta be very careful to not get too close to the sun.
But in this game, you know, opposite of what I was saying, how normally it's played out from Viper and Zeka, is that they're the ones with the bully lane. They are not this time, so it's not the same type of scenario. And the Varus Ashe, I think, that's not going to be close to kill range.
Yeah, just harassing him back. Doesn't seem like, I mean, you could have waited for Lucid to come on over with level 6 and try to make a real play, but instead, just push him out of the lane.
I think that a lot of the game that we're watching here is going to be very slow-paced and very conditional. And, you know, no huge mistakes from Viper and Delight. Obviously in the bottom lane, they had to heal early, but that is about it. In terms of the pressure that's been put on there, they have a CS deficit, but it's not super significant. And they lost Dragon, right? But they were still able to make the play there on the top Bubs. Even going to get this Crab here as well. And the Corki is going to be a bigger problem than the Orianna later on. Slowed by the fact that he has to buy Hex Drinker. And the Jax will also be a side lane threat, assuming that Doran doesn't make any mistakes. So that can help buy time for this Corki. And I'm explaining all of this because nobody's getting killed.
Yeah.
Because both teams know that the volatility of their early games could spell their doom, as we saw last game. So it's just going to be a little bit of a quiet one.
Yeah. I do think that we are entering the territory where the pressure is going to mount onto these junglers, where Peanut can potentially be there at the exact right time to try to turn a play on the bottom side, look for an all-in, and really try to shut down the pressure that Aiming and Kellen have, which, by the way, I say pressure, I mean, Viper's only 4 CS behind right now. So he's actually doing a pretty good job. Obviously, Kellen's getting some of that CS. They did go double support at him. But, yeah, that's going to be really important. And how is Lucid going to manage, like, his first couple of ults? Where is he going to look? Is he going to look for the Jax and try to set something up with Kingen? Is he going to look for a play with the Orianna ball? Or is he just going to try to be there at the right time in the bottom lane when Peanut, no doubt, will try to release some pressure? As we have this. Speaking of which, Lucid has chosen the top lane, and Doran is very far down the lane, and that is very free. First blood will go to Lucid. As an ult is coming on in there, going to be thrown into Kellen. He does get CC'd pretty much 100-0, but the Maokai ult doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
So, not the all-in you were looking for.
Really just trying to hard force because of the top side play. As soon as Lucid shows there, you know you have an opportunity to try to make something happen bottom where Peanut is, and he has that long-range ultimate, but it's still very slow traveling. And now Fate's Call also on cooldown, very, very long cooldown ultimate. So, you know, doesn't feel great. Aiming's actually, in fact, going to be able to get a lot of these minions here. In fact, probably will get all of those. As Doran kind of just went into a Gnar and was able to avoid Kingen's initial transformation there, and
kind of gets baited by Kingen. I think Kingen's doing a really good job of looking
selling
a little bit silly. Yeah. You know, he's like using all of his abilities into that giant pack of minions.
He's like, whoops, I missed!
Yeah. It's like, I'm trying to clear out these minions, not so that we can kill you, just, you know, I'm just missing all the stuff. Maybe you should jump on me. And then Doran's like, hey, this looks great. Let me get in here. And, yeah, that's the way it goes sometimes.
I think also, counter-wise, Doran was trying to see if Lucid was topside so that they could make the play bottom as well. And he's like, I found him. Unfortunately, he found him a little bit too far away, and Peanut was a little bit too far away to make that play bottom side. So, you know, if that was your real plan, reaching a little bit there. But luckily for D+, you know, bottom side, they survive. Top side, they get the kill. They have a significant gold advantage across the Rift here and that Dragon lead. If this ends up being Infernal or Hextech, for example, and you grab the second one, you are going to feel amazing with the control that you have. And unfortunately for Zeka, you're just way, way far away from relevancy in this game. Doran has no TP.
I remember this bottom lane was even stronger back when the Drakes were also stronger. So this strategy was even stronger because you always had bot side prio, and if you also had mid side prio. Speaking of which, Zeka might just be dead. He does have a package which will get him to safety. We were talking about that trying to 100-0 Corki kind of situation, but he's already out of the fight and the package is gone. So even though you don't kill him, he's
effectively dead.
He's not here.
Yeah, he's effectively dead because he's not going to be relevant for this fight. And that's just Dragon going over to D+. And, I mean, there wasn't much he could do. He could have played a little bit more conservatively, could have wrapped around the longer way, but he just kind of face-checked there to try to get the maximum, like, to get there as fast as possible. Maximum velocity approach to the Dragon.
Yeah. Okay, Arrow gonna come out here. They have a TP as well. Delight and Viper in a lot of trouble, but they do have Fate's Call flashes as well. Double TP coming in now from the side of DK, as Delight's just gonna flash out of this one, and Kingen is just sprinting at them. Not really going to be able to do too much here. Maybe trying to slow down Peanut as over the wall they go. A gigantic hostile takeover as Kingen is going so deep into this one. Peanut, though.
Here comes Doran.
Both sides a bit apprehensive about how they want to fight this, but Kingen has gone miles into the enemy territory, and he will be taken out. That's a kill for Viper on the Callista, which probably should not have happened.
I mean, Delight plays it super well, but you got to know, he's got hostile takeover. He's Renata. And so this type of play is a huge L, no matter which way you look at it, basically here for D+, trying to really hard force and then committing as hard as they did. It's a bit of a head scratcher. When the TP is committed here, it's super easy. They just drop back here into the brush, Delight flashes, and at this moment,
it's over.
It's over.
It's
and
done.
Kingen, if he had the forethought to realize, okay, wait, Renata has ult, I probably shouldn't do this, then maybe he doesn't TP, but even still they can
even here
a bit further. Yeah, it could be over here. And then Doran is like, I guess I'll get plates, and then he's like, wait, maybe actually let's just get kills here because they went past the turret. They went up to Gromp.
Yeah,
Kingen is dead.
The second that Kingen goes into that brush and autos, that's the moment he's dead, right? Like even, yeah, just way too far. Like you got the flash, you got the Fate's Call, you got a lot of things out of that play, but just one step too far.
I mean, they were able to get Doran out of top. Like he was going to get a plate gold, maybe 2 plates worth of gold. They got his TP. They stopped the plates from going down by committing there. I mean, I'm really just reaching Valdez, but
Wolf is
I'm stretching.
Definitely reaching.
I'm stretching, okay?
He's doing his best Zach impression right now. Stretching strikes are coming in. I got this chains, I'm not sure why. So, yeah, the biggest issue I feel like is not the death. It's just, okay, well now bot lane is over. All that pressure is gone. Viper has a kill, so what was the point of all of that, you know? And the game isn't over. DK are still in the lead, but you were building up so much, and then this is kind of how, you know, we saw this from Lucid in game 1, where it's like just one slight overstep can really, especially against a really strong team, can be a big game breaker.
And, you know, the reaction there to Fate's call into the teleport means they're aware of the ward, right? Like, a lot of really smart stuff there for HLE in response to that play. And utilizing the Renata is something we're going to have to see continue in this game because of all that follow-up to just an initial arrow that we've spent so much time talking about in draft. But Renata shuts so much of it down. So keep your eyes on how Delight plays the rest of this game. As Hextech is the soul, the gate is up here, and Zeka is going to respect it here. And we'll lose the ability to farm under this turret. This is very frustrating, actually, and it's going to really slow this Corki down more than he already is.
Lucid will get out of there. And, yeah, as you mentioned, this pressure, very annoying. King going to take out the turret. I am excited for the prospect of Viper in this game with his situation.
Yeah, Viper prospect is more... It's going to be more readily feelable. We're gonna know about it soon. Zeka, you know, maybe set your clocks back an hour on that one. It's certainly we're a little ways away from that. He got denied some farm here. His turret is gone. He's still sacking a tier. You know, Hex Drinker does slow you down quite a bit. He didn't die from that play in mid earlier, but he was pushed out of the fight. He's not able to pick up any kills outside of that assist from earlier, and he is going to be the thing that D+ has to deal with when we get to the late game. That's a big problem for them. But for now, he's just trying to get any gold he can. Peanut even just going to be his personal bodyguard here as they try to take out this turret. Let's see if D+ can find anything cross-map here, as fortunately Lucid backed, so doesn't look like they will get too much. And that's just Peanut saying, I am here so that you can have turret, and no response from D+.
And he will have turret.
So that's one step closer to Zeka being relevant.
And once again, the game is kind of slowed down after that, you know, crazy explosion of energy where everybody's just going super deep and making these crazy plays with all the teleports and stuff. It's back to like, okay, now we've compressed once again, but we have the Hextech Soul, and I think we're going to have a lot more fighting when this comes up. So
Doran needs to stay on Showmaker here, and this is a really tense moment. It's Hextech Soul, so every single one of these dragons matters a lot, especially if HLE give this one over. It means they have to fight for the 4th dragon no matter what. To get this one would feel so amazing. Showmaker has teleport. He is able to get away from Doran, but I think if he comes in now, it's a little bit too late. He is going to commit.
Yeah, they could try to look for a fight afterwards, but this Drake is looking very much in the favor of Hama Life Esports, as a couple ults are used from the bot lane. Here's the package, kind of confusingly, as now Zeka in a lot of trouble. The Orianna ball on top of this Vi is getting so much value, and here's DK. The bailout on the Viper works for now, but he will go down, and DK are able to take a big fight after this dragon is taken.
Gotta be some wagging of fingers at that package usage, I would say, around the world. There might be a few people who are a little bit less than happy with how Delight blocks arrow and sets a perfect ultimate out, and then Zeka sends it into D+ there. So yeah, they get the dragon. They will lose the fight. They will lose this mid turret. And just because you have package doesn't mean you have to go in. Zeka likes to do the go in champions a lot.
You don't even have to use it.
You can actually just use it
You can let it expire.
Yeah, you can use it on the mid wave later if that ends up being relevant, or you just let it time out. And everybody who's played Corki knows the feeling of, okay, yeah, I feel like I didn't get much out of this package. You got Dragon, thanks to your support, and just let it go. Because now D+ are like forcing their way into this. It's another, by the way, great bailout from the support player here. So Delight makes 2 fantastic plays there. At least Viper gets something out of it on the retreat. But we are a long ways away from the glory days of the Corki and the Kalista that we saw from this squad in the past. And Zeka was considered to be a pretty strong Corki player. And that reputation is fading fast. Sad to say it.
Not sure what happened, but maybe some pressure. that was definitely not it. And D+ were very much ready. I mean, that's exactly what they wanted, right? They were like, they had the ball and Lucid's waiting for anyone to overstep their boundaries. They just didn't know it was going to be a Corki packaging into them. Yeah, Kingen also doing a ton of damage, as is highlighted here.
Yes.
Compared to Doran, who, you know, again, needs a little bit more time. He needs to be more of a late game kind of side lane champ before he gets really fed. So
I just don't know.
That just makes sense.
I don't know if they're going to have enough control for Doran to be able to do that. As you can see here, D+ are just not going to allow it. And, you know, if given time, he will be able to do some of that maybe, but it's not completely up to him anymore. It's not completely up to Jax as a champion, as Peanut's going to try to stave this pressure off, but will use his ultimate here to delay the turret going down, as it's significant, but again, the amount of control that D+ have now off of just one misplay is unreal. Because otherwise, if you just get out of that dragon, you grab dragon, you retreat, everybody escapes, you're going to sit back and farm, and we're at a more stable game state. At least Zeka's able to push this top wave in. Showmaker wasn't there for that, so a small victory there as this bottom side play was happening, as you can see, but it's a cannon wave. Showmaker's not going to lose too much. Turret doesn't go down. This Herald will be hard-pressed to do anything. And now you're really back on hind legs here, as, yeah.
We're just driving it away. Are they just trying to deny gold, or... I'm not even sure, like... Are they trying to give Shelly a second chance at life?
I think the idea, the idea there maybe is like, wait, hold on, does Peanut get ult if we delay this, and then maybe, but I mean,
yeah, like try to set up a better push, but yeah,
it might have been time. It probably was just straight up timing out. So
yeah, Kingen is already being like Doran can't even really step up on this lane anymore. And again, remember, this was an R5 Jax
pick the Jax into this, yes.
Which the Gnar was face up. So, yeah, we were definitely a little bit confused by it.
And that's why, you know, we raised our eyebrow even at the Doran stats, just reminding everyone. I'm gonna go back, he said. And that's it. You say we're going to bring it back.
I'm just going to bump my head.
Literally, yeah.
I'm sure he wants to.
I mean, he is having a great game on his own, okay? Yeah. He is not making big errors. His death was not his fault.
You know what?
His block on the Ash Arrow and his ultimate on that Dragon fight were sick.
Yeah. I also really like his Redemption first choice.
Yeah.
It's pretty cheap. You can get it online early. It's also really great against the Wombo combo from the side of DK. You get a Vi who moves in. You just press that right down on whoever she engages on, and you turn it around. You know, Callista begins to bounce around a bunch, and you have a second chance. I think it's a good choice.
He is one of the ways in which Zeka can be protected from the engage, and Zeka needs to live and farm long enough for HLE to still have a chance. And this game is not doomed, but it is certainly, like I said, as Hano Life on the back, a bit of a back foot here. Now he's got his second item. Okay, this is a big opportunity. This fight here, if they can get here fast enough, they're getting denied by Hextech gates at the moment of any prio. But he has Malignance for this one. This is a big chance for Zeka to redeem himself in this game.
Yeah, and they got the dragon before. So here comes Delight. He's very much in the front. The flush with the ult, and Delight engages with Renata and picks up Kingen, who was in there by himself. He gets picked off. This is looking like a potential steal from Lucid. Can he do it? Goes over the wall a bit early, and he will not be able to get it as the sticks are good enough, and Kellen is super low. The engage comes in. The redemption doesn't get too much value, actually, as in the front here is Viper alone, as this game is really just going off the rails. Very messy now.
Yeah, very messy, but objective secured. Delight, he did it again. All right, yeah, his redemption was not as high value as we would have liked, but hey, he says, Kingen says, no, you can't come, you can't get prio. I'm going in the Hextech gate, and then he just gets handshaken, whatever the term may be.
He's feeling hand shook now.
Yeah, he's feeling real shook. And now D+ are, with that kill on the Viper, confident enough to start off the Baron. TP coming through.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is bad as long as you don't get too caught out. But we do have a flanking Jax coming in here now, Mega Gnar as well, and Corki's already hitting pretty hard. Doran is very far behind enemy lines here. As have they spotted him? Looks like they have. They're trying to cut off both angles of escape. And Doran, it looks like, ooh, okay, maybe an execute. Not able to take the gate. Nope, not able to take the gate. He's trying to get Kingen now. And down he goes. That's going to be 400 gold for aiming.
Yeah, if he had been unseen there, it's pretty easy for him to get out or maybe even look to make a play there. The big one that Zeka hit was so huge that was the end of the Baron. So unfortunately, Doran's attempt to try to flank there to deny it.
So,
yeah.
King's trying to build an R-bar, right?
Yes.
They see Delight moving forward, and he runs into him.
I mean, he knew he was there because he hand shook him when he got out of the Hextech gate in the first place. He knew the whole team was there. And he is going to be punished for it. And then, as they secure this with a really nice ult coming through, Doran zoning, Fate's Call comes out, and then we do kind of send it a little bit, don't we, Viper? A little bit up here. Lucid flashes on him, he dies. You know, HLE just can't be happy with objectives alone.
Some happy gaming. We do have Showmaker in a very unhappy spot. Nice shockwave, but he's dead. That's a shutdown now for the Corki, and this Corki timer's getting shorter and shorter. Every team fight, it feels like.
It certainly is. They're able to get a turret for aiming as a Varus walks up to Inner in mid. That is very rare, but he was protected and shadowed there by Lucid and will be able to pick up some gold. He also was the one who got the shutdown onto Doran in the main base, so he's got a huge influx of gold suddenly to build into this opportunity, and that's going to be a big spike for Varus here on third item where he can actually match some of the poke of Corki. I mentioned it earlier in the draft where the Varus is never really going to be equivalent to Corki when it comes to the late game, but can often be more valuable if you have really quick, or rather really good engage, and his arrow is what finishes the kill, whereas Corki just continually sends those out. As Showmaker here just has no vision of the party brush when it's taken out. Really good play by everybody. He presses his ultimate button, but unfortunately it's not fast enough or relevant enough. 1v3, and that's a shutdown that goes straight to Zeka, who's getting closer and closer to that third item. We're all a little bit concerned about what happens when Corki gets that third item.
Yeah, absolutely. That blue buff went over to Lucid. I feel like almost you want to get that onto Kingen so he can get back to level parity with Doran.
Oh, you mean the actual secure of the blue itself?
Kill?
Yeah. I feel like teams are a little bit like laissez-faire with it since it's a global buff now, but yeah, the experience in the gold matters.
XP.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
It does not share gold, that's for sure.
It's fine. It's a small amount, and Kingen will have to work for it himself. And I do think that, though, that side lane can be on a bit of a timer, especially if Doran, who is ahead on levels now, if he picks up a third item, eventually he is going to become kind of a mammoth in the side lane, and maybe even Kingen won't be able to match him.
I mean, at some point, when you get to, if you win a team fight and you have Soul as Hanwha Life with his Corki comp, you could just group as 5 in mid, and they have to come to you because you will just eventually siege and take out the base. And if they try to split with Gnar, it becomes so difficult because they're always going to have map control. Still a little ways away from that, as D+ grouping around this Baron right now and trying to clear vision, trying to make Hanwha Life Esports. That's going to miss.
Ooh, pretty close. Nice side step there from Delight. Can only say nice things about him today.
They're trying to make Hanwha Life force into a fight here before the Dragon. Maybe even bait out something like a package would be huge. Or maybe pick Zeka, as this is a lot of damage. There needs to be a response.
I don't know if they're going to be able to get into this pit, though. It's already quite low. The poke is not hitting. It does hit aiming a little bit. The ult comes forward, and the smite is there from Corki, as Zeka is going to be the one who takes it down. And that is immediately going to turn on its head, as D+'s plans are totally foiled.
Yep, well, that's the end of that. Zeka has teleport, and he will go home and grab his package and now fight for the Dragon.
Yeah. I think the ideal was okay. I think it was okay for the execution.
Left you a little wanting. He's not, in fact, going to grab the package, it seems, because he knows that it's just a freebie after the win on the Baron itself. And Doran will try to hold down the fort up here by himself as Jax. And I think he'll be okay.
I think he's pretty strong. I don't know if he can 1v3, though. He is in a 280 carries, and he does have redemption. Over comes Delight. And now, with the Zhonya's, actually, he's got the arm guard coming in here. And he is going to survive that one. Here comes Delight. Where is this guy going? He's got a lot of backup from his
He wants
team, I guess.
Lucid.
Yeah, they're looking for Lucid. Even a TP, like, why? He does have the package.
Well, look, you got Baron, you got Hextech, so let's slow down for a moment. Because we don't really need to hard force all of this.
Yet.
Yeah, or rather, you got Soul Point is what I meant to say. 3 Hextech Drakes, which is quite significant as well for what those 3 are going to do for...
Corki's online.
Corki is
right.
ready. Eclipse is done. Let's play slow.
I thought isn't this where the camera pans to the Nexus and we do like the GG moment? Or no?
I mean, it's coming.
Okay.
So as it turns out, you can't dodge rockets when you're rooted.
Oh, that's another root coming out here on the Viper. And yeah, the rockets will come out. Of course, I am joking when I say that the game is actually over. But again, Corki is very much online. He's got his 3 items. There are 3 Hextech Drakes. Hamalite Esports finally reaching gold parity in this game.
I mean, you get the amount of map control that's required to guarantee Soul here. Yes, the Baron will fade away 2.5 minutes before the Dragon actually spawns, but you should have deep vision and lane push so significantly in your favor here, and probably an inhibitor. Yeah, they're probably an inhibitor, which is going to guarantee you that Dragon. Redemption is going to get dropped here to make sure everybody's topped up so they can continue the siege.
Yeah. It's also really good against the Varus, the Lethality Varus. And yeah, I mean, the poke is not sticking on the side of DK. It's very much sticking for Hamalite Esports. And their Baron push is quite strong as in goes Doran. And he is a real threat now. On to Kingen. He did lose his arm guard as that arrow is going to sail wide. Would have just hit Peanut as well. They're not really even set up to make a play at this point, but perhaps just desperate to stop them at this point.
They don't have to overextend here. They don't have to force anything. They don't have to get 2 inhibitors. Just 1 will be enough. 2.5 minutes now as the Baron expires here. And that is all you're going to need as we'll watch this steal. He didn't even realize it. He was like, what? And that's it. That's the steal. That was it. Zeka accidentally did it and wasn't aware of it. But you know what? It's a big win.
Well, Ash is really good in a lane when you have range advantage. Not very good against a Jax at level 17.
Hey, he's good. She's good at keeping him at bay a little bit with the slows, though. You know,
yeah.
He can't
good
do
at
it.
flashing away and not playing with the Jax.
No, just staying away from the Jax, keeping the Jax away. That's the strength. Of course, Kingen helping out significantly in that regard as well. And as D+, you lost all the map control from the Baron. You lost the inhibitor, so someone always has to be down there to deal with that, which means that Hanwha always have a path to the Dragon. That's what prio means. You probably hear that term a lot if you haven't, learned it just from the fact that we say it probably about 20 times a cast. It means
it's pretty important.
You can get to the Dragon first, or you are closer to the Dragon, or whatever objective the term is referring to. And D+ kind of require a little bit of vision for this Varus poke to hit for a Vi to be able to engage on a Corki. And that's the problem, is in 75 seconds time, a game-deciding objective will be started up by Hanwha Esports, and they have to push through all of this vision and those super minions bottom side before they can even actually have a conversation about hitting, let alone smite contesting the Dragon itself.
Yeah, we got about a minute, and this is all going to break down. These 2 fights, or just 1 big one, that could come through on the 2 objectives. Whichever one they do go for should be the Hextech Soul.
Hextech way more valuable than Baron in this case, especially for a Corki composition like the one Hanwha have, where every rocket adding a slow means it's just disastrous. It allows Viper to chase people down, allows Doran to chase people down.
It makes Corki like a raid boss that you can't get near.
Yeah.
It's not like the classic like tank and spank where he's got a lot of health and whatever. No, he's just killing you before you even get near him. So you gotta deny it. You can't let him have it.
He has Seeker's arm guard for this fight too. Yeah. There's just almost no winning here for D+.
Turns out that stasis is pretty good, and it doesn't matter if it was 650 gold, 750 gold, or 1,600 gold, people are gonna buy it. Imagine that. Lucid in a lot of trouble here. He has taken huge amounts of damage. His team is not here. Turns out Maokai ultimate is also pretty good. That's a double kill now for Viper, and aiming, unfortunately, just doesn't have any support here in the mid lane. Gets taken out, gets his streak taken down as well, as Kingen is just trying to stop the wave. But I think at this point, Doran's just going to tank the turret, and they might just end it, as Peanut will do a good job to zone him away. And Kellen will just try to clear this wave as well.
Wasn't the cleanest, but Han will take it. You know, they will definitely take the win here.
Yeah.
The Corki comp, it worked in the end, despite a little bit of a rough one from Callista in the early parts as well. King in.
Oh, they're going to try to go take him. Okay. Yeah, they're going to get the kill. Down he goes. And there it is. That's the Nexus. Life Esports with the 2-0 victory tonight in pretty dominant fashion.
Delight, he wasn't going to let up. He wasn't going to let it happen. He said,
I hope you voted for him.
Oh, I did. Oh, I definitely did. There's no Corki stealing this one away, not with certain decisions that were made by said pilot of said Corki champion in that game. But I will say, Life had a great draft. Viper, I mean, he really mitigated, you pointed out really well, he mitigated that Varus Ashe lane very well, maintained that CS parity, and Delight, great bailouts, fantastic ultimates, great punishes. That fight where unfortunately Zeka, decided to go back in, the beginning of that fight was fantastic from him as well. Some good handshakes, a punish onto King in there on that other dragon fight. He basically just allowed Hanwha Life Esports to Corki. He said, look, he wants to go in. I'm going to make sure that they're away from him. I'm gonna make sure the enemies are either dead or away from our Corki so he can actually steal Barons and do the big boom boom. And that Zeka eventually did. He did reach critical mass, and the game ended.
Hanwha maketh win. I love that sign. Oh boy.
You put Delight there instead of Hanwha, the sign still works.
Yeah, still works. Yeah.
Delight he's being a little humble right now, but I think we all know Delight. He knows what
he's delighted.
He's delighted. He knows what he did.
He's delighted right now. Great game on the Renata Glask. Nobody doing a ceremony or celebration or anything.
So we were a little bit low on Hanwha Life after the T1 series, especially on Zeka's Corki. We're a little bit higher on Hanwha Life in this series, but the feelings about Zeka's Corki haven't changed that much. But I think that they clearly had a game plan that they were familiar with, and they were able to execute it in the end. And look, Delight, he just continues to impress me. Stands in this location where he knows where the arrow angle is going to be, sets up the ultimate, and that's all I'm going to say about this particular highlight clip.
We saw what D+'s comp kind of wants to do in this one, If there's anyone kind of straggling, anyone out in front, you've got a lot of good engage opportunities with the Varus, with the Orianna Vi. Unfortunately, that was really the only fight where it felt like DK were there as a team to actually set up something like that.
I mean, King and laned well, obviously with the Gnar into the Jax, you're going to have a pretty good laning phase, right? But the rest of the time, it felt like D+ just couldn't get on the same page communication-wise. When their engages came through, they're always very split. In this particular moment, Kellen's off on a flank here. The Baron is stolen, but then Kingen is just collapsed on here as he's trying to get them some space. Look at Delight calling the whole thing.
Person talking.
Yeah, they were calling for Ori in that moment.
This is on a team with Peanut as well. So, pretty interesting. They have like 2 shot callers, basically.
Oh man, those media Corki voters are wishing they voted for Delight right now when they listen to these comms. Too late, they put the votes in too early, Valdez.
Yeah.
Let him go. Wow. Zeka also making some calls here in the end with Viper.
Spoiler information that it's not going to be a 12 out of 12.
Okay, no 12er this time.
No
we had
12er.
a few 12ers today, but
that's all I know.
Help me.
Help me.
Help me. Oh boy. They were asking if we wanted to wait to kill the Nexus so he could get the kill. It worked out. The timing worked out.
Yeah. Look at that gold graph. Oh man. And again, even for a large portion of where DK is ahead on that gold graph, we were saying that Life Esports was going to win just based on the way the game was playing out, what they had in their comp with the Corki getting online. I mean, the Corki timer very smoothly getting to that 3 items with no hitch.
Just ban this pick, please. Stop letting it through. That's my final thoughts.
It is pretty good. Well, guys, we are done here on the desk. We do have the spacers waiting nearby. Let's throw it over to them now.
Thank you so much, Valdez. We are indeed the nearby Spaces, I'm Atlas, this is Orcs, and we're joined by Huni as well. And we're here to break down the second Harmor Life victory in a row, and we weren't expecting this to be a Harmor Life esports victory after the first half of the last game, right? We thought that maybe D+ would be able to continue their snowball. It was indeed not the case. Let's jump into the draft, boys.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like D+'s general approach to the draft was pretty good. Like, I really like the Varus Ashe into the Kalista Renata. I think that's fine, but I think the problem is just the Corki. I just think this champion is so disgusting. I don't think you can leave it open. I think it's worse than, like, Kassadin in terms of, like, or Kayle. It's like you hit level 16, you get those 3 items, you win. It's really that simple. You can actually see once Zeka got to that point, it wasn't like there were any fights that happened. He would just poke people out and then just went off that. Like, it's so oppressive. And at least, like, Kassadin has to, like, go into melee range. But this champion's just sitting in this stupid plane, like, 3 miles away. I mirror Wolves' sentiments. You just ban this champ. I don't want to see it again. Permaban it until it's nerfed into the ground, and then we don't have to deal with it.
I mean, also, it makes it even more OP, which is you get packaged every single Drake.
Oh, yeah, that too.
And which is like you just have to deal with, which is like every single 5 minutes. That is like, it's just basically just almost unfightable. And it's like, I mean, if I criticize like a little bit more of the DK, like I'll change, like if I first pick buy and then they have a quirky, like I'll pick more that is like not about the zone control, like it's more about like actually diving and it's like trying to actually make sure that it get pop on quirky. Like we've seen sometimes quirky actually get pop and then they actually lose the game, like we've seen before. But this is not the case, is that their composition is like not the right way to go.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out. It felt like they were a little bit in a couple of different minds, right? Because you've got a fair bit of poke from the Varus and things like that. They do want to kind of play the neutral, but then they're into a Maokai composition with a Corki. So you're not going to win that style of video game. It's a little bit tough. However, things started off quite well for D+. Let's jump into our first highlight here, where this is the first Hextech Drake. Importantly, Harmor Life Esports are able to take it.
Yeah, and the decision-making really bad here for Harmor Life Esports because they burn both Maokai and Renata ult to disengage, and that gets them the dragon. At this point, you could just leave, and then Zeka flies in with the package hits no one, but he just commits for an easy follow-up. And bear in mind, the dragon is already dead. They could have just left. They burnt so many big ultimates securing it, they had none for the fight.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, he has the package, and he saw the Maokai ulti gotten on the Varus, and Wushi's like, oh, I gotta go. It's not the way. It's not the way. Like, they already secured the Drake. Just take a small win, and they'll be able to. They will be able to stack the next Drake again. Like as I said. But the thing is, like, they just refused. And I think the game, the reason why it actually went to over 30-minute plus, because they actually kind of hinted that the one team fight that D+ Kia had a whole control of the game, and that's it.
Yeah, they were able to gain some control there, but then it wasn't quite fast enough. I feel like D+ got this idea that maybe things weren't going at the pace that they needed to, and they decided a Baron flip was going to be the way.
This is part of the problem, is that into Corki, you know he has package for every dragon, so you kind of have to go for a Baron, which is difficult against a champion with so much poke. But here, you actually see the Smite and the Rocket come through at the same time. So not sure how they coordinated in comms, but really well played by Peanut to give himself the edge, because obviously you're not going to smite until it's within the smite range. Because he's confident they can sync it together, they end up securing it, and as soon as that backfires for D+, it's just so doomed.
Yeah, I mean, surprisingly, like, I think the Peanut has just better experience about the smite battle, and also he had an advantage because from his teammates shooting the rocket at the same time. But still, I think the other side, like the D+ Kia still had to get the criticizes that they should stop the Peanut or they should turn, like not actually the burger flip on the Baron, because that's actually caused the game. They caused the Nexus that, like, either they should have done it faster, which is like that the timer was like 27 minutes, but they could have done it faster when they actually have no package, or they play for fight. There was so many other options than just 50-50 on Baron.
Yep, and it was a 50-50 for the game, and unfortunately it was a tails for D+ Kia. And now it is time for the POG. We'll see who picks it up. There's a nutty. Yep, there it is. The Peanut going to grab it here. 007 Secret Agent Tree. And I think this was largely because most people had no idea who to vote for in this game. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of the ones where, you know, there was some decent early skirmishes from him, and the Smite secure on the Baron is the big thing for me. Even though it was Zeka who technically got the credit, I feel like I gave a lot of credit to Peanut for that one. But it's just one of these games where, like, the game was so in favor of D+ for a lot of it, and it was only at the end where it really became Harmor Life Esports, so I expect we're going to get a very split vote.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's the same. Like, I think the smite on the rocket, it was like really good timing. Like, that was like actually the turning point. And also, it's a game to Peanut. He didn't really throw the game at all.
Oh, that's true. You got to give him the props. This is where things can get a little bit rough.
Whereas Zeka did that package, and I just could not, in good faith, give him POG after that.
All right, so it's going to be 7 out of 12. So quite a few delight votes here as well. Actually, his Renata has always been absolutely fantastic. And I think it's one of the supporting cast in this game that is supposed to get it.
I'm just glad we saw no Corki votes, because I don't think we should condone that, honestly.
Oh, yeah. No. That's illegal. That's been illegal for a while. I think that people have remembered what life was like back in a Corki meta. And that's definitely good. And we're going to go to the part of the show that is my least favorite. We're going to bring up some of the predictions here. As you can see, few of us with some egg on our face as Huni and Chronicler reigning supreme.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't think you guys are just, you guys are not deserved to be here.
This was before the Kwangdong series, okay?
It's easy, man.
It was before the Kwangdong series, okay?
It's the same for me.
It's not my fault. It's the team's fault.
It was clearly HLE was a better team. Clearly.
Yeah, Zeka looked so good last time we saw him play Corki.
If I got to vote about who would win this series right now, I would have picked Hama Life Esports, okay? All right, dear, it's now time for the translation. Please take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POG interview translation, joined by Viper and Peanut on the side of Hanwha Life Esports. Congratulations!
네, POG를 받은 바이퍼 선수, 피너 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. D+ 기아를 꺾고 4승 대열에 올랐습니다.
After defeating D+ Kia, you joined the 4-win crew. How do you feel, Viper? It was a 2-0 victory against a strong team, so I'm very happy. And Peanut? I'm just glad that it didn't continue on to be a losing streak, and I'm very relieved and happy about today's win. Viper, many expected the game to be more neck and neck, but you got a clean 2-0 victory. So what did you try to improve after the loss against T1? There were a lot of draft problems and play-by-play issues, so I think we just tried to go through that and take note of those feedback, and I think those feedbacks actually helped a lot in today's victory. And Peanut, of course you're skilled at her too, but Vi is the enemy jungler, Lucid's preferred pick. And the analyst thus mentioned that it was a great choice for you to quickly take her away. So what do you think was the key to drafting against D+ Kia? For D+ Kia, I feel like any good engaged champions is key for them, like Rel and Vi. So I think that's what we were trying to focus on. And Peanut, your matchup with Lucid was a point of the match, and you are also well known as the rookie killer. And as a veteran with 10 years of experience in the LCK, is it refreshing whenever you have to face new rookies at all? It's a reminder that I have been in their shoes before. And I can remember there are some memories here and there that pop up that remind me of those fresh green days. But I feel like they are such good players that over time and getting more experience, they will grow up to be very good players in the future. And Viper, your no-death Lucian play was amazing. And you're undefeated with Lucian in 4 games. And you might just be the most optimized player for the Lucian Nami meta. So what do you think? I definitely feel comfortable playing Lucian. And since 2021, I feel like it's just something that I have been playing for a very long time, very often. So that's probably why. And there is actually a double kill moment, which was quite something. So let's take a look at the replay here. So you're just having so much fun, dashing in, dealing burst damage right here. I feel like instead of this highlight, maybe this was maybe just free because Lucian is kind of free, but I think I set it up a lot better in the earlier stages of the game, that's why. And given that spacing is so important for Lucian, is there any special tip on how you play him? I feel like it's a secret I cannot share. It's just that I played him so much that I'm good at him. Peanut, in Game 2, the high value picks Corki and Maokai were both left open. So were you surprised? How are you feeling? I feel like in the end, drafts went in our favor. Like as long as we're able to keep our value up in bot and do good in team fights, we decided that it's a good pick to utilize in our comp. And so your Maokai is also undefeated in 4 games. So which tier would you place Maokai in? I think the Rel, Sejuani, Maokai, Poppy, they're really good. And I think it's just that tank jungles are really good because of Frozen Heart. Due to the cost efficiency and it being such a good item for tanks. So I think all the item changes make the tank meta so good for these champions. And tomorrow, February 3rd, is Peanut's birthday, so happy birthday! I'm sure many of your fans are celebrating your birthday. Do you happen to have a birthday gift that you want from your teammates? I feel like I already got my birthday gift with this victory from my teammates. And every time, there's so many people that celebrate my birthday with me, and I feel like I'm so grateful that I have the opportunity to do that and share the happiness with everyone else as well. So I'm very grateful. Thank you. And Viper, would you like to say happy birthday to Peanut? Peanut, happy birthday. And I will repay you. My gift will be winning the next match. Now that Hanwha Life Esports has secured their 4th win, it's time to continue the winning streak. Next opponent is Nongshim. So what is your resolution? Regardless of who our opponent is, I'm personally not satisfied with how we're doing right now. We have a long way to go and we'll make sure that we get to that point. And Peanut. So it's our last match before the holidays, and I wanted to take a good break and get a good rest before the holidays, so I'm really happy that we were able to get today's win. This will be the end of the interview with Viper and Peanut of Hanwha Life Esports, and back to the space.
Thank you so much, dear, for the translation there, and great to hear from both Viper and Peanut. I really liked Viper's old man voice that he put on for his celebratory happy birthday wishes to Peanut. Happy birthday to him as well. As D+ moved to 7th place, guys. This is not a drill. That is locked into the eastern side of things. D+, I think we just need to welcome Kwangdong Freaks and FearX into the playoffs race and see whether maybe a miracle can happen. But it's looking like we might just have some different teams up there than what we were expecting earlier on. As our Saturday showdown is tomorrow, DRX taking on KT is going to be that one, of course. Pyoshik, Deft, and Beryl all taking on the organization that they were on when they won Worlds together. That's really, really cool. And Bro vs. T1 is going to be after that, and that is going to be a match in the LCK. Looking forward to that one as well. David and Goliath got nothing on that one. That's all I'm saying. Bro have definitely had some rough times. Thoughts on tomorrow's matches, gentlemen?
I think that DRX, the bot lane, I think performed pretty well, so excited to see that matchup. Second series, I just hope both teams have some fun at some point.
I think the Goliath seems pretty strong tomorrow.
Yeah, things like that.
But that, Chad?
Oh no. Well, David and Goliath has happened before. They beat Gen G at the end of last season. That's all I can really say here, and that is good because we're going to end the show. Thank you so much for watching, guys. We'll see you tomorrow for the Saturday Showdown.